Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please, while I send the links out on YouTube. Good morning, everyone. Today is February 5th, 2025. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the real direction, trend direction. Time is 9:18 on the board. The news we have overnight is that massive layoffs hit, and the layoffs hit the worst January level since 2009, according to Challenger at 7:30 in the morning. The pre-market has been going bearish on the VIX, going to 21.41 on the news as well. U.S. employers announced 108,000 layoffs for the month, up 118% from the same period a year ago and 205% from December 2025. The total marked the highest of any January since 2009. At the same time, companies announced just 5,000 new hires, also the lowest since January since 2009, which is when Challenger and Gray and Christmas began tracking such data. I am guessing this is pretty bearish on algorithmic, right, things. NVIDIA rejecting the horizontal sloping support. The VIX has broken out at the previous all-time high, breaking out at 21.4, did not stop at 21. The 4-hour MACD on the VIX is growing very, very bearish or bullish, right? This could turn very, very bloody in a couple of days. We will need to see what happens with the market today and also going into next week and tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. This is really crazy to see, right? My dust positions are up 10% for the day. Today is a beautiful day. Today is February 5th, Thursday. I'm up 12% on my dust positions now. QQQ is in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from yesterday's high of 250 before Google's earning, and is at 9. Let's see, Google earning. Google earnings bad. Google. The Goog Class A shares. Why isn't it showing? There it is. What the fuck? Am I looking at the wrong one? I guess it's Class B. Alright, there it is. Google earnings was bloody bad. Tested the lows, tested the highs, and testing the low into the day. SPX is opening somewhere below yesterday's low, near the gap. The gap at 6,800. IWM is pushing low since yesterday's high at 3 p.m. We are now in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on IWM as well, from yesterday's high of 3. 1/3, 2/3, and wherever the market opens, it's going to be 3/3. And it looks like to me, QQQ is doing the same thing. So wherever they open here is the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 since yesterday, 230 somewhere. They may extend this lower, which I'm expecting they are. The news is pretty bearish. There's about to be a huge gap here somewhere. We are at 680. Good said, President Trump is live. Let's see.
Some beautiful country in Europe, and he sat, he made his presentation, and he ended up coming in last. And that shouldn't happen to a president. You know, if you're a president, you have to get a wink. I'll go there.
All right, let's do a quick legal disclaimer. I am not a financial advisor. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only.
So we have a problem. We have a president that refuses to call the Olympic Committee, and I just won the presidency. I was president-elect.
Layoffs hit the worst
And,
January
so I
level
wasn't
since
even in office.
2009, CNBC
And I called this
says.
gentleman from
S&P
I think
500
Denmark.
futures
Can you believe?
for the third day
They own
as
a large
Alphabet,
piece of ice that
Bitcoin,
we're
and silver
negotiating.
slide.
Extremely, it's the biggest piece of ice in the world.
Alphabet, Bitcoin, and silver
Largest,
slides.
world's largest piece of ice.
Google
They'll never run out of
testing
water.
yesterday's low.
But I called the president, I called the various people, but the head of the Olympic Committee, very nice guy, and I couldn't get him off the phone. He was starving for
VIX
love
is spiked up.
because nobody called him. They just wanted to know from the president, does the United States want the Olympics? They didn't want to choose the United States and then, have somebody say, like, we
What a
don't care.
crazy day.
I said, I
My
desperately want
dust
it.
went from
We're going to get
$5.
it. Blah, blah, blah.
My
And I
average
spoke
was
to him, I spoke to other
$5.13
people,
or something
and
like
I
that.
got it. I called
to
up the Democrat
$5.70.
from Los Angeles, happened to be the mayor of Los Angeles. He was devastated. He couldn't get the all they wanted to do is have an acknowledgement from the head of the country. Wouldn't do it. But I did it. We got the Olympics. And we got the World Cup. But then I don't know if Johnny's here from the World Cup, but that guy's great. He's great, my friend.
World Cup, World
I was really upset
Cup,
'cause I got
World
him.
Cup,
And then I
World
said,
Cup.
I won't be, think of it, I won't be president because they're in the following term. Because, when you get the Olympics, usually it's 10
What
years
a
in
crazy
advance.
open.
And I said, so I did all that good work. It wasn't that easy. I got it.
Beautiful stuff.
Then I got the World Cup. They both were happening now in a year, another year.
Thank
and
you
a
for
half.
saying President Trump is
A
live.
year,
Appreciate
right
it.
after the 250. I didn't get 250. I tried to claim it a couple of times. I said, and I produced 250-year anniversary. It was my deal. I got 250 years, and the press hit me hard on that one, so I gave that up immediately. But I happened to be president during that, so think of it. So I'm the president, and I got these two things, and I said, you know what? I got the Olympics to come to the United States, and I got the World Cup to come to the United States, and I probably won't even be invited to be there. And I was really angry. And then they rigged the election, and then I said, I'm coming back. And I got
Back,
the
baby!
Olympics and I got the World Cup.
President Trump said.
Right?
A great week. Thursday.
And at some point, I'm going
it's
to
the
get right
fucking
back
crazy
onto
shit.
the teleprompter, and you're going to say,
I'm
That
at
was a wonderful
685
speech.
fucking puts right now into Monday. This is crazy.
on that
It's crazy.
momentous day in
Opening
1776.
$5 below.
Is that
Or opening
this is so
$9
much
below
easier.
yesterday's
It
close.
takes
What
real
the
talent to do the other.
That's insane. Wait, is this even right? Hold up.
The other is much more talent, but that's why we're president, I think.
No way
But
this
we
is right.
have
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no
very
fucking
important words
absolute
to
way that's
say.
right.
This is such an important group.
All right, let's fix that
And
shit,
we have
bro.
plenty
What
of
the
time to say it because when it comes to religion, I have all the time. I'm one of the few that say we have all the time in the world.
That would have been
But on
so
that
bad.
momentous day
It's
in
the previous thing, 9:30 open,
1776,
looks
history
like.
changed forever when our founders proclaimed the immortal
Only
truths
$5
that
down,
echoed
not fucking
around the
$10
world
down. It's like,
and down all the way through time. They declared that all of us are made free and equal by the hand of our Creator. A lot of presidents refuse to say that.
$5
They
down
refuse to
exactly.
say that. Some refuse. Some major politicians refuse to say the word God. They don't want to say it. I say it. That we are endowed with our sacred rights to life, liberty, and not by government,
The pursuit
but
of happiness,
by God Almighty
life,
Himself.
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. God bless America.
And those words rang out from Philadelphia and launched a revolution, not just in America, but in the hearts of all humanity.
Here we go. Market opening.
The principles of the Declaration of Independence, which is one of three, sitting
VIX is
right
at 21.3.
in the Oval Office. I took it
We
out of
closed at
the vaults, and it's beautiful.
18.6
Beautifully
yesterday.
protected, and it's a magnificent document. I stare at it all the time, and I read it as often as I can. A true, brilliant work of art. They've stirred the spirit of patriots in every nation, liberated millions from tyranny and lifted billions from poverty, and it's doing now more than ever before. We're doing better than this country's ever done in 1 year. Think of what we can do. We just have to keep it going, Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind. Okay, got to keep it going. But no, and the Democrats admit this. No president in his first year has ever done the things we've done. When you think we've gotten the largest tax cut in history, larger than even in the first term. But we've done something else, and I think we've brought back spirit to our country. You know, 2 years ago, you couldn't get anybody to go into the military. They laughed at you and they said they didn't respect our country. They didn't respect our president. They thought he was a joke. They thought our country was a joke. Other countries laughed at us and took advantage of us with tariffs, and we weren't allowed to charge, and they were allowed to charge, but we are allowed to charge. And I hope we get that Supreme Court decision, because we have taken in hundreds of billions of dollars of money. We're a rich nation again, doing what other nations have done to us for many, many years.
There you go.
But the biggest thing is what's happened to me, the spirit of our country, and that goes for religion, but it also goes for the military. We couldn't recruit anybody to go into our great military. We were the worst I think it's ever been.
This shit has to be a distraction with the President Trump talking right now. Market open. That's hilarious.
I call him Crooked Joe and Sleepy Joe. I find them to be equal, actually.
Crooked Joe.
I do polls. Which is better, Crooked Joe?
Come on. Wow.
Or Sleepy Joe?
Wow. Up 80% on my 685 puts into Monday. Holy shit.
We have now.
Wow.
Everybody wants to be in the military. We're hot as a pistol. We couldn't get anybody to go into not me, the last administration. Nobody
90% now. Wow.
Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the
wow.
Coast Guard, Space Force, which is
this is fucking crazy. Wow.
Because I'm the father of Space Force. I'm the one that wanted it.
Wow. Oh my God, the overnight fucking puts spiked fucking crazy with the VIX. Oh my God.
Police departments and our fire departments. They weren't proud of our nation. They had no spirit. And now we have had the single greatest recruitment in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it.
It's like I'm gonna fucking regret if I leave. Fuck, 680 we're at, and I'm at 685.
If we want to expand the military,
shit.
Mr. Speaker, this would be a very good time to do it. We have so many people want to get into the military that, but we also run in the Supreme Court, as you know, based on merit.
Crazy bearish open.
And we take people based on merit. Like, we'd prefer a strong person in the military as opposed to a weak person. We prefer somebody that's a strong, powerful person
so crazy.
With extremely good vision that can shoot a rifle very well, to a person that's extremely weak, non-muscular, can't shoot a rifle, has no idea where the hell he is.
Fixed at 21.7.
Where they all look like Tom Cruise, only bigger.
SPX gap. Crazy ass open, huh?
Now we hire on merit
Crazy
now.
Ass open.
And that goes for colleges. People get into colleges now. If you have great boards and great marks and you work, and then somebody else gets in that's not nearly as qualified now, it's a merit system. It's tough in one way, but it's
99%.
Our country was built
Holy fuck, God
on a system of merit.
Crazy ass fucking push down. Crazy ass push down. I don't give a fuck. Go for gap fill.
That was a great decision by the Supreme Court, I'll say.
100%. I'm out.
And it's tough for
I'm 100%. I'm out.
It makes people work harder, I think. But we have to base our country on merit, or we won't have a country. We were going in such a bad direction.
Wow!
And I give a lot of credit on that one to the Supreme Court.
That was cool! My God,
now it's cool. A lot of credit. Wow. That took a lot of courage to do it, but they understood it was the right thing to do. I think, and I might be wrong, but I don't think so, because I've watched a lot, I study a lot.
Cool as fuck.
You have to have religion. You have to have faith. You have to have God. And thankfully, as we gather today, there are many signs of religion.
That's crazy. Now that's a huge gap, folks.
And now it's no
SPX
longer
gap.
signs. It's
incoming.
Just coming back.
We are
It's
playing in
coming
between
back
two
so
gaps.
strong. You know, your churches
I
are
don't give a
filling up.
fuck about the
You
gap
didn't
below.
have that 2 years ago.
I don't care, dude. That's a
It was
God
hit by
candle and a
COVID,
half in the
but it
3/3.
really,
One
and they
third,
treated
two
you
third, three
terribly. The
third.
Democrats
Realize it
treated
before
you
it's too
terribly.
late. Dude,
Sorry,
fuck
Mr.
me. I don't care.
Congressman, but
I was
the
thinking that
truth
in
is,
QQQ, and I
when
was
you had
talking about that in
pastors
IWM, right?
holding services
That was
outside, the
fucking
people were
massive.
standing
And
15 feet
IWM
away
was
from each
flipping in
other,
that
and everybody
massive
was
red candle.
arrested.
So,
You know, it was like
man, that was fucking crazy cool.
they ran it. You
That
know,
was
they always
crazy
like to
cool.
say,
One third, two
Trump
third,
is a
and this
dictator.
is the 3/3.
They
They're
love
playing in
that.
a
I'm not a
3/3, and there's a
dictator.
gap below.
But they
There
were
must
like
be fucking
dictators. They were
hope
like the
like crazy to make
Gestapo.
the crazy
They were
bearish, but I mean,
arresting
it looked
people
like it
for
was gonna
going
fucking
to
do it.
church, and they were
I don't
arresting
care now.
people and
Big ass
treating
fucking
people
red
like
candle. Wow.
horribly. And
Wow. VIX is
I made a
spiked
lot of
crazy
amends
right
to
now.
those people.
Yes.
Those people were treated very badly for wanting to go to church. It had a huge
VIX is
impact,
spiked
negative
crazy right now.
impact on
Yes.
churches. But the churches are now
Right. The craziest thing
coming
is when there
back
was 20
stronger than
people
ever.
talking
Nobody's
or
ever
20
seen
people
anything
here
like it,
on the
actually.
live.
So
In the pre-market and in the WhatsApp group, we were talking about how the 4 hour is
you're all
growing, so
hot,
they might be really
okay?
bad
You
in a
know,
couple of
it's like
days, or
the king of
I don't
Saudi
know today,
Arabia. He
but it's
said,
figuring
and you
out, right? What
probably
happened
heard me
last
say
time?
it. I love
Mackie
it.
went
He was
crazy
with him.
bullish and stayed chop,
And he
chop,
said,
chop, and then
a year and
bad.
a half ago, he said,
Mackie went crazy bullish, bad, bad,
a
down,
year and a
bad,
half
right?
ago, he
Mackie
said,
going crazy bullish.
we
Mackie went
thought
crazy
your
bullish. What
country
happened?
was dead.
Neutralized. So we'll see what happens here.
And
But
now
it is
you
going
have the
crazy bullish.
hottest country
On the 4
anywhere in
hour,
the world. We're the hottest
right?
country
Look on
anywhere in the
everything else.
world right
4
now.
hour.
Nobody even close.
1
I
hour
think you
looks
could say
sussy as
that,
shit.
Mr. I mean,
Looks
El
okay,
Salvador's
strong.
very hot,
30
but
minute looks
I
sussy
think
as
we can say
best.
that, right?
30 minutes looks okay. 15 minutes looks okay. 5 minutes looks sus as
We have the
shit.
Congo here. I don't know. The
5
Congo is
minute looks
hot.
sus as shit. And they're
We
bounce
just
trying on
ended a war.
IWM.
One of our
Let's see.
8 wars that we ended, right?
Bear
He's a
trap
great
trying
guy,
off of
too.
934.
He's a great guy.
Time
You
is
talk about people
935.
that suffered.
Alright, they're
Those
bouncing
people
off of
suffered.
930. Wind direction is
In
north. Bulls are in here.
2025, more
Bulls are control
copies of the Holy
for now.
Bible were sold in the United States.
930 to
That at
935.
any
Time
in
is
the last
935. Alright, let's see if they go
100
higher
years.
from 935 to
Now, how about that?
935 to 940, right, in 2 minutes.
How
Right,
about
Bears are
that?
trapped
Did you
right
know
now
that,
off of
Mr.
930.
Speaker? You know, Mike
That's just a
Johnson's
fact.
a very
They made a floor
religious
off of
person.
931,
And he does
933,
not
or
hide
some
it.
bullshit.
He'll say
I
to
got
me
out at the bottom of
sometimes
that. I
at
don't care.
lunch,
932.
"Sir,
That was a beautiful spike. Playing
may
in the
we pray?"
3/3.
Say, excuse me?
But there's a
Nothing
fuck
much,
ton of
you
puts
know,
down there, right? Realize the
it's
SPX
okay
put
with
to call
me.
ratio that we sent yesterday
But
in the WhatsApp
he's a
group at
very
around
religious
11
person,
11
and he
p.m.,
is
right?
popular, and
So,
he's doing
wow.
an unbelievable job. So
God
I
set
think
up.
God is watching over you. God is watching
God,
over him. I don't know
look at
about
the
me,
SPX fucking put to call
so I
ratio.
hang
we fucking
around
sent
with
in
him
WhatsApp
because I
group
feel
yesterday
I'm
at 11
protected a
p.m.
little bit.
There's a fuck ton of fucking
In the
puts
last
here.
12
They
months,
fucking
young
went
Americans
straight to it.
attended church
Where is the fucking put wall right
at
now?
nearly twice
686.
the rate
They fucking busted
as
down
they
the
did
shit.
4
And then there's
years
all
ago.
the fucking puts at 685, probably even doubled 680, right? Now we fucking passed 680. We're right
And
at
many
680.
churches, you see the
675, there was a
stats. I
decent
mean,
amount.
people are
670, there was a
talking
little bit.
about
So
it. The
675, 670 probably
radical
grew
left
today.
is not
0
happy
DT.
about it. Many
Right, 1
Democrats are
DT
not
into
happy
tomorrow,
about
680.
it.
There was a fuck ton of puts.
This,
So
by the way,
now
will
we're
be
at
the
680,
last
675. There was a
year
decent
the
amount at
Democrats show up to
670,
this event. I tell you.
670. So
I
675,
gotta say,
670.
how
There's a
do you
fuck
vote
ton of
for
puts
these
too, and they're
people?
probably growing that shit into tomorrow. All right, we'll
But
see what
some
happens.
churches are
Tomorrow's
seeing
Friday.
a 30%, 50%,
What a day.
or even 70%
Right?
increase
What a beautiful day.
in the number of converts
don't
and
care.
also the number of people going
Little
to
W,
church
I'm out.
every week.
I took.
To support this exciting
Got a
renewal
nice
this
green
morning,
candle
I'm
exit for
pleased
now.
to announce that on May 17th, 2026, that we're inviting Americans
still in my
from all
dust.
across the country
My
to
dust
come
is moving, but
together
I am in
on
no
our
options no
national
more now.
mall to pray, to give
Dust.
thanks, and to we are going to do something that everyone said, like, that's tough. We're going to
That's
rededicate
amazing.
America as one
That's
nation under God.
6,900,
You know, a lot of people,
and we opened down 80 points, or what we opened down 100 points actually. 6,900 and 6,800 we're at right now. So minus 100 points overnight. All right, that just happened. Minus 100 points happened overnight. 600,
Yeah.
6,904, 6,907.
That's what I mean by the spirit. It's so
Crazy work.
incredible to
Bulls
see
are
it. I
coming.
see it
Bulls
so
are in control
much. I've
on
never seen
QQQ
anything
and
like that
IWM
in
now.
1 year.
Trying
I
to
thought it
show
would take 2
time is
years, 3 years,
940.
4 years
This
to
is
be where
bullish
we
into
are.
940 at
We've
the
done
minimum.
it in,
Bulls are here.
I mean,
Things are
really,
oversold.
10
We are in the
months.
3/3 and they're
We're at
bouncing off
12,
of
but
930.
now
This
it's
is
just
1/3,
getting
2/3,
to a level
3/3
that we've
bullish
never
cycle creating from
reached before
9:30
as a
to
country.
9:40 at the
But
minimum.
that
The market's
includes
gonna probably
religion.
cycle and
And
decide,
maybe that's part of the
or it
reason
might
they were
fucking
doing
run.
so
I don't
well.
know.
There's such great spirit. It's all spirit, and it
Wow! Look at that
includes
fucking exit.
religion. I've always said, you just can't have a
Look at
great
that
country if you
motherfucking.
don't have
Hey!
religion. You have to believe in something. You have to believe that what we're doing, there's a reason for it. There has to be a reason for it. We're all working and
My
we're
overnight fucking puts.
we're behaving.
Perfect fucking exit at the floor.
I behave because I'm
Alright,
afraid
but my dust moving overnight.
Because I don't want to get
My
in trouble.
My little beautiful dust
it's
ETF.
Such a positive thing, and
It's just a
people are
beautiful
starting
day.
to see it. And
It's a little inchworm yet again from yesterday. A
and
little
families
inchworm.
are developing. It's really the
VIX is
things
pulling
are
back
happening in our
from the
country
high
right
to trend
now.
line. Time is
And we have to get the bad ones
9.
out. We have to do it.
Right.
We can't let that happen.
It should
and
pull.
we're
It
being
started
very
pulling
tough
back
in
at
law
9:30.
and order
Market
and
open.
crime,
Bear
and I
trapped
hate to say
everybody
it,
with
'cause
the
it doesn't
SPY,
seem
and
to
time
go
is
hand in hand,
9:35.
but
VIX gap filled.
you can't have
VIX gapped up at 9:30
people
and
going
gap
to
filled.
churches and
That is the
coming out
3/3
and
playing. Gap
have
hope.
criminals taking advantage.
Dude, there was
and
like a
doing
fucking
things
minute
that
or
nobody
30 seconds
wants
where
to
it was
even
like,
describe.
100% gap fill,
That's
but
not
like it was
happening
literally,
anymore.
yeah,
You know,
filled that.
Washington, D.C. is a very safe
That's
city
called
now. When I took
3/3
over,
gap hope
Washington,
trap for
D.C.
now, and they're
was a
cycling.
death trap.
They're trading
Many
liquidity at
people
the
were being
floor here.
killed.
Why? Because we did a
2,
massive
3 a
move.
week. They were
261,
being killed.
259, not
Coming
too
from
much on
Iowa to
IWM.
look at the
I'm not gonna lie, this is not breaking
Lincoln
yesterday's low.
Memorial, the
This is still in a
Jefferson,
1/3, 2/3, 3/3
the
bullish
George
cycle on IWM.
Washington, the
Maybe
monument.
holding the market or something,
And
but
they
this is the only
called the
thing that I see
parents,
that's
I'm
different right
sorry,
now in the
sir,
market.
your
So we'll see
son
on
has been
IWM what happens
killed.
from yesterday's low. We're talking
Your
about
son has been
SPX
killed.
made a lower low.
That
QQQ
doesn't
made a
happen.
lower
You know,
low,
we
and
took
we're
out
bouncing trying.
2,000
This is
monsters
market rotation
out of Washington,
and
D.C. It's not just that we have
diversion too
the
at the same
troops,
time
and they are central casting.
of the
I
3/3
think,
happening.
to me, it looks much more beautiful. You walk down the street, you have 3 guys that
I
are
don't know if it's more bullish now, but it was
6'6"
bullish
and
from
angry
9:30 to
looking people,
9:40.
but they actually are very nice.
Let's see what happens
They're
now.
angry when they see criminals. That's all they get. They took
What a
Trinidad
fucking
around
crazy
there.
exit at the
And
floor though. What
honestly,
the
I don't
fucking
wanna
VIX
say
spiked
this, but they
crazy.
beat the crap out of them.
Oh my
They
lord,
beat
that
the
was
crap out
crazy.
of them. They found that they were
That shit went
doing bad
100%. I
things,
couldn't
and
fucking believe it. I'm not gonna
Trinidad
lie.
Rodman
That
didn't
was a
want
fucking
anything to
godly
do with these guys.
overnight.
So we put them in the paddy wagon. We took them back to where they
I
came
can't
from.
fucking
You know
believe
that.
it actually.
But we took out over 2,000 hardcore criminals. You know, 2% of the population produces 90% of the violent crime. Think of that. Think of that.
I think
And
I got in at like
Washington now
440
is a
somewhere
very safe
yesterday, and I
place.
got
get it
grinded
all
down
the
to
time.
like
I go into the Whitehouse and
390,
people that work in the White House
400
come up,
somewhere,
"Sir,
and then it opened at
I
like
want to thank
700,
you
and
so
then it pushed
much."
up to
Young woman,
850 or some
man.
bullshit, and I was
They
like,
say,
yo,
I walk to
100%,
work. I couldn't have walked to
97%,
work. I
like
wouldn't
fuck.
have even thought to walk to work
Fuck
before.
we talking about?
They walk to
On a
work.
Monday fucking
The
put.
place
That
is
shit's
booming.
literally
Restaurants
fucking
are
3
opening
days
up. The
out, 2
restaurants
days
were
out. I was like,
almost going to
bro,
be all
hell
closed. They would
nah.
have been all closed. You couldn't even go,
Hell
even if
nah,
you
they
got
ain't getting
there.
me fucked
The
up over
restaurant
here.
would be robbed
They're
with
not
people
fucking
sitting
me
there.
over with my
Hold
fucking
up your
profits.
hands, everybody. Give us your
Fuck,
money.
you know what I'm
And then
saying?
they
You know what I'm
whack people
saying?
with the butt
Yeah.
of a gun. And,
Yeah.
and doesn't,
Little cycle
Washington is
happening.
a very safe
VIX
city.
is at the
We have
previous
almost no
all-time
crime.
high
And
breakout
it's a
point
miracle,
of
but it
January
took place
20th.
very quickly.
January 20th was
And it's the same thing for every other
2
place
weeks
we've
ago.
gone. In Louisiana,
We're
New
not talking
Orleans,
about
I got a
last
call from
Thursday.
the
We're
governor,
talking
Jeff
about
Landry,
the
great
high
guy,
of
great
the
governor.
VIX of
He
January
said, "Could you
20th. You
send
need to
the
go look at the
troops?
calendar
Because
on
I'll
that.
tell you
If
what,
you don't care about that, then I mean that's up to them.
This
Right?
place is out of
The
control."
market just shows what
did,
it wants
and
to
in
show, and a
a
lot of
period
people
of
just
2
don't
weeks, we
care
got crime down
about
by
what it shows,
25%.
whether
Now
it
it's been
may
about
be
7 or 8 weeks. We have it
candles,
down
whether it may be
77%,
setup,
and within another
whether
month,
it may be
they're not going to have any
confirmation
crime.
or
And
not. All right,
they're
little
not going to
cycle
have any
rejection is
crime in that
happening. I don't want to
wonderful
call this bearish.
city
This
of
cycle.
joy that people go up and down.
I don't want to
They're
call
not gonna
that
have any
super
crime
bullish
there.
either, but I mean, I did
It's
say 930 to 940 at the
amazing.
minimum
Memphis,
bullish, right?
Tennessee
And now
is
they're
another one.
cycling, so
The mayor works with
time
us.
is 9:45
And,
here in
you know, it's
47
nice when
seconds,
they
and
work with
based
us.
on
It's
this
just
move
so much
alone, I
easier.
don't want to
Sometimes
call this
we
bullish or
can't work with
bearish.
them. Like in
Based on this move
Minnesota,
alone, I
they
want
won't
to
work
say
with us, but
they're showing
we've still
bearish.
driven crime
They're
down
showing
25%.
bullish. I
If
don't
we
want
didn't
them
have
to
to
go lower
fight
because I left at
this
930. I hope that's the
horrible
LOD
governor
for now, but I mean, I
and
don't
this
hope on it.
horrible
I
fake
just
mayor,
wanted to do that because I would
Fry,
feel better, but it doesn't
you
matter
know,
what I fucking
this
want
is the
or what I do.
Constitution of
I
the
mean, I ain't
United
doing
States.
shit here. I'm watching
People
anyway.
don't
Well,
want
that's
to be
all I'm saying.
mugged.
Time is
They don't want to have a
9:40.
murderer
That's all it is.
living next door that was
682.
killed 3 people
Yesterday's
in a
close
certain
went
country and is now
685.
living
We went to
beautifully here. Because generally
678.
speaking, if they've
That's
killed in another
That's
country, they're not
$7 or
going to
something.
be the best of citizens.
$7 or something.
And they're rough people. Remember in the campaign, I used to say that their
9:30. Low
criminals
of the
make
day.
our criminals look like babies. It's true. These are some of the meanest, most vicious people. They only gave
9:40.
us the
High
worst.
of the day.
They don't send, they're very smart.
Nope,
Guys like the
confirmation.
president over here, El
Nothing yet.
Salvador.
Just building.
He's
Confirmation
sent us
might
a
be
few.
higher.
I don't want to
Very
talk to him
fast,
about
very
it.
small. It's higher.
But
Bullish, right?
he
Still
sends us some
bullish.
real bad ones. He's not.
Time
Look,
is
you just say,
9:45,
we'll
and the
do it
bulls
more
are in
positive.
control
Isn't it
from
true that you will
9:30
not
open,
send your
ripping
good
into
people to the
9:40 now.
United
There's an
States?
algo
You really
range at
said-
9:40.
Look at him.
Right, ripping into
He said,
9:45. Sorry.
All
right, this
but
is
no,
bullish.
He sends bad people
VIX
to
is
the
probably
United
getting
States.
crushed on this right
and
now.
I'm going to talk to him after
VIX
this.
is dying into
But I love him. He's
9:45
done a
now.
great job, right? He's
From
not gonna,
9:30.
They're smart people, and they're very
Somewhere here we may
streetwise.
see some sort of
when you're running
resistance
some
support,
of
but
these
yeah, this shit
countries in
crazy. It opened
South
literally. It
America,
went from
Latin America,
look
you
at the
gotta be
gap. It went from
streetwise. You gotta be
18.5
smart.
to
He's
20.
very smart, very
And when it was
streetwise.
here in the
But
WhatsApp group,
these
I was like, it looks like they're
leaders of
going to
those
20,
countries,
21.
they're not
I think it was
sending.
here.
They
I was like, it looks like they're going to 21.
They
They
cherish
did.
their good people. They only send
And then
us
they
their
fucking
bad
spiked the
people.
thing to 22 at market open.
But we have
So
done some job, and we have
that's what they do.
in Minnesota,
By
crime's down.
showing everything bearish.
Despite that, we have
IWM
to
fucking
fight
showing
these
bullish. Right,
lunatics
this is the
over there
2/3.
that are
1/3,
stealing money, by
2/3,
the way,
building
also.
3/3 on
believe it's actually a
IWM.
cover-up of the $19 billion
This is some
at
advanced shit.
least that
Why?
they've
Because
stolen.
yesterday's
I
high
actually
is
think
showing us
they
1/3,
do this as a
2/3.
cover-up.
Today's low is
Under the
showing us
Trump
the 3/3,
administration, we're
and then
standing
it's boom
strongly
up right off it.
behind
So
Americans of faith,
1/3,
stopping
2/3,
the
3/3
attacks
open.
on our values,
1/3,
our
2/3,
traditions,
3/3
defending
building. This
religious
is a
liberty,
bullish cycle.
like no
Bulls are
president.
in
I
control
believe
right
like
now.
no president has ever done before. I do
1/3,
believe that.
2/3.
We got rid of the sinister
3/3.
Johnson Amendment so that pastors can speak the truth and they can speak it without having
For
their
now.
tax-exempt status revoked.
Time is 9:45.
I was with a large group of ministers, pastors, priests, rabbis. We had a group of people that were a great group. And I asked them for help. Paula White was there, remember, Trump Tower at the top of the building, beautiful building.
Barely
And
any
they were
cycle
so
is bearish,
enthusiastic for the
just
first
bullish
election.
for
They
now.
were so
Extension in the
enthusiastic.
3/3.
And I didn't want to be pushy because I'm
Market
not a
is.
pushy individual.
Or smart money bears are probably
But
being patient.
I didn't want
But
to be overly
candles
aggressive.
are
So I
just going
figured I'd ask
higher
them in
and
the
looking like
second
it should
meeting.
reject to
So the
VWAP,
second meeting
looking like
came
it
to
should
similar
reject to
group,
algo range.
ministers. We
However,
had
one algo range with no
Muslim
cycle
leaders
confirmation
there.
does
We had
not mean
everybody
really the
there.
bears are coming. It just
But
really
there
means
were
they're
about
cycling.
55
So there
of
is an
them.
algo range here at
Beautiful
940.
boardroom on the top floor, tall building, beautiful building in New York. And
They may be
I
cycling
said, I'd like
on it
to
for
ask,
now.
and they were so good. They, sir, we
Or
love
they
you,
just
you're
boom it
great,
up
blah,
higher.
blah, blah. I figured this was going to be the
It's
easiest
such a
endorsement
dangerous
I ever got.
speculation to think they're
And I
gonna
said, I'd love
reject
to have
or
your
cycle
endorsement.
here.
And it was like,
Or it's up to them truly.
nice.
Like who
It's
the
like, damn
knows?
I
940
said, what the hell? What
algo
happened?
range coming.
I said,
Wind
could I ask
direction is
what's
north
going
off
on?
of
You were really nice, and now
932.
you've just
The
clammed
last
up and
single minute of
you're like
930.
scared. And one of them stood up.
Literally, think about it. The
That Paula knows very
932.
well. He said, sir,
How would the fuck
we're very
932 bounce to
concerned because if we
933,
speak
935, right?
about religion,
933
if
is
we ever endorsed you as an example, we would lose
perfect
our
fucking
tax-exempt
930
status
LOD, right?
immediately, and our church
This
would
is
go
the
out
type of
business.
shit that I went through in my
I said,
life.
what's
And
that
this is
all
the type
about?
of shit that I realized that I have
And
to
it was
pay
the
attention to
Johnson
the 1
Amendment.
minute and
Lyndon
how it
Johnson
relates to
had
the
a
5
fight with
minute.
somebody in
Because that's how you
Dallas or Houston with a
fucking tell
minister, and
sometimes.
he didn't like him.
That's
they
how
didn't
you
like
tell.
each other,
That's
and,
time confirmation alone. Time cycle. The
the
people
minister
don't care
thought
about
he
time
was
when they say time.
terrible, and I guess he
Talking
didn't
about
like
the fake YouTubers
the minister.
out there in the world.
He was a powerful
Say time
president.
this,
He knew
time
how
that,
to do
but what
things,
time?
and he got something
What
passed
truly,
called
what
the
time?
Johnson Amendment, which
Sit there and
basically takes
listen,
away
what
your
time?
right of speech. And people like me, and people like a lot of people, they
Time.
want to hear from
Time is everything, folks.
ministers.
Like that
They
video
wanna
we
hear
sent in the
from
WhatsApp group yesterday,
priests. They
right?
want to hear from
Time is everything.
And
Time's the only
you
thing
were
that is a
restricted
luxury.
from
Spend time with
talking
family.
about very
I love
important
that
things
message.
like who to elect.
I love that.
If you said that, you were gone. You couldn't
Algo
do it.
range
Even
trading
if you
at
said it in a
940
very nice
on
way because they
QQQ
were
as
going
well.
to be better for the church. And we worked hard, and we're going
Looks
to make
like
that permanent
950 is
pretty
trying
soon.
to
I
push
think,
higher,
Mike,
though,
but we
with
worked
the
hard
MAC,
at getting
the
rid of the
RSI.
Johnson Amendment. It's gone as far as you
Yeah,
can
no, I don't wanna
say
say it.
anything else. Now, if you
I don't
do
want to
say
jinx it.
something bad about Trump, I will change
I don't
my
wanna
mind,
jinx
and
it.
I will have.
It looks like they're about to just push his bitch up, to
immediately
be honest.
revoked.
Why not gap fill it when it's right there
If
on
I go into
QQQ?
one of these churches, we will stop Trump. You ever hear some of these guys? They say,
But just
not
like
too
how the
many, I
gap
can
down there
tell you,
is
'cause we
being
won
used as a hope,
like 94%
now the
of
QQQ gap alone is
the
being
vote.
used as a hope.
People got it. People got it.
So
we had
maybe
an
they cycle here.
unbelievable. We had a lot of people
There's
pretending.
data
they
coming out
pretended
today,
to be
right? Our friend
very very
Chris
religious, but
called
I don't
out.
believe they were.
in the
But the people
WhatsApp
ultimately,
group and pre-market that we
they
have
ultimately
economic
got
news
it.
coming out today,
You have a Robert Jeffers. I don't know if he's here. Is he here, Robert? Is he
10
here?
a.m.
Robert Jeffers was on television
So
in
in 12 minutes, we
2016
will
when I
have
just
major
sort
news
of
come out.
announced I was running.
Thank you
And
for
he
that,
said,
Chris.
I know
I
every
didn't know.
candidate very
So
well. There was
now
17,
we know,
18 candidates,
right?
me and 17 others. He said, I know
Now
every
we know.
candidate very well,
My dust.
and I know
Do
Trump
I
a little
get
bit,
dusted?
but
Does
he
my
may
dust
not be as
become
good
gold?
with the Bible as some of them.
Only
He may not have
the dust will know.
read the Bible
Gold
as
miners.
much as some of them. In fact,
Dust. This is my first time
he
ever
may
in
not
gold
have
miners
ever read
anything,
the
so
Bible, but he will be a
dust.
much stronger
Does it become the
messenger
Great
for
Depression
us,
dust?
and he
Does
will
it
get
become
things done that no other
right?
man has the ability
Amazon
to get
gold.
done.
Alright,
And I
Amazon
endorse
Prime
him
package
fully. And I
gold,
said,
exactly.
I didn't
This
want to
dust
admit
will know.
anything.
Alright, rejection
But that was
trying
very
off the
interesting.
algo
And I think
range,
we've gotten more
940.
done, Paula,
Rejection
than
into
anybody could have
950.
ever
This is the
gotten done.
first
What we've
rejection.
done,
This is not a
nobody
confirmation.
else would
This
have
is
been
just a
able to
cycle
do.
happening. Bearish cycle indeed, sure. But it's just a cycle happening.
We
It could change
reinstated
instantly.
also
There is no
service
fucking
members who
nothing here.
were thrown out of our military
No
over religious
long-term,
objections. That was a big
directional,
deal.
nothing, just building.
They thrown
I
out
could
over
be wrong.
religious
What if they just
objections
trap
to
945 just like they trap
vaccine
930 and
mandates
do
and
some shit
all
at
of the
10?
other
True,
things.
I
They
don't
used
fucking
any
know.
excuse
But
they
I will
could.
not
We restored
speculate
those
and I don't
patriots to
care.
their former ranks with
Candles will
full
show
pay.
me
We've given
and
them
I will
full
just
pay. They were
patiently
taking
wait.
advantage of it.
And if I
And I
need to,
really think it
I
was
will go
over
smoke a
religion.
cig. And if
I
I
actually
need to,
think that they used the
I will be
vaccines
okay
as a
where I'm
way
at the top. And if I need to,
really
I
punishing
will
people
come.
over
I
religion.
will
I
call
don't
my
know how
mom
you can vote
or
for
my
these
friend
people. I
if I
really
need
don't.
to.
I don't know how you
I'll
can.
just chill the
We
fuck out and
passed the
drink a
largest
coffee.
ever
Today's morning,
expansion of school
9:50.
choice so that every parent has
Right?
a
I was
chance to send
stressed
their
all
child
morning,
to a school
coming
that
down
shares their
into
values.
the fucking push low anyway, right? In the pre-market,
And today
watching
I'm
it go
also
lower with
pleased to
everybody in the
announce
world,
that the
and
Department
I
of
decided
Education is
to
officially
leave
issuing
this
its new
fucking
guidance to
9:33 third.
protect
So
the
fuck
right
it.
to prayer
For
in our
now,
public schools. That's a
I'm
big deal.
letting it be. Right? For now, I'm letting it be. There's a very very bad bearish news coming out on the mainstream media, but that doesn't mean it can. Oh my God, stocks are under big pressure for the third day as Alphabet
Now the
slides. Bitcoin
Democrats
cracks
will sue
70,000.
us, but
Guys, we
we'll
gotta
win
give
it.
it to fucking
They'll
Chris.
win it. They'll
Everybody
sue us.
post some
They'll
clapping
sue us for
emojis in
everything.
chat. Today is
I'm
a
the
Chris
most
day.
sued human
This
being
man
in
called this
history.
bitch out 3 days ago
They've
when
sued me
Tom
for
Lee said
everything.
Bitcoin might be
I got
bottoming.
impeached
Please,
twice over
right? Let's get some
nothing, but the
claps in
Republicans
chat
were
for
great.
Chris. The man
Just wiped
deserves
them
it. I
right
did
out.
not believe
But I got
Bitcoin was
impeached.
gonna
I got
break
indicted
70,000. Why? Every
twice on
single
that.
fucking time
There's
Bitcoin is
never been,
bearish,
you
and
know,
I
there's
think
never been,
Bitcoin's
to
gonna
the best
break
of our
some
knowledge,
level
any
or it's gonna go
politician
lower. It
that's ever
fucking
been
tends to
indicted
chop and it tends
who
to
won an
not and it
election.
breaks
Very
it
popular
later.
politicians got indicted
So,
today. I
yeah,
got indicted so
I will
much.
not lie.
My
Bro,
time's
that
calling my
shit
wife
fucking
and
crazy. This
say,
dude was like,
darling,
oh, 70,000
I was
Bitcoin
just
probably
indicted
lower
again.
by fucking Friday or some shit. And I was like, ain't no way. I was like, I don't know.
She
We're
said,
at
oh, darling,
78,000. Well, 78,000 is kind of closer to 70,000. Might have
what does that
already
mean?
broken
You know, she's
technically
very
every
elegant.
blah,
You
blah,
saw
blah. I'm
that
pretty
from
sure I
the
said that because I
movie.
watched myself on
She's
review.
not into the world
But
of
bruh,
indictments. Not Melania. No,
Bitcoin
she doesn't
actually
know what
crazy
indictment, you
bearish.
know, it's not her
That's
deal.
crazy.
Her movie, by the way,
Bitcoin,
big success.
I
That
would have
movie
never
was a big
expected,
success.
right? That's the news. Bitcoin and Amazon and whatever the hell. Like, I don't even know.
Yeah, I called up so
Wow,
many
look at
times.
Google
I'd say,
right now.
Honey,
Not
I just got
Amazon.
indicted
It was
again. Don't worry
Bitcoin.
about it.
It was
Supply.
Bitcoin,
But,
Google, and something
think of it
silver.
many times. And
Silver
then they
reverted
say,
to looks like
Donald
trying.
Trump
But
is
that's crazy,
using
honestly. Yeah,
the
you gotta give
Justice
respect where
Department
respect is
to
due.
get even. And I don't.
What a cycle.
But
They extended the bullish
we're
cycle
not going
higher
to.
into
Think of it.
950 in a bull trap. This is a bull trap.
There's
Bearish.
never been
Right.
in
Bearish
history
cycles happening.
a president treated like
Tiny.
I got treated.
Risk is
But
there.
they say I use
Playing
it.
in
And it's
between the
amazing.
gap.
I did that interview yesterday, and they said that. They said the question, are you using the
They're
Justice
playing in
Department
between two gap hopes.
for your
I almost don't want to
own
call this bearish,
personal
but it's a
gain?
small cycle
I said,
bearish.
they
It could even bear
indicted me
trap here, but I mean,
87
if it goes
times. It's the
lower
most
here and then
incredible
does something,
thing.
I would not be surprised. But
We don't do
maybe
that.
it might
We
not
do,
be that easy. I don't
do
know.
what's right.
This looks like an
We do
extension
what's
cycle
right.
to me, and
And
then
Pam
something.
does it.
But okay, something
They
building
have great
now.
people.
Everyone in the
They have
world
great
thinking
people
bearish,
working
probably.
there.
Right
But
now,
we do
everyone
what's
in the world
right.
thinking
We
probably
expanded
bearish.
the Mexico
See what
City
happens.
policy to stop taxpayer dollars from being used to promote
Time is
radical
9:55 and
gender
18 seconds. We'll
ideology
find
all
out soon.
around the world.
Right,
No
they're
other
showing bearish on on
president
purpose.
would do that. No other president would do it. And my administration also rejoined the
Alright, they're showing
Geneva
this rejection on purpose
Consensus
now, in my opinion. The
Declaration to
rejection is
affirm the
crazy
rights of
strong
sovereign
too.
nations to
950 to
protect life,
955, and
defend the family,
955
and to
goes
be
lower, and
faithful
then
to
it might
God.
bounce, or it might bounce at
Nobody
10
ever
and then
did
bear
that.
trap everybody. I don't know. It looks like
I
it's going
signed
strong,
an
and it looks like it's
executive
going
order to
slow at the
slash
same time.
federal funding for any public
It looks
school
like
that
it's going strong, and it looks like it's
pushes
going slow at the same fucking time.
transgender
So maybe the
insanity.
power is
This is
building to fucking
crazy.
just trap everything already. Or
On our youth.
it goes lower
Who
into
would think about
955, and
that?
this is the
Who would
955
think
candle,
if
and this is
you go
bouncing
back
at
15
950.
years, you're talking about,
I have
and
no
I stopped
clue.
the mutilation of children.
I thought though
The
that if they show
mutilation, the word
another
is
red candle,
mutilation. The
everyone in the world
the
showing
mutilation
and
of children.
stinking
I
bearish,
stopped
but
it.
it's
Who
clearly
would think
cycling
if you
different.
said that 15 years ago, they'd say,
Now it's
is
showing
he
bullish
crazy?
and then going bearish, so I don't know, maybe more
Levels
people
you've
think it's
never
bearish,
seen.
or I
We're
don't
still
I
fighting
fucking
it,
know.
but
Yo, these
transgender
candles
for
are
everybody.
crazy.
They want transgender for
I need
everybody.
some
We
water.
stopped it. And
I
we
need some
also, very
water.
importantly, we got men out of women's sports. You know,
We got some people trying
don't
to
forget
join
now.
in the WhatsApp group. Wolf. I don't know
We
enough.
created the
RJ.
Whitehouse
I don't know.
Faith
There
Office,
was like 4
first time
people that
ever,
tried
which is its
requesting 2
1-year
days ago too, or 1
anniversary
day
this
ago.
month,
But you
and
guys need to be talking in the
headed
YouTube
up
chat and
with
say
Paul
here and there and say,
Jenny
hey, this
and
is
some
me, and then
incredible
request me, because
people.
I have
And
no
we
idea who
created the
you are. You
Presidential
are not coming in.
Commission on
There's too
Religious
many,
Liberty. We do
right?
a lot.
Trollers. There's too
That's
many
a great
negative
commission,
people
by
that
the
try
way.
to,
That's a
move their
phenomenal
negative
commission. I
opinions
signed
upon
it.
other people, or do
Everybody
some
wanted to be
weird
on that
things,
commission.
or
That
there's
was
people that channel hop
really
in and
something.
try
That
to
was a
do
good
weird
sign, too.
stuff, and we have no
And
care.
we have
We don't even have
incredible
time for
people
that.
on it.
So
I signed an
time is 2026.
executive order to
Right.
combat the vile
February.
scourge of
People are mad busy in life, bro.
anti-Semitism, which is really
People are mad busy in life,
raging,
and I'm one of them. So,
rising,
ain't nobody got time for
surprising.
that. Ain't nobody
Nobody
got
thought
time
they'd
for
see
that.
that happen very, very rapidly during the 4 years of Biden.
So people have time
And
to
I set up
be
an
active.
official
People have
Department
time
of
to
Justice
actually
task force
participate.
to
People have
eradicate
time to want to be in the group. Then
anti-Christian
they can be in the
bias,
group.
because you
That's
do
all it
have
is.
a
That's how
lot of
life
that. They
works.
don't
All right,
talk
time
about
is
it.
9:55. 9:50 is
They're
pushing
always
lower to
talking about
9:55.
other religions and other
See what
different,
happens here.
but
They're
a
showing
lot of
bearish on purpose, in my
anti-Christian
opinion.
bias.
I
And
said
we
that in the
see it
WhatsApp
going in
group at
foreign countries. I
9:52,
mentioned
but we will see
Nigeria,
what
they're
the
out.
hell
We're
happens here.
hitting them very hard. My
Bottom of the
administration is
algo range
confronting
testing.
head-on
I don't
the
care.
militant
I
and really
am
intolerant
gonna go
campaign
get a
that
Coke
tried to drive religious
to
believers
drink.
out of public life and out
Coca-Cola.
of society. I mean,
My bootleg Coca-Cola
religious leader,
is calling my
and
name.
now religious
Gap
leaders
Hope
are
is playing out
respected
on
as much or
QQQ up
more
above.
as
We
any
did not gap
leader
fill on
of any
QQQ,
type
nor
anywhere
did
in
we
the
gap
world.
fill on
Religious
SPY.
leaders are respected again, and that's the way
Things
we
are
have to have it.
crazy.
They really are
We're
respected again.
playing
They
in
were
between the
having a
two
hard
gaps.
time.
Bears are
They were
hoping
having a
on
very
this
hard
trap.
time.
Bulls are hoping
The
on this trap.
last 4 years previous to the one that we served,
IWM is
the
the
last
only
4
thing
years
having
were
some sort of
brutal on
setup here
religious
with
leaders. They
the
were brave.
CPI candle bottom
Some were
looks
very
like.
brave. Some
Alright,
couldn't
so
take it, and that's
IWM may
a
be
lot of
doing
people
some sort of
understand it.
a
Some were
channel
brave,
cycle with the CPI
really
candle.
brave. The Department
We
of
will need to
Justice
see if
recently
the bullish
charged
cycle
9
stops on
individuals
IWM and goes bearish, because
for
it
storming a
did break
church in
yesterday's
Minnesota
high,
during a
signaling
worship
that we are in a
service and
new
trampling
3/3
on
bullish
Americans'
cycle
First Amendment rights. I
from
watched that
yesterday's
tape, but
high,
you know,
but we're
that
playing
was
in the
violent.
3/3 as well.
I saw the people sitting there,
So
Pam, and
we'll see on
were
IWM.
scared. They
This
were,
shit could go bullish.
some were scared and some were holding up their hands
IWM
like,
could IWM
I
all
believe in
day.
God. But they were violent people.
Right, time is 9:55.
Screaming, your parents are Nazis.
Is this the worst
Your
time to go
parents
for
are
a SIG?
Nazis. The people sitting with,
Probably.
and I thought the minister was great. He was so
Rejections
calm.
Rejections are
They were
strong,
screaming
yes,
at him,
but I mean, if the
terrible,
floor
right
does
in the
not
middle of
break,
church service.
then
It's got to be illegal.
they
But
trapping
Pam
everything.
is doing it. I'm not doing it. but
Why?
Pam
They
is doing
showing
it,
this
and
shit
I'll
on
tell you,
purpose. Right, that
people are
squeeze
happy
down
with the
candle,
job
my
that's taking
opinion, was
place,
on
'cause they're
purpose.
Bad people. They're bad people. You have one Trump hater in particular that just, I watched
That
his
is
performance.
looking
It was terrible. They
temptating,
tried to use freedom of
temptationing,
press
but
and
it's
all this
already in the
to get out of
3/3
a criminal event.
off
But
of
they
950
that was a
to
horrible thing to witness.
955. This
And
is
if we
10 a.m.
allowed
now.
that to go on, you wouldn't be able to have a church. No,
All right,
everybody
there's
would be
10
afraid to
a.m.
go to church. And that we are
Algo
not going
range
to allow, are
at
we?
955 and went lower into 10. If we come back to that algo
And in the
range
audience
at
today is an incredible
955, by
woman
the
who
time I
reminds
come back
us
from
what
my
a
sig
precious
break
gift
in
of
2
religious
minutes,
liberty we have here
I
in
will
America, a
laugh.
tradition that sadly
I won't be
is
happy
not
nor
shared
will I
in
be
the
sad? I'll
so
just
many
laugh because
places
that will mean the
in the
market
world,
is
and
literally, dude, it did that
even
on
in
purpose,
our
is what I'm trying to, they showed
country.
bearish on purpose. But
And our
all right,
media is so
I'll be
bad. If
back
we had a
in
good media,
two
it would be so much easier. But think of it, we're
minutes.
doing this all with a really corrupt and bad media. Miriam Ibrahim is a Christian from Sudan, and I'm working hard to end that war. We're very close to getting it done. That'll be number 9. If we don't get Russia, Ukraine first, but we're working hard to end that whole war. We're very close to doing it. We've almost done it. In 2014, a Sharia court in that country sentenced her to 100 lashes and death for marrying a Christian man. At the time, she was 8 months pregnant with a daughter. Miriam was ordered to renounce her faith in Christ, but she refused to do so and gave birth to that daughter, Maya, while she was in shackles, being beaten and living in a condition that nobody in this room would even be able to imagine. Believers all over the planet rallied to Miriam's cause, prayed for her protection, and successfully pressured for her release. I did that. I did that with one phone call, actually. And she had such support. It was so easy. And when I explained it to the powers that be, yes, sir, we will do it right away. I just wish I knew earlier. But it's a big world with a lot of people. Miriam and Maya are here this morning and now live safely in America, where we protect Christians. We don't kill them, we protect them. And you're getting protected better now than you've ever been protected before. So Miriam and Maya, thank you. Where are you? Are they here? They're here someplace. Where are you? Please stand up. Stand up. Thank you. That's great. A lot of bravery. No administration in modern history has done more to confront the plight of persecuted Christians around the world than we have. With us, it's a mission. It's actually a mission. On Christmas Day, in close coordination with the government of Nigeria, we worked with them, but they got to get tougher. I ordered powerful airstrikes to decimate the ISIS terrorists who have been slaughtering Christians in that country by the thousands. It's not even believable. We hit them so hard, they still don't know what the hell happened. And we were going to do it on a different day. I said, no, do it on Christmas, so they understand it. Remember, Christmas was, when I ran in 2015, when I announced, I said, we're going to bring back Christmas, because the word Christmas was almost gone, and we did. People use Christmas anymore. We brought back the word Christmas. They didn't want to use it, and we're using it again. But I specifically told Pete, I said, hit him on Christmas Day. Not earlier and not later, right, Pete? And man, did he hit him. So then we hit him again recently. We hit him again pretty hard. But we're honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Very respected person, too. Thank you. I'm also working tirelessly to end dangerous conflicts and help move past ancient hatreds. In October, I ended the war in Gaza, saving hundreds of thousands of lives. It's amazing. We have peace in the Middle East, by the way. First time in 3,000 years. We have peace. There are little embers, but it's nothing much. You know, we got back the last hostage, dead hostage. We got back all the hostages now, all of them. We got the 20.
Guys, I'm back.
Many, you know, we got hundreds back before.
Premiums are so expensive for a fuck around mistake moment. And also, premiums are going to be dirty expensive until the fucking VIX goes down, which it will not until it does. So today, tomorrow,
they will, and if they don't, they're gonna.
I expect the premiums to be dirty fucking expensive.
But they agreed to disarm. As the Bible tells us, blessed are the peacemakers. That's true. The peacemakers are very important. But you can only have peace, I find, through strength. If you don't have strength, peace is very hard. and we have strength.
VIX will literally not
In
go
1
down
year,
until it
I've
does.
ended 8
That's just a
raging
fact.
wars such as Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia,
10 a.m.
Pakistan
candle, data
and
candle.
India, Israel and Iran, Armenia and Azerbaijan. These are
True
all wars
LOD
that
testing.
President Putin called me up when
LOD
Azerbaijan
hoping.
and Armenia. He said, I've been working 10 years to get that war. How did you do it?
And I hope they don't go down to like
And I got it done.
675
I got
today.
it done. 2 really good leaders.
I really
All
don't.
they knew was fighting each other. They were fighting each other for many
I would have
years.
had
That's all they
685s.
and it all worked out pretty quickly.
I don't want to see this
A
shit
few
at
months ago,
675.
right here in Washington,
Psychologically, it
we
would
signed
be
a
like,
historic peace
fuck.
agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, which provides the first ever pathway to peace to end a 30-year, unbelievably violent
fucking humongous.
conflict. And we're joined today by a very,
683
very
to
brave
670.
and wonderful
It's
man,
literally liquidating.
the
Bear
president
trap and then went
of
bullish, and then bull trap
the
and went
Congo,
bearish.
President.
Crazy.
President, would you stand up, please? You are so... President, thank you.
Yeah, jobs openings are falling a little bit.
And you really are. You're a brave man. I know what you've been through. I know that one very well. That
It's
was
a very,
hard one.
very
That was
sick
many,
way
many
to
years.
play it out, right?
And it's working out
But
okay.
holy, the
Nothing's
VIX is
easy.
literally at
Every once in a while, I have to call them both back,
21.82%, so
but it's working out okay. It's going to work out good. But
there
you
is
are brave,
no
and
stopping
we
this
appreciate
shit
you being here. Great
in
honor.
terms of the fucking
Great
VIX
honor.
and
Good guy.
the contracts.
Together,
The
he and
4 hour
I
and the
have
VIX is so
also
damn
signed
bullish
the
right now.
largest minerals deal in U.S.-Africa history. And, you know, Congo has
They literally trapped
magnificent,
everyone on the gap
land. It's
below
incredible
SPX,
land,
and they
and
trapped
he's going
everybody on the
to,
SPX
he's
gap
doing very
above.
well with it, so we appreciate
This is
it. But we've
crazy.
signed the
This is the
largest
ultimate
deal
SPX
with
gap
some of
and
our
the
big companies,
SPX gap
and
above,
going in.
and they're trapping
So thank you
everybody.
very much,
And this is
Mr.
literally a
President, and,
75
you call
fucking
me for
point,
anything,
50
right?
point.
Thank you.
This is a 100 point playground, right? The thing moved
And
from
just in closing,
6,904 to
always tell us that
6,807. 100 points
blessed are
overnight
the
in the
pure
1/3,
in
2/3,
heart.
3/3, and then went
I don't
50
know if
points
that
higher
applies
in the
to me
1/3, 2/3.
necessarily.
Very MACD
I'm
crazy
not so
bearish
sure.
right now in the 5.
I don't know, Paula, does that apply to me?
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna break the
I'm not
floor.
sure.
Wow.
I try.
IWM, bull trap and
But
trying,
we're
but this shit
joined
is so
this
scary,
morning by
right?
2 incredible young
Why?
American patriots and believers who
It
show
broke the
that,
high of this shit somehow,
you know, that's so true.
but it broke the
Last
low of
summer,
this shit
Emma
yesterday.
Foltz
So
and
it's,
London
it's
Smith
creating a
both
channel
fell
downwards.
for
It's creating a
Camp
channel.
Mystic Christian Girls
I don't
Camp
even want to call
in
IWM
Central
fully
Texas.
bearish,
One
but
of the worst
IWM
things
is the
I've
only
ever
thing
seen.
that's like holding
On that fateful
the,
night,
the
20 inches of rain fell
the
in
fucking melt.
a matter
Oh
of
my.
minutes. Nobody's
LOD
ever
broke
seen
into
anything like
1005.
it.
All right, new
And the
floor
river
into
rose
1005.
20 feet in literally 30 minutes.
I'll go range or not at 1005.
Leaving
All right,
utter
10. That's a new floor into
devastation and
1005.
destruction. Emma bravely helped lead 14 precious little girls to
Wind direction
safety.
changed south.
And London, seeing the water rise, gathered with other girls at
It
the
looks like they're gap filling.
top of
All
their
right, let's see
building
what
and
happens after
prayed.
this gap
They
fill.
just prayed and prayed.
Bears are the
And
ones
as they
in
prayed,
control
the
with the
water
bull strap now off the
miraculously
gap up
stopped
there.
rising.
After
Just a few
after
inches
the
from
gap
their
open
feet,
trap
it was
off
gonna
930.
overwhelm them.
We did not gap fill yet.
Anybody in the
MACD is
cabins,
crazy bearish, so maybe
cabins
they
were
do go
gone.
chop down a little bit lower,
Anybody in
gap
the
fill, and
cabins
then
were
figure
gone.
out
Who
bear
would have
trap or
known?
not.
They thought the cabins were the safe place to be. It wasn't.
Man, this is how my contract
Then
got
the
spiked
water
though. This
began
fucking
to
gap
retreat,
hope.
and
This is
many
crazy
hours
work.
later, they
They're
were
doing it
finally
fucking
rescued.
again. Every
As
time
you
it
know,
gets
many
near this
young
gap hope
people
gap,
died
is literally
that night.
everybody in the world's like,
When
oh, we're about to
asked
do it
what
now, or we're
she
doing
hopes
it, and then the
others
shit
to
gets
take
spiked
away
and
from her story,
motherfucking
London said this life is not
damn.
promised.
Wow.
Our breath every minute is not guaranteed. Because of that, we shouldn't take life for granted, and we should just live it well. I mean, it was an amazing statement. I saw her make the statement. Young girl making that statement. Incredible, actually. Very complex statement. Smart, but true. London, I
Wow,
know
that's
exactly
crazy
what
work.
you mean, and I want to thank you both for being here and your remarkable,
Guys,
incredible
I'm being dead
courage.
real. I'm
It's
starting
been, really
I think,
amazing. And if you could at
like an
least
alert
stand,
room
you know,
for
they say, "Would you like to
SPY
speak?"
and
And they
major,
said,
you
"Well,
know,
we're a little shy,
stocks.
but
I
you know
guess
what? You may
when
be
I
shy, but
see
you're very brave.
what I
Would you
see from
please
my
stand?
setup, I will be posting in the setup room or the alert room. If anyone is interested, I guess message me because I'm gonna start it this weekend or next week. And for the first 10 people, I'll do like a little or a pretty big discount, like a 10 people first time thing. So yeah, if anyone is interested, man,
I went to the
it
camp
took
a
me a
few
lot of
days after the flood. It's with
it took me a lot of
First
thinking
Lady,
and courage to
and it was,
say what I
yeah,
just said and do
devastating.
it,
I
but
met
honestly,
parents say
I think it's
it
about
is
time.
could be nothing worse than that. It was a horrible,
Yeah, this
horrible
shit's
moment.
crazy. 7,000. They're
Almost
destroying the
250
7,000
years
callers that
after
were
our
there
founding fathers
over
took
2
one of the
weeks
greatest leaps of
into
faith in human
March.
history, the story of
I don't
Emma
know if
in
they're gonna
London
bear
shows
traps,
us that
but I mean,
faith
for
of
now,
the American
this is
people
really a
remains
big one
unbroken.
third, two
We
third,
actually
three third
became
token with
stronger
news.
than ever.
Broke
And it
the fork
reminds us
today,
that
so
prayers strengthen, prayers heal, prayer empowers, and prayer saves. Quite simply, prayer is
I mean,
America's
gap fill and then
superpower. It
figure
really
out, I
is a
guess, but there's a
superpower.
gap here, so I can't
And it
even
always
think
has
about a
been,
huge
and it
move lower. We just
always
did a
will
huge
be.
move lower. it's in the 3/3 of the huge move lower. IWM is the
And I
only
have
thing,
no
maybe if it
doubt
does
that with
turn
the
down
love,
bearish, then there's
devotion,
a
and
lot of room.
patriotism
But
of the people in this room and
SPY and
our
QQQ is
friends
working
from
with a
all
little
over
bit.
the world, some great ones right here, we can make our country and the world a safer, stronger, more peaceful, and more faithful place than ever before. And it's all happening right before your very eyes. And I want to, again, thank you. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Will we pray for you here shortly? Okay, good.
Let's do that now.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. Would you all please join me in a prayer for the President? Heavenly Father, we come before you with humble and grateful hearts, mindful that every authority on earth is ultimately under your sovereign care. Today we lift up President Donald J. Trump, and we ask for your wisdom and your guidance as he carries the mantle of leadership for this nation and around the world. We know that you have placed him in this position for this season in our nation's glorious 250-year history. And so we ask that whatever storm comes his way, he would weather with grace, favor, and clarity. Lord, strengthen him in moments of great responsibility and give him peace in moments of great weight. Surround him with advisors who speak honestly, serve faithfully, and place the good of the nation first.
Feeling some
When decisions
FOMO,
are difficult and the
but
path
there is
forward is uncertain, may he be
little room.
guided by your spirit of wisdom
Wow, they're
and
going
understanding.
actually bearish right now.
Grant
Gap
him
fill.
discernment rooted not in human
At the
understanding,
minimum.
but in your eternal wisdom. Remind him where the root of his joy lies and of the plans you have
my
in store
God.
for him.
I'm not
for
even
his
looking at the
family,
zero
and for this
DT right
nation.
now. I don't
Remind
even
him
know how
how
much
very
they are.
deeply he
Is
is
it like
loved by you,
$400, $500 right
and
now?
you
Like,
hold
I'm
him
not
in
even
the palm
looking
of your
right
hand.
now.
May he
Oh
not
my.
doubt the things you have spoken to him in the quiet place. Instead,
Let's
Lord,
see.
guide his steps and guard his heart. May
Today
his
is
ear always be turned
crazy
to
bearish.
you when he is
Holy
faced with
crap. All
difficult
puts are up
decisions, and may he seek
400%
your will
already.
to be done
That's
through him.
crazy.
Continue to surround him
I
with
guess
counselors
today
who
is
love
really the
truth,
day,
speak
man.
boldly,
I really
and
thought they
walk
were gonna
humbly
somehow
before
trap
you.
this shit and then
Where there
stay
is
hover up
weariness,
and then
bring
go
renewal.
bullish, but
Where
the
there is
VIX is
pride,
really going
bring
higher
humility.
today.
Where there is uncertainty, bring
22.31. I
clarity
said in the
through your
WhatsApp group in
spirit.
the pre-market that we
Father,
may
we
see
ask
some
for your divine
volatility,
protection
right?
over the president and
Bearishness
his family.
because of the
Draw him
VIX
closer to you,
volume
and may
coming
his
in,
leadership
faking out,
reflect the
coming
fruits
in,
of your
bullish, bullish,
spirit.
bullish. But like this
We
is
bring these
really,
things to you in your
really,
precious and holy
I'm not gonna
name.
lie, scary as fuck to
Amen.
see. I'm not gonna lie, for me, this is scary as shit. They're going without me, going with the squeeze candle up. This is terrifying. Wow.
In the Latin, imago Dei,
Wow.
and we always be reminded we are made in the image of God. In the Latin, verbum
I
Dei,
can't believe they just prayed
and we
too.
also
I really didn't hear a lot of
be
that, but
reminded that we ask for the word
thank you
of
so much
God.
for all saying that, guys.
Our good and
It
gracious God,
probably
we
won't
pray
be
for
that
the
much,
health and
honestly.
deliberations
I'm
of the
thinking around,
President of
like,
the
you know,
United
for the
States.
first 10 people,
And we
like, you know,
pray
maybe
that you
like
would be the final
350,
arbiter of whatever
375
decisions he
around,
endeavors to make.
but it
That you
might
would
even be
increase
cheaper. I
the
don't even know.
stature of his
I just
wisdom,
want to
because
start a little
without
bit,
you, none
so
of us can adjudicate
I can
the
actually
overwhelming
stream
details of
all
leadership
day and then go
and
to
life.
work. So,
Today we pray for America,
wow,
and we
they're
pray
really
for all
fucking going.
parliamentarians around the
Look at
world.
this shit,
The
bro.
book of Timothy teaches
10,
us
10.
that
They're
you've been
gap filled.
entrusted
That
with
has to be
leadership.
gap filled.
Today we pray for the future
Gap
of this
filled.
nation,
Right. One
and
third,
that you
two
would
third,
lead this
3/3 off
president
of
into
950
greater
morning
levels of
too. I would have
compassion for
never
your
fucking.
name's
I
sake.
would have never.
We
I mean,
pray that you would
honestly,
protect
maybe
him
because I
from
left
the
at 9:30,
iniquities
I
of
would have
evil,
never
and
believed or
that you
wanted
would
to
give
believe they were
him
gonna fucking dump
greater
it to the floor.
clarity,
And maybe
greater
that's why I didn't
courage,
go in. But
and
wow.
greater capacity to do
I
what is
wasn't
right
even looking at the
in the forever
IWM actually
challenges.
going 1/3, 2/3,
Today we
3/3.
remind him that the
That's
lives of
beautiful.
millions of people are in his
So
hands,
strong.
and that he has the power to
1/3,
turn
2/3,
mourning
3/3,
into
man.
dancing, or to reduce the country into a cosmic elegy of chaos and suffering.
Wow.
And it is
Gap
because of
filled
this
though.
that we
They
pray
could
that the
cycle
best
here.
of this president would rise
This is
among
the
us.
3/3. If they
For the
bounce
sake
it
of this
at 10,
nation, for
20,
the
10,
sake of this
15, I would
world,
not be
we
surprised.
pray
We are
that
going
goodness and
oversold
mercy
and
would
oversold.
announce themselves in his
Trying on
life
the
in
one.
new and powerful ways.
5
We
minute is
pray
not
that he
going.
would be
Trying.
mindful of the
There's
poor,
a lot of room still,
and
I
that
guess.
and that he would be invested in the
This is
elevation,
really bad.
the alleviation of suffering happening on farms in the Midwest, in the families preparing to bury their loved
Wow,
ones in
it's showing
Minneapolis.
super bearish today.
Remind him that we are all Americans, all made in the image of God, and that none of us are free unless all of
Insane
us have
already.
our freedoms protected.
What a bull trap at the
Many
top.
people are not lazy. Many people are simply tired. Many people
Yeah, that's crazy.
simply are
What a
not
bull trap at the top.
okay.
Today,
Matthew
options are
25
crazy
teaches us that
expensive and they're doing it.
faith, that our gifts are given from God and that we should show them with compassion towards others. But most of all,
Man, I
we
guess
pray
this is
that
how
you
to get
would
the
work
fucking
out
minority in, though.
your
This shit
will
is
in
crazy.
his life. May we all do more
Every
for the greater
contract is
glory of God.
$400 right here. Like,
Because when
I
it's
don't
all
even
said
want.
and done, we
It was
pray as
$100
Jesus taught us
yesterday.
to
This
pray.
thing was like
We
$50
ask
yesterday.
that we
Now it's at like
surrender all
$400.
to
What the
Jesus.
hell, man?
To all hope I give him
Yo.
freely. I will ever
Man,
love
my
and
Monday
trust
puts
him,
right now
and
has
in
to be
his
at like
life
$1,000
and
or something.
presence
This is
live
sick.
daily. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on
685
earth
puts. They're at
as it
they're
is
at
in heaven.
$1,000 each.
Amen.
That's crazy. What the f? Be a bear trap building. This is not a bear trap building yet. This is just one single spike candle. This is the 3/3 trying to build.
Well, Congressman, thank you
Already
very
at,
much.
yo,
Appreciate
if
it.
it chops here,
And Mr. President,
I can't even call this bullish now.
thank
This
you
is
for
just
that
stopping bearish for
incredible
now.
message. I'll just
1/3,
say on behalf
2/3,
of our
3/3.
cabinet, on behalf of Pam, I saw
Right.
Pam, I saw Doug, I saw Doug as well, Jameson. We pray every day for Mr. For President
Should we
Trump.
watch this? Do you guys want to watch this or no?
A simple prayer.
Heck,
You heard
Seth.
John
If you guys want
Ashcroft-
to not watch it, just let
Ashcroft
me know.
pray
I'll
it
turn it off.
decades ago. Lord, grant him the wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. And may we do the same each and every day. I was given the opportunity to read a passage from Scripture today, and today we gather to recognize that our rights here in this great country come from a loving and benevolent God, not government.
Time is 10:20. 10:15 is pushing higher to 10:20 for now. Even with the squeeze candle or not,
America was
we
founded
were very
as a
oversold
Christian nation.
on the one. Some sort of
It
bounce
remains
is
a
possible.
Christian nation in our
Five
DNA
blue line is
if
trying to
we
curl
can
up.
keep it.
Not saying
And
it's
as
gonna
public
bounce,
officials,
but if
we
it
have a
somehow
sig-
chops and finds a cycle, Alright, the thing stopped anyway. If the thing somehow chops here and finds a cycle, we have Treasury Secretary Besant testifying in front of the Senate and 1,500 people watching, but it looks boring.
Dan Ives of Wedbush Securities, Jeff Kilberg of KKM Financial. Great to have you both here. Dan, I mean, you just mentioned Apple right before the break, so I want to get your response to this.
I mean, look, if you look European regulators and Apple, I mean, that's for them like drinking a cappuccino. I'm not concerned at all in terms of any issues in Europe. Look, to some extent, Apple, they're on the offensive. And I think the reality is when you look at the Google numbers, you look at what they're now starting to do with AI.
Wow, that's crazy work, man.
Sneakily,
Really?
that's actually been a
I
really
can't
good
believe
stock over the
how
last few
much
weeks. And I believe
did
this is
fucking
gonna be the
one
year. If you
DTEs go up
Google in
overnight. That's
2025
crazy.
will be after in
I was
2026.
in on
In terms of
Monday,
what I
put
believe,
4
look, I
fucking
think AI,
DTE. That thing became
$7,500 per
3
share.
DT and
The
it went up
consumer
100%.
AI
Like,
revolution, I
oh
know
my
Jeff,
god,
me
that's
and, you know, he's talked
crazy
about it as
work.
well. The consumer AI revolution goes
Wow,
through
man.
Cupertino.
That's literally
Jeff, your
a
thoughts
gift
on
open
this?
because of the VIX.
Well, I agree with Dan.
Insane.
And what's so fascinating
I don't think anyone would have expected 18.4 or 16, 18.5 close yesterday to
What do we see?
22
We
or
saw
21.
NVIDIA
So,
profit
wow.
taking. We also saw Meta
It's
profit taking, and they
21.5
bought
at
the two
open.
laggards. If you remember going back to April around the
The
trade
VIX is
tariff
so
lows,
fucking
that's
powerful,
when Google
man.
and Apple were essentially laggards. So that was a great
Options, so
opportunity.
powerful.
1 year perspective, you're seeing Google up over 60%, and I get excited about where Google can be the tip of the spear moving
That's
forward.
great.
If you think
People
about
are
just
having
Gemini,
a
you just
beautiful
talked
day.
about
Looks
Gemini,
like today
more
is
active users,
Thursday,
750
right?
million users. They're now
So this whole
processing
entire
10
week has
billion
almost been a
tokens
gift
per
to
minute. If you don't know what that
half
means,
of the
all it
market
means is
and
that they are
absolutely
growing,
been a
but the
fucking
best
dog
part
shit
about
fucking
that
playground for
Gemini
the other
vertical,
half of the
Morgan,
market.
is that the serving cost, the
Wow.
serving cost to process
I
their
will
goods
not lie though,
is down
this week,
78% in 1
like,
year. So
I
for a
can't
company
fucking
that just went over
describe it
400
because
billion in revenue for the
I've
first
never,
time,
ever,
I get
ever
giddy
been a
about
part of
Google.
something where I've been,
Look, I
like,
also
on
think,
the
I mean,
right
Jeff
side
ran a 10
consecutively,
times bullish
fucking,
as
like,
well,
so
but
fucking vertically, so
for you,
fast.
buddy. I wore that
At
for
some
you.
point,
It
there
is,
was a
but
pullback.
that's a
At
bullish
some
sign as
point,
well.
there was
But
a
the one
fucking
thing I'd
cycle, and
say
at
is
some
that
point, there was a
he's
trap for a
nailing
day or
it,
two
because I
where
think
it
the
would have
reality is
stopped me
if you look at
in
the
a
pieces
regular
of the
moment.
puzzle
But
that
the
are now
thing
forming,
just kept
from
every single
hyperscalers
fucking
to
day,
CapEx
every
to what we're
single
seeing
hour,
on
there
the
was something
monetization with
just
names
doing
like
the fucking
Palantir.
thing
And
just
to
continuously
me,
for a little
you
bit.
come
And I
out
was
of
like,
earnings
bro.
season more bullish. Now, look,
Like,
the white knuckles that we're
I,
seeing, the
it almost
software
feels lucky
apocalypse
because
that's essentially happening.
for it to
I
happen
view
like
it
that
as
and for it to
opposite. We're
fucking
going to
play
look
out,
back,
it's
just like
actually
a year
kind
ago,
of weird.
Deep
Like,
Seek movement and Liberation Day.
it's kind of
We're going to
weird.
look back at this moment as what I
Like
view as a
they
table
cooked
pounder
so
time to
fucking
earn
much
the
for it to
name
actually
that I
do
think
this
has
shit,
just really just been
and it
massively
did
sold
all
off.
this.
Okay, so
We're
in
at
light of
670.
this, show
We're
of
at
hands here,
676. We can
gentlemen.
easily see.
Who thinks
Man, we were at
software is
696
entering
though.
a
Like,
new era that we've never seen
right,
before?
I was
and
looking
given
at
the
SPY
sell-off
last
and that
night,
AI
looking
is
at the
truly
VIX
going
too,
to
and I
disrupt
was
it
thinking
versus
if the
just a
VIX
re-rating
spikes,
happening
right,
now.
we see the lows of when levels
I'm like
of
half
somewhere.
of an arm, Morgan.
Right,
I think what's
October
happening
9th,
is it's an oversold condition. Look at
October
IGV.
9th,
They've had almost $4
and
billion in outflows.
November
It's overly
20th, right?
unexaggerated.
Why?
In
Because
every
that's what
move
the
we're
VIX
seeing,
suggests.
anything
If
with
you look
tech,
at it
they
on
even
the
saw the
daily,
algos sell Google
one day
on their
candle
report
shows that
tomorrow
we
because they're just
spiked up
selling
here,
everything. So
right?
it's
November
indiscriminate
20th,
selling, which
and
to
we
Dan's point
spiked
provides
up here,
opportunity for some of those
October
great
16th,
software
right?
names.
And
So
how's
I
that
was
help trigger the
thinking
sell-off?
this bitch
Look, I
goes
mean, if you look
bearish
at Palantir,
somehow
that
if it
was
builds,
a quarter for the ages
right?
relative
Since
to
literally
that
4 days
earnings. I
ago.
think to
Why?
some
Because it's
extent,
been building,
Palantir
but
is
like
showing
I
how
didn't really
they're
think it was gonna
disrupting
fucking
their software model
build.
and
Like,
they're transforming with the same real
like
direct
this is
salespeople.
Thursday,
But to me, we're
this
gonna
is
have a
Wednesday,
software rally
this
for
is
the ages. I
Tuesday,
mean, we've
and
talked
this is
about it.
Monday.
I
Like,
think it's way oversold. Now,
this
look,
thing
is it
cannot be
disruptive AI?
gifted
Yeah.
enough.
But when I look at
Every single
Salesforce,
day,
you look at
the
CrowdStrike,
contract
you look at
spiked
Microsoft,
my
you
way
look at
because of the
Oracle and
VIX.
other SaaS
Every
I mean,
single
look,
day,
again,
the
it's a
contract somehow
disruption.
helped
We're
out
gonna
because it
look
was in a
back and be
mountain.
like the market got this
Mountain
one
into
wrong, and that's what we're
140,
talking
mountain
about.
All right, I want to get your thoughts on
Mountain into
another
120.
area of momentum in this
Mountain
market, and
into
that's been
all day,
cryptocurrencies, because obviously we've seen a lot of selling there too.
Right into the
So
day,
Mackenzie
so man.
Sagalos was
The
tracking,
fucking VIX itself.
tracking this because we get strategy after the bell, and obviously this
Can't
is a
even
name that's been
describe
hit very hard on the
how
move lower in
thankful the
Bitcoin. Take a
fucking
listen.
VIX itself has been a gift.
So Morgan, the key
On
number to watch with strategy
AMD,
is
on
discount to
cute,
net
like
asset
things
value.
move
The stock
fast,
is
but
now
I mean the
trading
VIX
below
was
the
growing
value of
and
its
growing.
Bitcoin holdings. Roughly $38 billion is its market cap
There was
against
gold
$52
shit here
billion
and there too.
in
People didn't
Bitcoin
know,
on
but
the
I mean,
balance
yeah.
sheet. And BTC itself is now trading below
Gold down 2%
Strategy's
since
average
yesterday's close,
acquisition
right?
cost. That is
People
a
forget
sharp
about it, but I
reversal
mean,
from the persistent
I did say
premium that
gold. I'm kind
powered
of bearish
the
on
Michael
since
Saylor
yesterday.
playbook for years.
All right, that was Mackenzie Segalis. Jeff, I want to get your thoughts on this because, and it's not just the cryptocurrencies themselves, it is the strategies of the world. Bitmine, there are a number of them that have become these cryptocurrency treasury companies, and there are a lot of unrealized losses the lower these prices go.
No, you're right. And cryptocurrency overall is in a gut check moment. But I look at strategy.
Time is
it's a broken chart.
10:25.
It's down 72%
LOD
Morgan, from
is
all-time
testing.
highs. And what's
We are
really
cycling
dismal about the
at the
balance
gap
sheet,
we
there's only
just
about
filled.
200 million in cash on hand. I know they have tons of Bitcoin
6,802.
valuation. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing here with strategy, it's a falling knife. It broke the 50-day moving average at 165.
Look at this,
so
10-20 rejection, 10-20 bounce, 10-20 rejection, and 10-25. Like, are they really trying to go lower again?
Dan, I want
Looks
to get
like
your thoughts,
IWM is actually bearish. 5-minute growing.
board there, which is accumulating WorldCoin, which
It
is
looks
the
like the bears are in control still. It almost looks like they're going to create a new
right
3-3
now,
again.
For, like, you know, Jeff, it's a gut check moment for crypto. Sauer's the
nuts.
poster child, right? I mean, in other words, it's a very important conference call, how he handles it in terms of Bitcoin, and of course what we're seeing with strategy in terms of
Emic said, what you're saying right now is exactly what's happening in my head right now. I'm so scared and how right I am being. Dude, that's fucking crazy. Like, thank God I wasn't the only one feeling that, because it's actually fucking terrifying to be right so fucking much. Just be helping it push one fucking way, like it's terrifying as shit. It's like playing in the 3-3 ultimate, and I'm like, nah, 3-3, but like, dude, this shit is the ultimate.
Just to add on really quickly, Morgan, what's interesting about crypto, at times of distress, it turns into a cash machine and becomes way overcorrelated and exaggerated to the overall global macro sentiment. So it's in a cash machine moment right now, but I think it's going to
Tuesday, we were in the 3-3 and went lower. Right, Wednesday we were in the 3-3 and then we bounced up, and then that's the new 2-3, and this is the 3-3, and every single day we've been playing in the 3-3. So that's actually the right fucking mindset to have, that this shit is actually just fucking creating a new 3-3 every single day, and it's like, yeah. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Oh my god. People were probably like, where was this shit after the gold capitulation on Thursday? But like, bro, this is the exact same shit they did back in February before a little pullback too. They fucking got the puts cooking, and they fucking spiked the crap out of that too. February 14th or something, and fucking got all-time high to 618 or 620 or some shit. And then they fucking nuked it down until 600 fucking broke, and I was like, dude, this shit is the most. I swear, because people were bearish that year and that week for about 2 weeks. And I was like, damn, this is actually some crazy shit, or a week and a half. There was like one fucking chart out that said, "Oh, February 14th, February 16th, some weird, you know, cultural holiday or some weird date or something." And then I was like, "Ain't no way it just actually pumps to that day." And they really did, and then it started pulling back since that day. And I was like, "Dude, this is crazy." And then every single day since that day for like 2 weeks went bearish. Every single fucking day. Oh my god. Man, this job news though is bad news, I guess. The market is not liking it. Market actually terrified right now. SPX is getting a new floor every single rejection. IWM is going lower. I said there's bearishness coming more, maybe, right? And they really are, but I am not playing in the 3-3 of the 3-3 of the 3-3 of the 3-3. This is 5 3/3 stacked upon one on SPX and QQQ. The only thing that I see that's maybe safe, that's maybe not in some sort of a crazy 3/3 down, is IWM. That's the only thing I want to say. So into the close of the day, I want to see what happens in the market, and I want to see what happens on the IWM. If they all go lower and then bounce, sure. But I mean, I expect IWM to somehow go lower than SPY and QQQ, and then SPY and QQQ to chill out at some point. Maybe we see 670 today, but this is almost the same. If we look at the VIX, this is almost the same VIX level wise, right? We're getting up there now. This is October 14th level. This is November 18th level, right? If we go look at the October 14th level, and if we go look at the October 18th level, it's real bad. October 14th level right here. November 20th level. So this massive candle that we're seeing here, probably a measured move happening. from the top. So we may see somewhere lower today too, but I mean, that's a fucking crazy statement. This shit might happen tomorrow. They're doing it today though. Bears are here. Full fucking flush mode today again. 10:30. That candle too. Crazy ass candle come in at 10:25, touch the top of the gap, and then go lower. That's scary bearish. IWM is nice bearish. IWM is actually looking nice bearish. But this thing also 261, 257, moving like butter cakes. Moving like butter cakes.
You're trying to make up something. You're trying to make up something.
Here with us on set to discuss the Heritage Foundation Chief Economist and Unleash Prosperity Senior
You're
Fellow,
trying to make
EJ
up
Antoni. EJ, good to see you.
And
now, you get to
really
talk. We're not going to shut you up. You get to say what you want.
The VIX is at 22.91. Alright, the VIX is about to be at 23.
I know that, like, the drama of DC is not your thing. You're an economist, right? You evaluate what's going on.
Alright, VIX is going to 23% trying. This is insane.
The secretary was there to talk
from
18.5
close yesterday.
Right?
We're at 23.
What was he actually trying to convey to these people in Congress that they didn't obviously want to hear?
Well, Brian, I think you both said it earlier. Econ 101, right? I mean, this is very simple here. We're not doing rocket science. Of course, some of the congressmen and women tried to get into the minutia with him, and he, of course, smacked them down because they have no idea what they're talking about. He does. But look,
now it's looking back. I left so goddamn early, but I don't care, dude.
We're
it's just
bringing
crazy.
in plenty of revenue, right? We don't have, when we look at the deficit,
crazy.
It's
We're actually at 676,
a revenue problem. It is strictly a spending problem. Revenues are doing just fine. They're actually up. The problem is the people in Congress who are actually lecturing the Treasury Secretary.
Oh God, that's FOMO as fuck.
They're the ones who need to be cutting spending more.
A couple of $1,000 loss again, but what the fuck? That's FOMO as fuck. I can't fucking believe that. Man, for some reason I thought that we're gonna fucking bounce it and fucking trap it and then do it some other day, the next fucking day or two, into Friday or Monday or Tuesday. But why? Today's Thursday. Why did I think that? Man,
I thought it was brilliant. It was an intellectual tour de force, and it was simply him holding up a mirror to all of those on the left and the big spender Republicans
at this point,
to say all of the issues that you're raising
literally left
are
that
all
open,
problems created
and
on
now
the president's
$2-3 lower.
In other words, Biden, and that was made possible because of all the spending and excess regulation that came out of Congress, not just the White House.
Went higher,
4 years.
Aren't hearings, I know how they go these days, right? Somebody asks you a question, but they only want to hear yes or no. They don't want to give you any time to answer. But I mean, honestly, shouldn't it be about learning something? You bring an expert in his craft. Scott Bessent is clear, whether you like his politics or not, he knows his portfolio. You bring him in to get
I don't think I'm leaving Dust for a little bit.
The country. These guys
I'm up 10% on Dust,
but
I'm wanting ultimately 677 so I could leave in 27-30% profit on Dust.
This country is screwed up right now.
There's a gap here, though.
Brian, it's a great point. This is
so
a
if they
hearing.
Bull trap all this shit and comes back, I mean, the chances are there, but it's very low.
Ears, right? Like you listen a little bit, don't you?
I thought that was the whole mechanics of this, but no, for a lot of these people in Congress, it's not about actually serving the public.
Chopping
so it's
below
not
the
about
gap.
Letting the witness be heard. It's about them grandstanding.
IWM bearish
this is
as
all
hell.
them trying to get clips for a donor email. It's not them actually
IWM
trying
has
to
been
get to
going
the
and going and going.
which is why
Let's
you're
see if
calling
it
in an
continues
expert.
to go.
You're calling in somebody
I said
with
IWM
4
has the most
decades of
room
market
down there
experience
earlier.
who made an
Let's see what
excellent
happens.
living because he was so good at his job and because no one
SPY is
knows
grinding to
sovereign
a
debt
halt
markets
at the
the way
floor.
he does.
QQQ
So
is
this is a
grinding to
man
a
you do
halt
want
at
to
the
listen
floor.
to if you're actually trying to get to the truth. That's not why those
If we see
Democrats
some
are
sort of
here.
here and then see IWM down, and we may see a spike down on SPY and then come back to this chop level at 677. That's what I'm thinking here. If they show bearish, if they go lower on IWM, I'm thinking IWM goes here and then bounces a little bit, and then SPY you bounce a little bit, then it comes in as a spike and then regain the level.
So we've course corrected. We're heading in the right direction now, but we're not there yet, if you will. A couple of stats I think really illustrate that. If you look at what the average American's weekly paycheck could actually buy, so not just how big the paycheck is, but again what it can buy, that fell on average about 4% from when Biden took office
VIX is
to
up
when he left
23%.
office. Under Trump, it's up
VIX is now
roughly
at 23.
1.5%. So it again tells you two things.
VIX
One,
is
we've
now at
course corrected.
23.
We were heading in the wrong direction. Now we're heading in the right direction. But we haven't regained all that lost ground. Same thing when we look at homeownership affordability. The monthly mortgage payment on a median price home doubled under Biden. Now it's come down under Trump, but it hasn't come down by half.
Market is
Real quick, I want to
crazy
get you on
scared right
this
now.
Fed stuff. Okay, Senate Democrats now plotting to delay Kevin Warsh's confirmation hearing, which is sure to catch the
First
eye
of all,
President Trump, who's
13.9 something percent is insane.
Does your new Fed pick
13%.
understand that you want him to lower interest rates?
Oh, I think he does, but I think he wants to anyway. I mean, if he came in and said, I want to raise them,
if he said that, he wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no.
DJ, real quick on what's going to happen with Warsh here.
I think he's ultimately going to get confirmed. Sure, the Democrats are going to do everything they can do to slow it down. The rhinos, like Tom Tillis, that clown, he's going to do the same thing. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty confident Warsh is going to get across the finish line, and the nation will be better off for it. The disastrous monetary we have had under Powell has to come to an end, and Warsh is the right guy to fix the Fed.
EJ Antoni, always
I'm
great
changing the
analysis,
title
all
too.
things economic, even a little bit of drama.
VIX 23.07%, and the White House coming live today later, but not now. Yeah, this shit is literally 2029 or 2009 fucking layoff levels, man. Doing this shit crazy right now. IWM is in bear flush mode right now. 3/3 growing and growing and growing and growing and growing, right? IWM is bearish as a motherfucker right now. SPY is being held by QQQ slightly.
Time now for the word on Wall Street. Top investors watching your money. Joining me now is Dominaria Securities CEO Kyle Wohl. Also with me is Mark Tepper. Kyle, good morning. We're going to start with you taking a look at futures this morning. As you can see, Dow futures are higher in the pre-market by about 60 points. We're watching this. You do have a better start to the day than we had at the close last night. S&P is up by 10 and a quarter. NASDAQ by 35 and a quarter. Bitcoin, a big story. It briefly dropped below 70,000. The sell-off continues. We see a risk-off situation happening in the markets.
You know what I look at?
Wipeout. Investors are rotating out of mega-cap technology. They're moving into broader growth plays. A lot of AI fears are driving this sharp sell-off for a second straight day. Software, chip makers, leading losses as markets reprice AI and that valuation risk. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang pushing back on the software sell-off.
That's crazy.
Dismissing fears that AI is going to replace software tools. He calls this idea, quote, illogical. Wong says that AI depends on existing software, not replacing it. Kyle, what do you make of these
turning down on
moves
Sanders.
Bitcoin and these AI stocks?
Yeah, there's definitely some volatility
a
in the
tiny
market
bit
right
after
now.
all
But
this shit
I
on
like
the
to bet
market,
on
that was
winners, and I
kinda
think
nuts,
Jensen
but yeah.
Huang is an absolute winner, and I agree with him. It's illogical to sell off. Even if you look at Google or Alphabet over the last 1 year from today, it's still up 74%.
Damn, this guy is saying what you're said in chat just now. He said it's logical now.
Just to buy
That's
in the
what
dips
he
and
was
to buy
saying.
dips, especially in the large cap tech stocks. I think there's a real
After they
opportunity
made
there.
everybody
We
hope
continue
on
to see the
700
sell-off to go
SPY
in
and
dollar cost
7,000
averages to some of the names
SPX.
like Alphabet and Apple and Nvidia. I would be a buyer of them if they continue to sell off. Bitcoin's a different story, right? You had a really interesting year. You had gold up tremendous. You had silver up tremendous, probably overreaching quite a bit on silver, in my opinion, and that's why you're having a massive correction. But Bitcoin's really settling in here, and I'm not a huge proponent of Bitcoin, but I'd be buying Bitcoin here. I do think Bitcoin will revert to the mean, and I would not be surprised 6 months from now if Bitcoin's trading at over 100,000, if not 110,000.
Interesting. Yeah, we're at 69 and change right now, as we can see on our screen. Mark Tepper, Maria sat down with Jensen Huang and, of course, Sarah Fryer from OpenAI. Obviously, this was the topic in Davos. Listen to this.
But we're investing in these companies, and we're getting shares back for them. Now, these are the opportunity to invest in OpenAI, the opportunity to invest in Elon's XAI.
Looks like bulls are trying, but there's no confirmation.
Investment opportunities.
They've been breaking the floor all day
some of the
today.
best investments in human history is being created right now. And so we make an investment in them. We partner with them.
Right here.
The investments that we make in them is
That's
a small percentage
even
of
though
our
we're in the
overall
3/3.
revenue. So obviously,
I almost want to call it 50-50 because we're so fucking went low. But
it's a great opportunity for us.
It really doesn't matter at this point. Like they could go wherever they want today.
They're not
the volume is there.
There's a little bit of an implication that there's a circular economy, that there's not the demand.
Really depends on what IWM does here too.
Today, they're actually investing in real demand. Right? We are the fastest growing company in history. $20 billion in just 3 years. That is an amazing business. So I think the investments that we're seeing are actually great investments, as Jensen just said. In AMD, that's actually a different way that I'm thinking about how we finance things going forward.
Someone said, what are your thoughts on SanDisk monthly? My thoughts on SanDisk is that I'm too broke for SanDisk, so I can't even fucking afford SanDisk. The fuck? Like, what am I gonna do? Fucking just waste my whole entire fucking shit on like 6 fucking SanDisk? Hell no. Like 8 SanDisk? Like what the that thing is like fucking 10K. That thing's like 7K, 5K. I am broke, sir, for SanDisk. The big boys can play with SanDisk.
You know, look, I gotta tell you, I own a few computers with NVIDIA chips. I own a few with AMD chips, and since I bought those chips,
Tesla, NVIDIA, Palantir, maybe AMD here and there.
It sounds like circular deals to me. Not to mention the fact that there was all this talk.
I don't even know how a fucking put could be $7,500, $5,000 when it expires in the fucking same week.
We're not talking about a $1 billion deal that might fall through.
I don't think I've ever seen that unless it was like UNH. That day that news dropped on UNH, all puts on UNH went from like, I think it was like $10 to like $5,000, $10 to like $4,005, which is like almost humanly impossible to get, but I guess that's the only time I've ever seen a contract that expensive. So that's the only time I've ever seen a contract in my life at $5,000, $6,000, and the things like fucking 0DT or the things like, you know, right at the price 0DT or the things like expiring in the same week. That just means there's so much interest, so much some big ass
supply
money
chains critical to tech
and
defense. And China's pushing back
so
on
much
this. They're warning this undermines the global trade order. They're calling for open and inclusive.
All I know is I can't fucking, I can't even afford it.
Because Maria had this great
I'm broke as shit for
Italy's
SanDisk. Too expensive.
Deputy Prime Minister, excuse me, talking about the critical.
But who imagined SanDisk would have went from $34 to $600? Like SanDisk back in the day was a crap fucking no name stop, no blue chip. Like SanDisk like $30, 45, 45, 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 450, 600, 600.
For this is important for us to have low prices for raw materials. In this moment, China is the queen of the prices of the raw material. China decides the price of raw materials. If we want to compete at global level, we need to have a common
railroad
market.
fucking
For this, we need to work EU,
Europeans, some stupid shit.
South Korea,
like,
with the
that's
Africans
the shit I've only read about in
low
history.
prices to have another market for the competition, for helping our companies.
And they're like, oh,
pretty amazing, Kyle.
This motherfucker got history book.
Yeah, I couldn't be happy that the President of the United States is doing this. Sometimes you need short-term
all I know
pain
is
for long-term
SanDisk
results.
is one of
And
those.
we do have a problem with rare earth. Now, rare earth, people just throw the word around like it's
railroad
rare. It's really not that rare. It's rare to find countries where you can make it
AI era,
cost-effective
so
because it's very toxic and it really breaks a lot of the environmental rules. But I think with AI now, and I think with robotics,
$30
you gotta
$600
look at some of the materials that are absolutely crucial to defense, like tungsten. There's only so much tungsten out there that's not in Chinese control. Without tungsten, SpaceX can't shoot a rocket.
It kind of reminded me of
shoot
gold.
a cruise missile. So
the last time I fucked around on
very
gold, I lost fucking, I lost 12,000 or I lost $13,000
when China started to
on
push
gold
back
in
and
2
hold
days
back
over the
materials
weekend or
needed
some
in particular
shit.
for defense. To your point there, that is when this conversation really became crucial.
Because the contracts were like fucking expensive as fuck.
Thank you so much for being with us.
I got a
Mark
dirty
Tepper,
amount.
You're going to stay with us all morning long.
Never
We're gonna
again
take a
am I
quick
doing
break.
some
We'll be
stupid
right
ass
back.
shit
You're watching
where I
Mornings with
literally
Maria.
lose all my shit on something that I don't even know. Fuck all that. I don't know jack shit about fucking gold anymore. I don't know jack shit about SanDisk, and no one in the world can say, oh, I know confidently anything about gold or SanDisk, because those are things that everyone in the world is literally speculating on right now. So. All right, bounces here. All right, I said I would not be surprised if a bounce comes, and a bounce did come. This is a 1/3, 2/3 bullish cycle with the bear trap now.
The technology stocks as well as communications.
We were talking though, huh?
Google's earnings yesterday.
Oh man.
IWM. But if you kind of take a little bit of a step back,
bouncing for now
still
too.
seeing a very strong rotation or this broadening out. In fact, the dividend stocks, if you
5 minutes, IWM, 1035, 1040.
Actually advanced over 2% yesterday.
1035, 1040. SPY too, I guess. Okay.
And so you are still seeing some sectors really outperform. Now they are defensive in nature, but you could also make the case that they have been kind of lagging this market over the last year and a half or so. And now we are
I somehow hope they close above 680 today, because I would be very pissed if my fucking Monday puts close at like some crazy ass level. If it closes above like 1,500, 1,200 each, then I'm gonna start getting pissed because I left at $830 or some shit each, and they were at $1,000 into 1015 or something like that, and I just stopped watching. So.
Complex, Diane, you're not seeing any type of backwardation or near-term fear that's being priced in, and really kind of
too much fear and uncertainty right now for me to make any sort of mistake that would make me fucked up or make me hope right now. So at this point in the market right now, 1050 doing this into 1035, and 1035 is finally cycling. I'm gonna let it do its thing. I'm gonna let it create cycles, and I'm gonna let the bulls and bears come in, and then later I may do a trade, and I don't even want to do or just think about ZOTTE maybe next week into Monday or Tuesday, or 1DT I may do, but I'm not really sure on SPY and QQQ. I don't know. I'm definitely not doing IWM. I thought I was going to, but I don't want to do too. So I'm chilling.
Take us through what some of your takeaways are.
I mean, we have to be chill at this point, because if someone's not chill at this point and they are frustrated and they go against this shit and they're not chill with what's going on, then there's no fucking coming back, because this thing is literally 100 points, 50 points, 70 points, 20 points. Like, there's no coming back from a mistake at this point right now. Market is too damn volatile and is making directions and decisions, and if that direction and decision is not in my moment and not in my direction, the thing is gonna be absolutely fucking devastating.
Over $1 billion, actually. So that's actually a very good sign for this company.
And I don't want to fucking be hoping today, and I don't want to be stuck in a cycle where I'm hoping on fucking LOD and I'm hoping on VWAP right now. So for right now, I want to let my heart beat, and I don't want to be stressed, and I want to let it do what it does. Right, 1035 to 1040 was bullish. I was thinking at the bottom of that 330 there might be a bullish cycle happening, and it looked like it did happen. So. I'm so addicted. I'm gonna go smoke another cig. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
What the market was expecting here. The market was actually expecting $115 billion here. So they are spending a lot more money when it comes to the AI build out, especially when you're looking at Google DeepMind. They do believe that that's going to be the long-term play for this name, and I think the market's really trying to digest it. Now, this pullback's not that aggressive, right? I mean, we're down, what, 4%, 5% or so. It's still close to the all-time highs, but the CapEx spend is going to be a tailwind for some of these companies within the semiconductor space, but maybe a headwind for a name like Alphabet, which once again is kind of ramping up and doubling down on their ambitions regarding artificial intelligence.
Okay, it's interesting to watch some of the gyrations and reaction. Broadcom is still higher off the back of the results because obviously they would benefit from the spending. NVIDIA's been fluctuating. It was higher earlier. Now it's under a little bit of pressure. What's your read through on that?
Yeah, I think NVIDIA, I think the market's really kind of just de-risking right now when it comes to tax. So you are seeing that kind of break to the downside here, and we are going to be leading up to earnings over the next couple of weeks. And usually NVIDIA doesn't actually perform that well post-earnings. So I think that's really kind of the reaction there. And when you're coming to Broadcom, I think that's a little bit more of a different story because Broadcom is the one that builds out their TPUs or manufacturers or fabs their TPUs. And so if their CapEx spend is going to move to the upside, and obviously they're doubling down on artificial intelligence, demand for TPUs should also align with that as well, which will be a tailwind for Broadcom over the next couple of quarters, and if not the rest of this year, for that matter. So that's why you are seeing some of that positivity within that name.
All right, let's talk Qualcomm. That's been under some pressure off the back of its results, and it's obviously not so much about the trailing quarter, but what's to come. What's your take?
Yeah, we did see weak guidance when it came to Qualcomm. Stock's down about 11.5%, almost 12% at this point in time. Now, revenue did exceed the street's expectations, coming in at $12.25 billion. Street was looking for $12.2 billion, and the adjusted earnings per share coming in at $3.50. Street was looking for around $3.39. Now, they actually did see an uptick within their QCT automotive business that actually had revenue topping $1.1 billion. That's actually a bright sign in some respects because we have seen some weakness within that segment over the last couple of years, and maybe that trajectory is going to change. But their guidance moving forward is where we are seeing a lot of the weakness. They are looking at Q2 guidance between $10.2 billion to $11 billion. Street was looking for $11.1 billion, and the adjusted earnings per share estimate between $2.45 and $2.65. Street was looking for $2.89. You are seeing a reduction within the guidance, not only top line, bottom line, because of the memory chip shortage. And it's not only just the prices moving higher, which is going to eat into their margins, and they kind of talked about that on the conference call, is the fact that they're not even able to obtain these chips.
Let's go. My dust positions are up 11.7%. Let's go. Let's go. My dust turning into gold. My dust turning into gold. I'm safely going up on my account slowly. Slowly but surely. Looks like the rejection did come. Oh, what a nice day. Ever since that leave on SPY, my dust dipped down a little bit and my account is slowly going up because of dust. Dust. Today's a dusty day. Time is 10:50. Let's see what IWM is doing on this. IWM deciding whether it wants to go lower or bear trap here. SPY is lower. QQQ is lower than IWM.
Impact, especially on their smartphone.
Wait, let's hit the Qualcomm. I really wanted to see the market open, but they will never ever show the market open.
Fourth quarter results, company reported a loss of $3.73 a share. Revenue, though, topped $92 million, which beat estimates. Joining us now to break down the numbers and give his take on crypto's move lower is Tom Farley, a bullish CEO. Come on all the time.
Friend of the show.
You were running that legacy outfit down the street.
Yeah,
the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah, world's leading stock exchange. That's right.
You come in here and say that.
No, I respect the heck out of this place in Adina. In fact, I was looking at the pictures out there, and there's a lot of good moments here as well.
It is.
That's his shrine.
Yeah, there are some new ones instead of
off of
the guy
10,
who looks like Jeff Bezos. I don't
50.
really know who that is. Anna Kournikova.
LOD, hope and testing.
Catch a falling knife. 69,000 now on Bitcoin. We had people that are big in the industry say it won't go under 100, won't go under 90. I guess the other thesis was that it used to pull back 80% when it wasn't as institutionally accepted. Maybe this time it pulls back half of that, where I think we are now. Do you think we're anywhere near a bottom in the latest crypto winter?
Euphoria on the upside, catastrophic ideation on the downside. We're clearly in the latter. We're not immune from it at Bullish. We own around about 25,000 Bitcoin, and so that impacts us directly. But we're just building through it. We had record revenue, record adjusted EBITDA. The cool thing about what's going on, I know I sound a little bit like Baghdad Bob, because I'm sure the charts on the screen right now just show massive downdrafts and everything price related. But if you kind of put a long lens on it, institutions are coming currently. They will be coming. The future is on chain. I do think we will get a market structure bill in Congress, and we're going to see more and more major
It's very
asset
scary to
classes
say
moving
bullish.
onto publicly
That
available
cycle
blockchains.
just rejected
And
at
that's
the top
what
of
we're
that
playing
box.
for. It's
So
what we've always been playing for.
Well,
very
it's
tight that
obviously
they're
a
playing with,
correlated
but
asset. It's the opposite of the
tight is about
non-
$2.50.
It's correlated plus
$3.
With it, yeah,
$2 exactly.
And
676,
a lot of
678.
positive fundamental things happened in the last couple of years in terms of adoption and ETFs and
friendlier administration of crypto.
Friendlier administration, but this is across the board.
This is too scary, man.
Ethereum, I don't know how much
VIX being spiked up. It's just scary as fuck.
Yeah, there's a Kevin Warsh element here, by the way. I think he was a great pick, but
right
there's
away,
a few, there's going to be higher
balance sheet
long-term
gets
rates.
balance sheet gets shrunk. Things like this, anything Momo or liquidity based,
A heavy element of speculation.
Yeah.
That gets hit. There's AI takes over the world, right? Software. Just look at all the big software stocks in the last month or two. So the correlation is almost perfect between Bitcoin price and software stocks.
It is.
So there's that narrative out there.
Someone said this shit feels like I'm doing
narratives.
gold.
I don't know where it stopped. The price of Bitcoin was down several thousand overnight. But I'm telling you, we're just like during the day, we're not constantly looking at the price of Bitcoin. We're just saying, wait a minute, bear markets. Like when I look back over my career, that's where you make the really smart, impactful long-term decisions. Organic growth opportunities, inorganic growth opportunities. So we're, at Bullish, we're catering to the institutions. We're building a regulatory framework that it's hard for other crypto companies to do. They're just not credible, compliant.
In your opinion, based on this
respected by
candle move,
regulators.
we are
We've
about to
launched
break
an
the
options
range higher
platform
and go to
that's
VWAP,
straight
where
up
we
and to
are
the
about
right.
to
So
reject
those are the
and make
sort
a
of
new
things that are
LOD.
keeping us busy, and it shows in the results. The revenue, the adjusted EBITDA, the customer numbers are at all-time high. And by the way, the customers we're bringing on, like SocGen is a relatively new customer. We just listed Fidelity stablecoin. Like the reason why I keep talking about institutions is they stick around.
50-50.
They make decisions in years, not chasing frog coins and 100x leverage. That just isn't our game. It was never our game. Sometimes I would start to doubt myself because the company's chasing frog coins and 100x leverage. We're in the news and they look great and they're making all this kind of money. That's just not who we are. It's institutional, compliant, and really looking at this on-chain future and saying, how can we help people be successful in terms of tokenization?
So if you were still at the big board and you were thinking about stocks and corporate profits and everything else, how's it look to you now with, you had the big beautiful bill kicks in this year with the expensing and all these other things, no tax on all the things that were in there, theoretically could be stimulative. Could they not? Deregulation? Is GDP? Are there tailwinds?
1, 2, 3, 4. We
haven't
have
seen in years
10 people voting VWAP.
Back when I used
Your company's called Bullish. Are you bullish?
Back in, I'm
11
very
people voting
bullish
VWAP.
about our company.
And
again,
10 people voting LOD.
I know the backdrop is tough. I'm bullish in a bear market. The bull loves the bear. I know it sounds slightly ridiculous, but the opportunities are many.
It doesn't look like VWAP coming, but this is sick.
As
soon as I voted, this shit turned red. What the fuck? Is this what it feels like? I voted bullish based on candle and candle alone. Fuck. As soon as I voted, the big ass red candle came. I
their announcement 2 weeks ago that they're going to tokenize stocks.
Oh, I wanted to bounce. I don't want it to go lower. I really don't want it to go lower.
I'm full-time running a great business that's in the absolute right spot in an industry that I think is part of a 25-year growing trend. Like this tokenization thing is real. It's not just talk.
Can I ask you a different question? Do you think that either all this gets commoditized or
like
everybody merges?
50-50.
When you think about who wins
12
this game,
to 12.
Is it Robinhood that wins this game? Is it Coinbase that wins this game? I'm not saying that you can't win this game, but and maybe you end up selling into one of these other firms. Do the prediction market folks end up start to tokenize things and get? I mean, do the social media companies start to buy some of?
They say, dude.
Carl, look at these stocks. Everything's a battleground. It just doesn't matter. Everything's battle. And one of the greatest battlegrounds this very morning is ARM. And I say that because ARM stock was down 10%, then it rallies 10%. We got to talk to someone from ARM, and that's what's so great. David, we have Renee Haas, great, ARM CEO, and he's going to clear everything up. Renee, welcome back to Squawk on the Street.
Morning, Jim.
All right, so Renee, I thought it was a great quarter. I read the analysts. What they say is, first of all, we're going to tick them down. That Renee had a licensing revenue miss. Don't be shocked. He came in shy by $15 million, 505 versus 520. Is that true?
The fact is true in terms of the licensing miss, but in terms of the significance of it, I wouldn't read almost anything into it. First off, the quarter was record revenue, $1.24 billion. It's our fourth straight quarter. Our data center royalty revenue up 100% year on year, and overall royalties are up 27%. And we've always talked about the fact that our licensing business, Jim, can be lumpy from quarter to quarter in terms of a deal going from one to the other. So, yeah, that was an interesting comment, but if you had to look in the quarter in totality, looking at that indicator is not the right thing to look at. We had an amazing quarter, a record.
Okay, I mean, look, you know I'm on board. I think the stocks come down a great deal. When people are saying, you know what, you've been hurt by the memory shortage and that you have some supply chain issues because of the memory chip issue. Is that true, that you have memory chip problems?
Yeah, it's also a very timely question. And again, I think it's one of these areas where people don't really understand ARM as well as they should. You know, first off, our exposure to memory isn't anything close to what a handset vendor might be or someone in that space because we're so diversified. As I said, our data center business is growing like crazy. In a few years, that's going to be our biggest business. Secondly, what we see with memory shortages is what tends to happen is memory gets very squeezed at the low end of the market. That's actually okay for us. It's the lowest royalty rates that we garner. So for us, when we modeled it out, Jim, when we looked at a 20%, let's say the handset market goes down by 20% in units, we think overall that's probably a couple percent of royalty impact to our handset business, and maybe 1% for us total. So no, it's really, and when we model it out, and that's why we guided ahead of expectations for next quarter, it's just not a big impact to our business because we're just everywhere.
I don't even have time to get a drink. I was saying major FOMO as they were going lower, but
remarkable
let's see what
earnings
happens,
growth
dude.
and guidance coming from some of these chip names as well. How are
I thought
you
it was.
viewing this
I thought it
particular
was Kathy
sector?
Woods.
And when we got a lot of mention
That's
from
why I
the
clicked that. I thought it was
technology,
Kathy Woods.
CEOs are talking about capacity constraints coming through when it comes to chips and power.
Yeah. Sherry, there's so much there. I mean, first and foremost,
What I see right now is bulls and bears are all trapped.
One of which was
this is not bullish or bearish.
Tonight,
I wanted to bounce mentally, but I can't call this shit bullish until 1040 breaks, or at least 1050 breaks with volume and MACD. MACD RSI is in bearish territory. They're hovering and chopping at the floor right now is what I see. That's the reality. My mentality voted VWAP. Right, my heart wanted to short to new LOD when the candle came in red. That tells me this shit is fucking directionless right now. It's like my heart and head is split up. That means they clearly 50 fucking 50.
You can't kiss all the babies.
50-50 major right now.
And we're also going to get some wrong. But
IWM looked like it was going to go lower, looked like it was going to bounce, looked like it was going to go lower. Like this shit is sick work.
Yeah, but would
someone
you
said
say
SPY is
that
moving just like gold.
Are in general,
that's a sick thing to say, but that's great for me.
In the big picture, some of the SaaS names, because you don't know who is going to be really the AI winners and who is going to be able to keep their moats, and somewhat pivoting towards the hardware story, perhaps power story, commodity stories.
So yes, we were already overweight.
Yeah,
all
premiums
of
are
those.
so expensive
And
on puts.
what we've done with SAS is we've been particular. So
Calls that keep
we've
shredding.
added to Microsoft, we've added to ServiceNow, which has been hard to stomach, but we do think they're a long-term winner. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we've moved away from Adobe.
So
and
even if they
Salesforce.
pop,
but I think
I
in
expect
terms
a
of
quick
the
short,
hardware
1/3,
side of the story
2/3
and
safety,
the
and then 3/3
power
riskiest fuck
infrastructure
business
side,
today.
one of the names that we're not talking about
Riskiest third
is
scalp.
Tesla. And I think this is
They
this
keep
is
rejecting,
an important
so
thing
they're
to
chopping at the
watch
floor
as we
until they
move
bounce it.
into the
It
next
might not be
stage
now.
of Tesla's
It
development.
might be now.
Because,
There's all hella bears here.
It's not just going to be space data centers, but it's going to be full self-driving, AI, Optimus, all of the things that I think are going to carry us into the next decade.
No, you totally read my mind, because I was going to ask you a Tesla question next. So do you think the robotics angle is going to be really the next catalyst for this particular stock? It is down 3.7%. It didn't run as much as other Mag 7s or some of the weird moves that we've been seeing so far this year in some of the hardware names that we were talking about. Do you think this is Tesla's turn this year?
I do, actually. It's in my 6 for 26, Sherry. I think, it always matters when you get in. So we were adding to the name during the tariff tantrum, that period I described for you, at $240 a share. It's up, more than 50% from there. But for the year, it kind of had a moribund year. You have and stay with me on this, the SpaceX XAI potential merger. I think that will have positive benefits for Tesla. I wouldn't be surprised to see
At a critical
all
junction
three
for
of
the
those
market
companies
for
combined.
the
Full
5 minute.
self-driving and robotics, I think,
30
are the
minutes
future
still
of Tesla.
bearish.
But space is super compelling in terms of what we can do to solve problems here on Earth. So I think in 5 years, we're going to look back and say we probably couldn't have owned enough Tesla, despite valuation. And I say that as a tried and true or trained value manager. But Amazon is a name. If you'd have bought it on May 15th, 1997, when it went public, you'd be up 250,000%. So valuation is one of those things when you're dealing with a transformative company that really doesn't come into play as much as many investors think.
Yeah, of course. And it matters when you get in. So do you recommend getting into Tesla now? And also, what kind of moment do you think SpaceX
bullish,
IPO
bearish, chopping at the
sector,
floor still.
as well as Tesla stock itself?
I do, yes. I think you can get into Tesla.
Chris says
at these
call
levels.
premiums just rose. It's moving 20% up and then down every minute. This shit is fucking hard, right? And nobody knows where the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 is. It's like it's doing it every single. It's not even doing it every single 5 minutes. It's doing it every single within 5 minutes. So it's the same single fucking minute.
This is a guy that is expected to increase the value of the company
risk
something like 8-fold
grows
in
by
order to
fucking
earn
what
his
she just said,
$500
8-fold,
million pay package.
16-fold.
I think he'll
Premium
do
mix
it.
is
Question
fucking
is
10
over
times,
what
so.
period. And then in terms of, is this the kind of company that
Looks like the
is
bears are coming through to
transformative?
break the LOD at least for a little bit though.
SpaceX merger
They're chopping
will
at the floor. They're not
reawaken
bouncing.
attention, I
What other
believe,
direction is there other
to
than
the
bounce?
very, the
Time
very
is
critical
11:05.
leadership that
We are
Elon
in
has
between
shown
the
in
11
AI, in
spike.
full self-driving,
Algo
and in
range.
space.
Nan, getting back to this whole recent story about SaaS, software as a service under threat from AI, some folks have sort of taken a step back and tried to work it out, and they're saying, look, AI agents, if they end up
It looks like the vote has more bears though.
seats, as it's known in tech.
First person to vote
that's not going to be
on the
great for
vote
recurring revenue
was
or cash
Edison.
flow, right? But
Vote
what it
at
is going to do, though, is it's
10:53
going to
and into
refocus the attention
10:54, and then there was 3 people
for the
that voted
software,
since
as a service
10:54, so they don't count.
onto
4
single-use
people
projects,
since
and therefore on
10:54.
outcomes, which could end up increasing the size of the market or the pie overall. It's just that individual players, they may end up getting a smaller slice of that bigger enlarged pie. Does that make sense to you?
Well, it does. I think every time we say that, well, just for an example, Google about a year and a half ago was written off as,
I was feeling major
as not,
FOMO 7 minutes
that
ago,
the
and
search
now I'm
business
feeling
was gonna
major
go
not
away
FOMO
due
for
to
some
AI,
reason.
And in fact, quite the opposite happened.
This bounce is, even if they go lower, I'm not
quickly
feeling
changed
major
their name to
FOMO now
Gemini,
because it's
and now
telling
they're
me that it's
considered
not going to be
the
fucking
leader,
easy work.
if not one of the leaders.
It's going to be
in
major,
AI.
major hard,
And so I
hard
think we have to
work.
look at the management teams as well. Microsoft
that
has been written
Simon
off many
Simeon,
times, and my career. And they've
Simeon
always
D
found a
said
way to pivot.
volatility is
Now, there have been
crazy.
some long periods of underperformance, but I think
Let's see
just
where the
like
VIX is
Sridhar
at.
Pichai is a competitor, I think Satya Nadella
The
is.
VIX is
And
crazy
so
today.
they will find
1
a
minute
way
gaps happening everywhere.
to dominate, but it may be bumpy and it may take some time.
I don't
So,
really follow the
yes, I
gaps
think
or
we
5 minute gaps
often
on the VIX. I don't
jump
really
to
follow the gaps on the
conclusions
VIX, but
based
they
on
do
what we
fill
know today,
here and there.
but we don't take into
It's
account
just
the
how
fact
I
that
have
these
no idea.
are really great
I don't watch the
companies
VIX. I'm not a
managed
VIX
by really
professional,
great
so.
management teams, and there are other outcomes that
Time
can
is
happen.
11:10. 11:05 and
I think
11:10.
NVIDIA got a
creating
bit
an
of a
algo
pickup
range
in after-hours action
inside
as
the
we were
11
hearing that
algo range
pretty
at the
remarkable
floor.
capex plans from Alphabet.
Since this is the most recent one, we will draw the most recent one.
How are you viewing the GPU market?
11 a.m.
So
algo range.
it's really about who gets to keep the moat
11:05 algo
in
range.
the chip space or the software space. Your investment case for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we really like the name. It's sort of sat there for the second half of the
11:10
year.
trying to
but
go
when
lower,
we were
I guess.
adding to it during the first part of
11:05
last
is
year,
algo
it was
ranging
trading
inside
at
11.
$108 a
11.
share. So with NVIDIA and
So
with
that's a
most
double
of these names,
algo
you have
range.
to be
11:10 is
patient
algo
and
ranging
use
too, so it's a
volatility
triple
as your
algo range
friend.
inside an
But
algo
what we
range inside an
continue to
algo
hear is
range.
they can't meet demand, and that doesn't count China.
Super cycle
so
happening.
if they continue
Super
to
cycle.
see the kind of demand they have
Chop
seen
cycle or what? Or down
have
or what? I don't
projected
know.
they will see, I think this
At
is a
least
name
not
that you
lower
can feel
trying,
safe
or at least not
adding
higher
to on
trying for now.
weakness because it is at the center of everything
Wolf
that
said,
we
is
are
there any
focused on
chance
in
for
terms
Amazon
of,
to rip
AI,
up after
generative
earnings? Stock
AI,
took such a huge
robotics.
beating, in
I
my
mean,
opinion.
this is the company
True, but
that
every
is
single
leading.
stock took a
And
beating after good
even
earnings.
if they get a competitor,
That's
years
the
ago
news
we
that
used to
CNBC
say
is putting out right now.
AMD was just
Good
alive
news.
to keep Intel out of
AMD
antitrust
down
problems.
15,
Well, look
16
at where we are today.
something percent, 17%,
You take a
18%.
great leader like Lisa
Good
Su.
news,
She
Google.
takes CPUs from 0
Pop
to
down, pop up,
41%
and pop
market
down.
share. These
There's
are the kind of firms that
a
we want
lot
to
of
be
things that are
invested in,
happening
and they're
that's
they
news
happen to
related,
also
but
be
the
in the
news
sweet
is not
spot
good
of what we
on
think are the
earnings.
important transformative
For now.
technologies.
That's what I can say for certain. I don't know. That's what I could say.
Thing about artificial intelligence, and we've known this since the beginning of the company, our entire company is effectively a bet on artificial intelligence as applied to weapons. Anduril Industries.
Artificial intelligence.
For a reason.
Artificial
if you
intelligence.
have a remotely operated army, you're basically just telling the enemy that if they can jam your communications, they can instantly defeat you. And so you need systems that are able to.
Yeah, the VIX literally like doubles, quadruples options. Crazy. So
most, if not all,
overnight bears,
military
overnight fucking players.
aircraft will be
that's
unmanned.
the fucking best highway. This shit is literally just a fucking. This is the interstate fucking outdated 1920s Route fucking 6, you know, Mississippi to Missouri outdated highway.
Aircraft that today might have a crew of 5 people or
What's
10
going on
people
right now?
might actually only get to be
Right,
1
the
or 2
real
people.
move was
Many of the
overnight,
tasks
100
that
points
traditionally
down.
done by
Like
people
that
aboard
bitch
instead being
is the
performed
fucking
by
real
machines
interstate
to
Route
a
1.
higher level, to a higher
This thing is
standard,
like
and
just.
certainly with less human lives at risk per aircraft.
So your company, not yet a decade old, but already valued at $30.5 billion.
Breaking
you said you still
LOD.
are, accept the moniker of startup.
694.93.
You've been open to the idea of going public. In the future, saying you're in no rush. Any changes there?
No rush. It's almost certainly going to happen.
695.07. We did not break the floor by one single cent. Right? 695.07. 690.
Traded companies to be accessible to the public markets, to the American people, rather than staying as a privately traded company forever. I think we're a startup because of the style of business we are, the velocity with which we're growing.
SPY.
It's hard to debate, right? At some point, you end up being
so
large,
right?
It seems crazy, but you got to remember our
675.93.
addressable market here is so enormous. Hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe over $1 trillion every year just in U.S. spending alone. That even a company with billions of dollars in revenue is a tiny fraction of the budget.
We did break the floor on SPY. Looks like they want to go lower.
Our company
There's a divergence
year,
at the floor.
I'm willing to call us a startup.
By 1
and
cent.
Speaking of revenue, 100% of Anduril Industries revenue goes back into research and
shit
development.
going on now.
That might be a hard thing to do if you do go public.
And even more because we're raising private capital, additional private capital to invest even more
may go lower.
than we can organically make ourselves.
The risk
that
is
might not be the case
28,000.
someday we're going to have to stabilize. But right now, there are so many problems that we need to work on. There are so many areas where artificial intelligence and autonomy can keep people
really
safer. We can have better outcomes. That we're going to put all of our money.
Yeah, please hit the like button on the live stream, folks. Thank you so much. Let's push the live stream up.
Then I'm going to stop reinvesting.
And is this the last product that you
Bears
have
are
in the development
trying
stage, or are you
in the
constantly
3/3.
coming up
No,
with
we've
new
got over a dozen products in the development stage right now that
Bears are
have been
trying in
announced.
the
We've got
3/3
about 25
since
products
10:40.
that have been shown publicly in some capacity, and we've got a lot more on the way.
I want to now shift to some recent news. You know, we've heard U.S. President Donald Trump saying he'd like to increase defense spending to $1.5 trillion. Some people criticizing this, saying just the delta in the increase more than other countries spend annually.
One single spike candle would
on that subject?
break the floor, clear the divergence.
You need to look at defense
IWM would go bearish.
From the perspective of what comes out of them more than what goes in. Yeah, like defense spending is important. The absolute dollar is important, and we need to be respectful with taxpayer dollars. I got into defense because, you know, as per our first pitch deck, we want to save taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars a year by making tens of billions of dollars a year. The problem with just looking at it in terms of dollars, though, is like, yes, just the delta is more than most other countries spend on defense. But there's a lot of other countries that are getting a lot more for their dollar. You look at China. China is getting a lot more aircraft, a lot more missiles, certainly a lot more ground forces for every dollar they spend. And so you can be in a situation where China is spending less than the United States, but the output is double or triple or quadruple. You see this especially on the naval side, where China has something like 250 to 300
Very
times
critical
more
moment.
shipbuilding capacity
Bears
than
are
the United
trying.
States military. It's just it's a vast gulf between the two. So what I think we need to do is look at what we need from our military, look at what we need the output.
Today's entire environment is bearish. I mean, bears are easily being helped today.
Unfortunately, we have a pretty inefficient
everything except the options prices.
I don't think that we're getting nearly as much for our dollar as a lot of other nations are. Certainly nations like China.
divergence is about to clear.
We need to get our act together so that we can get everything that currently costs $1.5 trillion for well under $1 trillion. I would love to see a sub $500 billion
LOD divergence is clearing,
trying. The things that we need, but right now the system is not set up to make that happen.
All long-term calls and medium-term calls are fucked.
In a way where it's not rewarding cost effectiveness.
With this divergence on the floor, even if they don't bounce it here.
Why cost plus contracting has a lot of perverse incentives. Why it rewards companies that
you want to go lower. Bearish 3/3 coming.
Or why it rewards
bearish 3/3 on IWM. IWM has more space than SPY and QQQ. IWM is going after a bounce.
Too many people measure success.
IWM bearish, IWM bearish, IWM bearish 3/3 LOD broke. Bearish cycle is extending on IWM.
Oh, we need to invest this many more dollars in missiles. We need to invest this many more dollars in our ground forces, this many more dollars in our Navy. We need, again, hold ourselves accountable to number of missiles, number of ships. If we just hold ourselves accountable to dollars, we taled about this before.
On IWM alone,
you can imagine a world where the United States government figures out how to make a bunch of
So I expect at least a minimum floor break, floor test, LOD divergence clear, and then maybe a spike bounce or not. But floor break is trying. Floor break is trying. 11:15.
It's probably going to say United States military slashes fighter investment by $40 billion.
QQ, I fucking told you, right?
Even
spike
if it's
candle.
more effective. And so we need to get
Cleared.
past the political
LOD.
and the economic and the industrial
Cleared LOD divergence.
For us to spend too much money on the wrong thing if we're going to have any hope of looking at this the right way.
That the dollar value indicates the strength or weakness of the military.
That's right. Spending more on defense is good if it's getting you more. It's not good. Look, it's really easy to spend more money. It is hard to get efficient output from that spend.
And what about, we also heard Trump recently criticizing defense companies.
This is bullish trying, 60-40%, 60% bullish, 60% bullish. Bulls are trying.
Do you think that criticism is fair?
I think it's a perfectly fair criticism. Defense companies are unique in that they make almost all of their money straight out of the wallet of the taxpayer.
60% bullish, 40% bearish, 70% bullish, 30% bullish. Right? Bulls are trying now off the LOD divergence clear with the spike candle that I thought they might do. They did it on QQQ, not SPY. SPY was already at LOD.
For a company that is years behind on delivery, that is billions of dollars over budget. If you're going to be billions of dollars over budget and years behind on your delivery, you don't get to then pay yourself tens of millions of dollars and shovel huge piles of money out to your investors as if you're a successful company generating a profit by doing the right thing. And I think that's completely reasonable. And this hits Anduril as well. I've had people say, Palmer, this is unfair to you guys. It's unfair to Anduril because it's not going to hit you. I say, yeah, you know why it's not going to hit us? Because we are delivering on time. Because we are.
Algo range touch. This shit could reject, but it's bullish trying. All right, algo ranging. Algo range in play.
I deserve to win.
Well, what do you say? The companies
65,
say, well,
40,
we're
65, 35 bullish still.
Go down. It's not our fault.
This is the last fucking hope for the Bears. This is literally the last hope for the Bears. The Bulls are in control off the LOD divergence clear
or a war,
by a tiny bit, tiny margin.
Then I would be
looks
much more
like
sympathetic. But it's not.
Bears are all trapped off the algo range, so.
Pattern. It's been going on not for months or years, but for decades. And so when you've been on average, late by years and over by billions, over and over and over again. At some point, you have to take responsibility, right? You say, oh, but you know, it's so tough.
It's small cycle setups, small cycle setups, small cycle setups.
But we don't have enough factories. Well, maybe you should have taken that money that you were using to pay dividends to your investors and you should have reinvested it into new factories. At some point, you have to take accountability. And I think that with, you know, coming up on half a century since the end of the Cold War, we can start to take a little bit of responsibility.
So, not a fan of passing the buck, I see.
I'm not a fan of passing the buck. Look, if my employees came to me and said,
this shit is crazy.
I have this problem and I can explain
this
why
shit
it's
is
one
crazy.
thing, then I am likely to understand. And if they come to me and say, Palmer, we've been failing continuously under my leadership for 5 years. It's never been on time. It's never been budgeted correctly. And we've never, ever hit the promises that we made to our customers.
I can't believe they really did the spike LOD divergence clear, though. I mean, I've seen it before. That's the reason why I said it, but, like, I can't believe they just did that.
All right, let's get to Kevin Green, as I promised, who joins me now for the daily download. And obviously, we're getting the JOLTS released, state of the labour market, obviously with some other information that we got this morning, the initial jobless claims, the Challenger layoffs. What's going on?
Yeah, good morning, Sam. We are actually seeing the JOLTS coming in a lot lower than the street's expectations. For the month of December, the number came in at 6.54 million. Street was looking for 7.2 million, and we did see a revision to the downside for last month's print. Down from
bullish, folks.
7.14
This
million,
is bulls
down to
since
6.92 million. So you are seeing
11:15 LOD divergence clear for now.
Coming off a fairly
that's what the cycle says. That's what the time confirmation says. That's what the reality says. It could change, but for now it is.
The labor market is weakening in some respects here, and that we might start.
It looks like that was a setup for a small cycle setup into 11:20, unless 11:20 decides to go higher with the QQQ volume coming in. QQQ volume's coming in, and SPY is not here, so something's a little bit weird.
A little bit more if we start seeing more labor data actually starting to.
All right, that's to keep in mind too. IW and MACD is very small.
I think the nail in the coffin would be
if IWM helps out, SPY will go to VWAP and run here. Unless my MACD is broken right now, never mind.
Here, and we'll see if the
my MACD is broken. It looks like it won't even update.
Event that we start to price in maybe one more.
That's great. Look at the MACD; it just stopped sincere, so never mind.
Okay, so job openings are coming in a bit softer there, coming off certainly from November.
It looks
like it's been very much a trend over the last few months or so. Jobless claims also rising this morning, 231K on the headline, which was rising more than expected. Very much.
Why is my MACD so busted right now?
Challenger job layoffs are the worst.
Is that just me? Why is the MACD just so fucking busted right now for me?
Big layoffs as well. So it doesn't.
Can anyone tell me if that happened for
the jobs market at the moment, as you say, that could certainly feed into some of the Fed's expectations as far as the rate cutting is concerned. But let's just talk about these markets. Obviously, we're seeing the sell-off in tech continuing, down 1.2% right now for that sector. I'm just wondering, as far as the pressure that you're seeing, obviously you and I were breaking down these Alphabet, Google numbers yesterday. They look good. The market doesn't seem to be convinced so much right now. Walk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, today's a little bit different than what we saw yesterday. We did see pressure in the S&P 500 as well as the broader markets, but the breadth expansion yesterday was actually very healthy. We had over 70% of the stocks in the S&P 500 in the green. Today, a little bit different. We only have 3 sectors in the green so far: healthcare, utilities, and consumer staples. So we are seeing a lot of
and then now three-third plan.
Today, even the high-yield dividend stocks that have been really on a roll here over the last couple of weeks are starting to
the realist watchers of the live stream, remember when we said at the floor, when we did the poll, that hey, if they spike it up or if they go up, they could do a quick 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 point, right? And it's now 3/3. They could go bullish here more, but I'm just saying, like, the pops have been real quick today. Pops have been real quick today, unless it was 9:30 to 9:50, which was the true direction of voting.
Volatility is now across that 20 level, sitting at around 21.84. We are now seeing this backwardation in the VIX volatility curve that usually does not happen, last for that long.
Spike candles are
could we have more
crazy
movement to the downside? That could be the case. I'm looking at 67.50 as our major area of support today, but we might be nearing the end of the bull spike here rather than the beginning. That's actually kind of the hope that a lot of bulls have in this market right now. So I think this is more of just a readjustment, realignment, lack of liquidity in the market. All of this is playing a factor in this sell-off.
Yeah, and then, of course, we look to Amazon later. We're currently trading down at 4.7 right now. In fact, all the Mag 7 members are in
bulls are here
as we stand. So keep an eye on as we look across the
cycle is
memory
extending here.
Space, a little bit of
into
recovery
11,
in some
20.
names, not so much in others.
How do I determine the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3? I don't. I let the market determine it. And then when the market cycle and time confirms, I just draw it.
No surprises there from the ECB and the Bank of England.
I have no control over the market, actually. It's not like I can look at the market and be like,
oh,
wind, 1/3, 2/3, guru, magic, Dumbledore. The market actually just does its thing. Cycle time confirms, tells people on the 1 minute, 5 minute,
inflation does persist
choose
as well
to not
as to
believe it or
why
not.
they've sat on their hands here. Just talk us through the
choose to
significance
see
of
it or
that,
not.
what you're seeing as far as the move.
And a lot of people in the world choose not to see it.
I would say the Bank of England is actually probably a little bit more of an interesting move. So they did keep
choose to see it as actually to choose.
Big and split decision. We had 5 that voted to hold. We had 4 that wanted to see a cut. So we're pretty much right there. Maybe some economic data.
A lot of people choose.
A lot of those that would like to hold rates at least where they're at right now.
That's the problem of the world.
Going to push them a little bit over the edge. If you look at some of the currency pairs with the British pound, you are seeing the pound weakening.
Time is 11:25. All right, 11:20 went higher into 11:25.
For the most part, holding up. We did get an outlier report when you're looking at Germany. They had some production numbers that were really outsized. And that's
cycle extending or bullish. I have no idea, but they did go higher from 11:20.
So we have to be mindful of
that.
So
to VWAP.
Kind of like synthetic growth in some respects. It's really not showing up in other parts.
Still playing into 3/3, but 3/3 cycle extended a little bit higher.
We're going to do moving forward. So we did not see any type of major changes when it came to monetary policy shifts, at least for today.
11:25,
it seems like everybody's kind of waiting for the data to really firm up and
679.25. This is the most recent one, 11:25 instead of 11:20. So this is the new high of this small cycle, 11:25.
Yeah, and look, the
11:25 is rejecting at the same time with QQQ, and it's cycle creating. This is not bullish or bearish, it's just cycle creating after it went bullish.
Which has been the performer across the G10 currency space as well. And you know, obviously a lot of market participants.
The Gator said continuating patterns, right? That's exactly what he said. Continuating patterns that build on top of each pattern that continues to build on top of cycle, and small cycles become medium-term cycles, and medium-term cycles become a bigger cycle, and those bigger cycles become an intraday cycle, and intraday cycles become a daily cycle, and the daily cycle becomes a weekly cycle, and the weekly cycle determines the monthly cycle. With setup, most important thing to say, with setup on major name chips and stocks like blue chip stocks. But exactly what the Gator said, can't even fucking describe it better. Continuous, right? Continuous, non-stop cycling patterns that build, cycle, confirm on top of each other.
And if we look at that chart that we had,
why? Because the market is constantly changing. The market is constantly deciding with the active participants. This shit is not a fucking decided to go bullish and bearish based on news. Now news is bullish. Oh, now this candle's gonna move. It's not. People in the world, somewhere out there in the world, is deciding to go or down or up or whatever, and the candle is based on moving based on the ETFs. Something is moving up and down in the market.
I could actually put another bid within the silver space right now. So unfortunately,
that's the truth. That's the truth that I did not want to face back in the back in my life, but that's really the reality.
See volatility come in a tad bit, reassess the market, reassess the fundamentals, and then you are going to be able to have a little bit of a better gauge right now. So coming back, hitting the 50, once again, coming back and trying to hit
Not yet,
the
0.5.
$85 level would not be out of the question in
VWAP
the next
touched.
24 hours. And then we have either a breakout, breakdown starting next week.
Yeah, I mean, trying to guess what happens next. I mean, it could be the next 5 minutes, KG, the way that these metals have been performing lately.
Slightly.
But really
up
appreciate
$3
it.
from the floor, up $2 from the range.
I'll speak to you later on.
The range of this purple box that someone said earlier, we are in a range. There is a purple box. All right, someone said at 11 or 11:10 that we've been ranging here for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and they're absolutely right. We are in some sort of a box right now. And right now, the market is trying to break out on the 5-minute candle higher above VWAP. If it does break out higher on the 5-minute candle with the VWAP and the volume helping, then they are truly bullish. If not, then we may see the top of that purple box, or we may see somewhere in the middle of that purple box again, right? If it does turn bearish. But right now, it's super bullish on QQQ MACD helping. I can't see the SPY MACD because it's bugged out for me. So if somebody can help me by looking at the SPY MACD and say, oh, this is the same as QQQ, that would be great.
It's insane. I mean, it's like a nation state masquerading as a company at this point. But that said, I did go back and look at sort of the capex spent for the oil companies in 2013 or the telecom companies in 2000, and as a percent of income or revenues, however you want to slice it, this number doesn't come in as an outlier. It's sort of right in line with what we saw peak spending in those cycles as well.
Yeah, and I'm not an oil guy, but I just say that. Again, I think the ROI, when everyone says, well, what's the ROI? How can you have certainty? Both Google and Microsoft have accelerated revenue and effectively improved margins.
And SPY along with.
When you look at what we've seen so far, when you would think about this big investment at the beginning of the cycle,
broke the floor, and then bear trapped into 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 as well. It did not go lower into 3/3 yet.
It's not like this is like 19, the internet boom and pets.com and Webvan, where you're seeing huge losses. You're seeing margins and trajectory of revenue improving, and that's proof that it's working. And then every major board
looks like there's an algo range at 1125, and they went higher. They're going higher right now.
Web3, pick your tectonic shift. No one was talking
algo
about
range at the top of the purple box. I will have to draw that.
This is #1 objective.
I will remove this one from the 1005 one, and I will move it to the most recent one.
It's going to be bigger, and I think Sarah said this well at the beginning of the show on jobs. I mean, it's really scary. I have 2 kids in college, and I'm scared. I think we're scared for the new graduates. I know the CEO of IBM has said we're going to hire more new graduates than we have in the last 10 years this year. But I think everyone is bracing. This is starting to have an impact. You can already see it in the job numbers. You can see it in the hiring numbers. And you can see it in the tech numbers right now.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of the data this week, as we said, ADP challenger, but this jolts #2. And just looking at unemployment rates, Brent, of people who are about the age of your kids. I mean, the jump in that unemployment rate looks material.
Yeah, and I think you see it in all the companies we cover. They're hiring fewer people. So look at Workday. They just laid off another 2%, but they say they're going to hire them all back. I think, the streets.
Look, we're at the 930 open level right now in SPY.
As a positive sign, because
that has to be something.
The number of employees. So, again, I cover half software and some of the internet names. All the software names are getting crushed because of what's going to happen with AI. We're going to have fewer people. That's a seat-based model. What happens to the economics?
And this may truly go bullish if it really hovers here, but that cycle chopped down is crazy work.
We're probably over-exaggerating what OpenAI and Anthropic are going to do to them, but we're at a moment right now. I've never seen this in 20 years plus doing this.
930 open.
The amount of skepticism and negativity on tech is ultra high. And there's only a few names I think our investors want to be involved with, which are these big platforms that are for sure going to benefit. That is Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta.
Yeah. Brent, appreciate it. Good discussion and plenty more to come. Brent Thill over at Jefferies.
This is today's 930 open range. Maybe I should leave this white. $4 up from the bottom too, and this is not a little move. It's actually a lot. It's burning all the bears at the floor. Hell is this?
Welcome back. The Trump administration continues its ramp-up efforts to bring supply chains back to America using tariffs, incentives, and reshoring initiatives to reduce reliance on overseas manufacturing. From pharmaceuticals and technology to critical minerals, President Trump's goal is to secure key industries on American soil, strengthening domestic production. Joining me now, a man who knows all about that, the founder and CEO of Augur, Dave Clark.
Yo, I got to restart my chart. This is a problem.
One of the top supply chain experts in the world. Dave, welcome. Thanks very much for being here. What is your reaction to what the president's doing in terms of pushing to get supply chains back to America? And how quickly and realistically can that happen?
Look, I'm a huge fan of the work the president's doing on this front right now. In particular, I think some of the foundational work, like the conference the Secretary of State had this week on rare earth minerals and getting an alliance of countries together to find incremental supply as the basis. You have to build that foundation of componentry in order to rebuild the supply chain in the U.S. It's going to be a journey to do it, but I think it is, particularly with the emergence of AI and robotics and the things that are coming in manufacturing tech, gives us the opportunity to bring it back and
literally impossible to see the chart without the MACD. I have to do that.
Enter the race where it is today with robotics.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw, what happened during COVID when we really got a wake-up call to how much of our
three-thirds cycle extended, but by chopping up.
So I'd like to get a better understanding of how quickly this can happen. I mean, you were at Amazon, you ran the consumer business for 23 years. You know about supply chains and getting product out. But your news today is about Meta. Meta Realty Labs is partnering with AI Logistics, your company, Augur, using the company's autonomous operating system across its supply chains. Augur will deploy its system to fully synchronize Meta Realty Labs, planning, procurement, manufacturing, logistics as a single network for optimal efficiency. Dave, how does that work? How will you execute this?
Did you guys know the leader of Meta Super Labs is like the past CEO of Scale AI?
Right? So what we do is integrate all the data across the entire supply chain and put AI on top of it to deliver an autonomous operating system.
Wayne, bro. I did not know.
We connect everything from the commodity,
hearing about Scale AI,
Scale AI an item through the manufacturing all the way to consumer. So you can run your supply chain in a single pane of glass. And we're proud to be partnering with Meta and the Reality Labs group, the Ray-Ban glasses and the wearables, starting out of the gate here.
So how long does it take, would you say, to actually get that going and get the product out the door?
Yeah, for us, we're deploying our first wave of software to them in Q1, and we'll have fully implemented by probably the end of by the fall in that time frame.
I mean, when you look at which products are most important in terms of the president's plan, I mean, there's a difference between T-shirts made in China and semiconductor chips made in Taiwan, right?
Well, I think there's certainly a difference. I think it starts with the foundational components and the rare earth components and moves its way up into chips and high-end electronics. I think you're going to see more. You see a lot of focus from the government and different government agencies on locking in those supply chains and building the functionality.
It's a bullish rocket, but it's terrifying.
The place we fit into that is really connecting these various entities, whether they're
it's like hot potato at the top now playing,
or functions within companies, and
candles are spiky coming in.
Today slows everything down because people are basically left in a world where they manage through consensus and spreadsheets and pulling data out and finding ways to work together. Without having a single source of truth.
And you say that your company could fix what you're calling the coordination tax by automating company supply chains.
We do. We come in and basically this whole layer where people are basically taking spreadsheets out of systems and going to meetings to share data from systems. And we replace that whole layer with a system of contextual data in AI that provides autonomy at basically at whatever level a company is comfortable with. So you set the parameters and then we deliver automation along those lines for you. It allows everything to move substantially faster. Most of the inventory that's built up in systems that is wasted is stuck because of time lost or latency in
I think this is the
between
0.5 fib
signal
too.
when something happens and when you can do something about it.
Dave, stay right there because I want to get your take on what this means for jobs and this AI revolution. We got jobless claims just hitting the tape. Let me get to them because the market is selling off on these numbers. Cheryl Casoni with the numbers right now.
They are, Maria. You're right. 231,000 is the initial claims number. That is higher than expected. We also saw a bump up from last week as far as the continuing claims number, 1.844 million. And to your point, yes, the market is selling off.
0.618 touched on SPY. Like a
a
rocket off the fucking LOD divergence clear. I can't even fucking believe I said the word bulls are in control at that spike after, but like I can't believe I'm seeing this shit. I can't, because the QQQ spiked crazy. Like they spiked crazy on QQQ. Look at this push up right now.
Dave Clark, what's your take on this jobs
SPY
issue?
looks beautiful.
I mean, we're looking
QQQ
at
looks terrifying for me right now. That's the thing.
QQQ
SPY looks absolutely beautiful. Like the candle structure looks all fucking nice, right? But QQQ is the one that's like came in like a madman and then running up like a madman. We went to 693.
Well, what it means is
692.8. Like
more
what
transference
the
of
fuck
kinds
is
of
that?
roles. I think in supply chain, for example,
693.
I think it's one of the best
We're up
suited
$7
places for
now
AI,
on spot on
it allows
QQQ,
people to move up into more strategic decision
I
making.
can't snap anymore. I used to be able to when I was a kid.
Find better suppliers, develop better sources of materials, and or go closer to the customers. I mean, I think all of us think about lament a bit the loss in some
Someone
of the
said
customer
we're starting to
service
chop at the
experience that's
9:30 open
in the
AM
physical
level.
world.
True.
A lot of
Let's
that's
draw
due
the
to
top of
cost
that
people
orange
moving
box as well.
spend into other places. So I think about when you save in one place, does it give us the opportunity to invent for incremental revenue and for better service for customers?
And do you think that there's a different skill set that people need to have to thrive in this new AI revolution, Dave?
I think we're still a good ways off before you see really fundamental reskilling requirements. I honestly, I think the biggest skill people could have today is just deep curiosity about the tools and start using them. I think there's a big gap. It's like the internet in '99. Everybody talked about it. Only a small population was using it.
0.5 fib past that 11:30.
Dave Clark, the founder of Augur. We'll keep watching you work on supply chains. And India striking a major trade deal with Washington cutting tariffs on Indian imports.
Didn't this already happen?
18%. That's down from 25%. In exchange, India is
that already happened.
Russian oil.
Same shit over and over again.
All right, rare earth stocks pulling back a little bit today, but take a look at this stock, the chart rather. They have been absolutely on fire since last spring. Of course, the White House began making those overtures about how urgency it was to reclaim the supply, right? Prior to that, rare earth stocks have been totally ignored. You can see the stocks have gone down. In fact, it's been really moving lower since 2011.
The RSI trying to curl.
The thing is, it's not just because of that. The fact of the matter is the value of our national stockpile, right? We're talking about this critical stockpile. Look at this, folks. In 1990, it had an inflation-adjusted value of almost $25
Man, I feel like this could, because we're at the 0.5 fib today, this could be the reload into next week from here. That's what I'm feeling. Shit.
And we're trying to fix it.
This bounce all of a sudden with this fucking QQQ is making me feel that. There must be a fuck ton of puts today, though, man. All right. Wow. We could see another bearish day. It's fucking most craziest shit I've ever said in a while. This shit is giving me the fucking remembrance of. Man. There's a gap up there. It's the most craziest shit ever. There's a gap up there. Man, this shit is giving me the remembrance of fucking last year of December. Fuck. Last year of December into January and February. I feel like deja vu all over again. I actually feel like deja vu all fucking over again in this little shit.
A solid year while he ran for president, Donald Trump promised pretty much every day that he was going to lower costs on day one. on day one if he was elected. Those were his words, not mine.
All right, I'm shorting a little bit
Bessie,
next week
you are
here.
one of the president's top economic advisors. Let's just start with a little truth-telling about
tiny
the
as
Trump
fuck.
economy
VIX is still
1
spiked.
year in. Affordability is the top concern for Americans across the country. Donald Trump has called affordability, I want to get this right, a hoax. He's called it a scam. He's called it a con job.
Fuck. They've been cooking puts up for 1, 2, 3 days now. Fuck.
You know the numbers. Is affordability a hoax, a scam, or a con job?
Senator, it may be a bit nuanced for you, but what President Trump is referring to is the media saying that the affordability crisis was generated by this administration when it was you and President Biden who destroyed the buying power of the American people. So there is an affordability crisis, and you were front and center in it.
So let me make sure that I understand. Donald Trump is not saying that affordability, what's happening to families right now, is a hoax?
He is saying that trying to lay the blame at this administration rather than the Biden-Warren economy is a hoax.
Okay, so it all happened before he got it. And everything that's happened since then, nothing is a hoax here.
21.5% cumulative inflation.
Let me just ask about what's happened in the 1 year that Donald Trump has been president.
Man, the VIX crush is crazy though when they do it.
Said, quote, we have
I don't know if it's going to be soon, overnight.
Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous prices have.
Did grocery
This shit's a hope on both bulls and bears here, right here.
Numerous grocery prices have gone down.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you can't hear me. Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous grocery prices have gone down. And in fact, we have seen inflation at 2.1% for the past 3 months.
Have you seen the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that is Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers, that report that grocery prices were 2.4% higher at the end of 2025 than they were at the end of 2024. Trump's own Department of Agriculture has projected that those prices would climb higher in 2026. And under Donald Trump, families are paying more and more for groceries. So if you're just going to insult people by denying the facts that are out there and tell people
damn,
struggling, I think that's just
Senator
another way to say
Warren coming in with the punch bag.
To bring down these prices. You're not willing to admit the failures of the Trump
administration. Friendly fire. We're all Americans. Friendly fire.
It's not just groceries. The numbers from Trump's own economic agency show that Americans are paying more for utility bills.
VIX is at 20.65. We are now back into the wedge that we have created.
Families are fooled by these lies. Mr. Secretary, you owe it to American families to own up what's going on. And Secretary Besson, I have one more question for you while I have you here. You ran the search for Donald Trump's Fed chair nominee. And Trump promised, quote, anyone that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman. Kevin Warsh got the nod last Friday.
I have 3 spy puts. I'm not risking fucking shit. I'm so tiny.
Mr. Warsh,
I'm still up 9.4% on my dust. Everything's good.
I think it was a joke.
Life is
good. But just in case, this should be an easy one, Mr. Secretary.
Bears are coming in trying on the smaller cycle, intraday cycle, trying.
Kevin Warsh will not be sued, will not be investigated by the Department of Justice if he doesn't cut interest rates exactly the way that Donald Trump wants?
That is up to the president. Can you commit that you will?
I'm sorry.
Can you commit that you will not hold up?
He won't be sued if he doesn't drop interest rates.
And he
won't be criminally investigated.
The president also made a big joke about you that I won't repeat, Senator Warren.
That was the
actually, I will. He said he had reservations.
If this was a joke, why not just say so?
It was a joke, and he made a joke about you too, Senator Warren.
Yes,
got a lot of laughs. Got a lot of laughs.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to respond to that.
I do want to respond.
What I can't tell you
the American people
Mr.
are
Warsh
laughing.
is highly qualified.
They're the ones who are struggling with affordability.
Why don't you tell the nation what you told me, that you held up Chair Powell's renomination.
We're going to move on to the next one. Senator Rounds, the floor is yours.
Oh, Warren.
Back on Morning Trade Live, let's focus
Bears
on
are
Amazon,
pushing
the
crazy,
e-commerce
folks.
cloud giant reporting
I am up crazy already.
In a moment.
Bears are pushing
fucking
crazy.
The last 3
Let's go!
3% so far.
Time is
2026.
11:45.
Today's move and down 6%.
Let's go! 11:40 rejection. 0.5 fib.
Time high.
Wow.
We're down around 4.5% at this stage, 222 and change. So that's the focus of the morning trade. Joining us for a closer look, as always, is Marley Caden. Very good morning to you, Marley. Going into this, obviously, there's a lot of moving parts. We've heard about layoffs this morning. We continue to look at what they're going to do. This is intraday cycle, though. It doesn't really mean shit.
I'm just happy because 0.5 fib.
Microsoft and Alphabet, you and I were
really
breaking down yesterday.
Until they break LOD or something.
Sam, yeah, let's talk about expectations before we talk about where that potential punishment could come from. For EPS, looking for $1.98. That's about 3 cents better than the previous quarter. It would be about a 5% increase year over year. For revenue, $211.46 billion. That would be up 13% year over year. But you mentioned AWS, a very important metric here, arguably all important metric.
From above the 0.5
$34.9 billion. That would be about a 21% jump from the year ago quarter. Online store sales, those are expected to hit $82.3 billion. That's up about 9%. The advertising segment, that's accounting for an increasingly larger slice of the company's overall revenue, expected to be about $21.2 billion. In Q4 of 24, they saw advertising revenue of 17.3. So that would be another
we are below the VWAP.
Sizable increase there. Also paying close attention, of course, to this CapEx number. We've seen these sort of two camps emerging here, with Meta being rewarded for these higher spends, but we're seeing Google and Microsoft being punished for their higher spend. So that number going to be a key focus here. As far as expectations, it's expected to be $34.9 billion in the quarter. It was $34.2 in the third quarter, but their CFO came out during that third quarter call and said they were on pace to spend $125 billion in 2025, and they will continue to ramp that in 2026 as they work to meet demand when it comes to AI. So will be very interesting to see
that's what the gold miners are singing.
Trajectory
gold miners bulls, gold miners bears.
Ends up in with how we're seeing Alphabet move today on arguably really strong numbers from Google's parent company. So there seems to be a lot of edge when it comes to that CapEx spend. So AWS, a very, very important metric when it comes to Amazon. But I think that CapEx number is equally important, if not more important, to the price action we're going to see that follows. Also, you brought up a good point. This does follow that layoff announcement.
MACD and RSI is trying to go into the bear neighborhood. Sorry, volume is trying to grow. Bear side.
So any kind of restructuring commentary also will likely be a part of the call.
Kendall coming in saying,
yeah, and let's see if we get an update very much on the development of their own chips as well. I mean, not so much nipping at the heels
and I had
of Google,
a great steak from Longhorns yesterday. Had some leftovers, brought it home, put it on a skillet,
heat it up a little bit, ate it for dinner. It was amazing. Let's trade it now with Joe Teague.
Those of you that said Longhorns ribs, I went to Longhorns and I was like,
let's start with Amazon ahead
damn
of this
ribs.
report. How are you approaching an example trade for this one?
All right, bulls are trying, 0.5 flip, fib is flipping, and VWAP is touching and bouncing trying.
How I'm looking at this trade and
like,
lots of other trades now.
Ribs,
important
probably
caveat,
less value than the steak.
So note, I do hold this fund, this stock in my fund, the Rational Equity Armor Fund. I'm a portfolio manager. So obviously I own it long term, but it's a market in general.
What is this bounce coming in like crazy?
I'm expecting some more volatility. I would love to buy the dip on any dip in the market right now. Google, just a perfect example, a very similar company in that they're both in the cloud, obviously
coming in with
different primary businesses, but they both have experienced a ton of growth in the cloud. People are looking forward to Amazon's cloud business, and Google had fantastic cloud business, and they're showing that the more that they spend, that the more that they make. Very interesting to see, like you guys were just talking about, Google being punished by spending extra money, Meta getting rewarded, Microsoft getting punished. I think the key difference is Meta had a off year last year. People had the opportunity to sell it before the end of the year, do a little tax loss harvesting. Google had a fantastic year last year. Wanted to wait till year end to sell it. So that's usually why you see some of this volatility.
I'm not thinking about a dump. I mean, I'm in Monday puts, so
like
they may go bullish here, but I was thinking a cycle down or a cycle chop at the minimum, but we're cycling, staying, or cycling bullishing.
To certain things. So that's exactly why I'm prepared for the volatility.
Right, in
of course,
3
I am
minutes.
in my fund, and I'm ready to buy the.
That's what I mean by things change instantly. Cycles create instantly. This is higher than 1135 too, so this is bullish until I don't know.
The market broadly,
still bullish.
For a 7% move on earnings.
People are just creating shit on top of each other like nothing.
Downside put spread, putting myself in position to buy Amazon if it does fall. Oh, and if it doesn't fall, has great earnings, or the market decides to start rewarding companies for good earnings now, I will be happy just collecting the premium. So right now, or maybe about an hour ago, I was looking at the February 215 200 put spread. That was about $4, probably a little bit more right now. The market has sold off since then. So that'd be what I'd be looking to do as an example trade.
VIX is pulling back to 20.4.
Joe Chike, always appreciate it. Thanks so much for the example trade today. That is the portfolio manager of the Rational Equity Armor Fund there.
Spike up and down. All right, MACD's still bullish, but still for today. If this shit breaks down though, they'll really run. 11:55 is here in 18 seconds. Are they preparing for that? They may be. Now the VIX is in threat of breaking down. Wow, look at this shit though. We touched the 9:30 a.m. candle range top. What the fuck is that perfect touch? What the fuck is that perfect touch? 9:30 open range top and bottom. It looked like a near impossibility for VWAP until 11:15, right? And then the divergence fucking cleared it with the spike, and then ever since then, bull wave with the spike up. That is crazy. Crazy print from the floor. That is crazy. Shit.
I understand like the nature of like when you expand opportunities outside just traditional analysts, it's something where like, you know, you're breaking new ground, right? But it's something like if I chew gum, Wedbush knows. And the reality is that I get the criticism, but look, it's something like for 25 years being bullish on tech, being bullish on AI revolution, it's led to obviously other opportunities, but it's something where, you know, I get the criticism.
I want to go back to first principles here. There's a couple courses we took.
If
on
HOD breaks somehow,
on
I will leave.
Law, on Ethernet study
that's
here,
crazy.
And the answers that devolved into spectacular
If HOD breaks, then we're showing gap above like crazy. So
Michael Mobison just being
it's really up to the VIX whether it wants to break down 20 something today.
It's still in play, right? When I look at Google's profit machine, it's about Metcalfe's law. They're playing a different rule book, and we don't understand it.
Exactly. I mean, and that's what, to further your point, if you look at the cloud growth, 48%, you look at CapEx now, that's basically, you know, going to be really almost doubling. This
And
just
bulls are coming. Looks
shows
like
that these companies, they
it really
see
does
the
look like the bulls are
monetization
coming now.
It's
with the
happening.
VIX dying.
Now, just investors be like, well, why would you not slow up?
Man,
Because
is this the
they
VIX
have
crush?
to accelerate because of the arms race that's playing out. So when you look at earnings season the last few weeks, it's further validated that this is not a bubble. This is an AI revolution. The monetization just started, and it's my
Or is
view
this
like
extension
to view
cycle?
it that software. It's essentially what I'll call an Armageddon-like environment for software. And I think
we got the
this
candle
is gonna
traders to
be
leave with the
viewed
extension cycle.
as
Got
I think
it.
a time where software names have gotten so oversold.
Yo,
I'd
if we
have
get
to go
13
back
people
25
back in chat
years,
in 5
maybe
minutes, please
2
tell
or
them to
3
leave.
times
All
I've
right.
ever seen a
Laughing
moment
face,
like
laughing
this.
face.
So
I'm joking,
how do you
seriously.
respond to the concern that some people have that
That's
AI
how you know candle
poses a fundamental threat to certain aspects
That's
of
when you know candle
software,
moving.
specialized software, application software?
Look, I think on the edges down the road, is it a headwind? Yeah. But then on the other hand, like for a Salesforce or ServiceNow, for an Adobe, for large work that you could
Probably to
argue
go
that
check.
AI is actually
Wait, is it truly
tailwind,
bullish,
but they
bullish,
just haven't seen the
bullish, bullish,
monetization
bullish,
yet.
bullish?
Because it's ultimately the use cases are going to be built
Fuck,
by
what
software.
else?
And Palantir being the first
Fucking
one,
what
you say
else?
Snowflake, Mongo,
my
are next in line. And I just think the view that software is done, that you're going to have companies that are going to go away from a Salesforce to a Claude or an Anthropic model is just it's somewhere between ridiculous to fictional or whatever.
Are you seeing the major software companies, let's pick on MSFT, are they having conversations at Redmond to say we're down 26%? Do we take debt to buy back shares and other creative? I mean, do they want to be opportunistic given this AI frenzy?
Well, look, I think this is going to create a massive M&A cycle in software. Because to Tom's point, like if you look at the cash flow, both on the PE side as well as in the strategic, and you look now where these software companies trade, if you think about maintenance ARR, you basically would have to assume that numbers come down 25% the next 3 years, not to buy the sector.
Dan Ives with us, folks, worldwide. We're thrilled to have him on. Robert Schiffman with us later, the best in conversation on technology. Okay, you know where I am on Tesla. You and I sit up in the food court over cheese. I have Cheez-Its. Ives has something granola.
And you had a
I can't
bullish
pronounce.
scarf you were wearing too.
Okay, but but the bottom line, Dan Ives,
the biggest
is
thing
they're
right now,
gonna
this
take
horizontal
Tesla,
sloping support.
taking out 2
20.
vehicles, something new's going to happen. They're going to run it into XAI, whatever the hell that is, and they're going to fund it through Starlink. Are things in space going to make this accounting work?
Well, it's my view that Tesla and SpaceX eventually merge. Like that's,
okay.
So this is X and XAI, SpaceX.
Is there going to be a legitimate red herring? Is there going to be a legitimate process, or is it just Musk blather?
No, I think it's a legitimate I think this is all step by step in terms of what's going to happen. I think the reality is, okay, like, well, why would Musk do this? Because essentially, when you look at XAI, that's so much of the AI technology now that's within SpaceX. SpaceX basically being the vehicle that obviously gets you to space. It's Musk's view where he's basically creating his own ecosystem. You talk about circular financing and everything else. He's internally building this. What I would argue is probably going to be the biggest AI company in the world.
Is this whole new thing, this SpaceX /XAI, is that going to go public this year?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's one, like, that would make a ton
What
of
was
sense
my
for
biggest
SpaceX
trade?
to go public.
You talking to me?
Then you think about XAI being a key component to that. I think then the thing for investors is trying to figure out how does
it was
this
like a
affect
20-something
and
thousand
when does
dollar
that
fucking trade
cross-pollination start?
with fucking 5 or
Okay,
6K
Bitcoin
when I
is
was a fucking
69,000.
idiot
We
kid.
haven't broken down below, but everybody's paying
I
attention.
fucking made money and I lost it all.
The fancy people at crypto say, "Where's the underlying?"
Talking to me?
Where's the underlying?
You talking to me or
and
you
the
talking to someone else?
combination
Shit.
of SpaceX,
Shit.
XAI,
You talking to me
and
or you talking to
Tesla?
someone
What's
else?
the
That shit was fucking 2
underlying
years ago before I
free
knew all this
cash flow
shit. So fuck.
generation?
I mean,
when
it's
I
my
was-
view,
when I was
autonomous
25,
and robotics alone
20, I don't even fucking
for
remember,
Tesla.
man. Fuck.
Numbers today, if you think about free cash flow will be up 5-6x the next 4 or 5 years, just based on that. Then when you actually if you actually combine it all, you're essentially looking at something where
Yeah, the best question is, what is your biggest fucking bet? What's your least greatest trade? Ain't that the question, folks? What's your least greatest trade? What's your greatest trade? All right, folks, let's hit the like button. All right, thank you so much for being here. All right, today's great.
And it's an innovation hope 5 years out. Is that the basic structure of the deal?
XAI, let's say $1 billion a month, whatever that they're burning. So but Tom, my view is like, it's no different than the $185 billion that Google's going to spend in CapEx or Microsoft's doing CapEx. Right now, you are betting on the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Now, do you have to be a believer, and does that impact the near term in terms of these names? Of course. But the view from an investor perspective, and it's my view, is that we're in the fourth industrial revolution. We're in year 3 of a 10-year build-out.
We've had some great reporting from Bloomberg News on Elon Musk and SpaceX and XAI and this merger here. And I think 2 themes out there. The bulls are saying, hey, you're putting together the great SpaceX with arguably the leading AI company. Put those 2 together. What a great story. Others might say, boy, it kind of feels like SpaceX is bailing out XAI or vice versa. But we don't know because we don't have any numbers there, do we?
No, we don't. I mean, obviously the burn, which we know is probably about $1 billion a month. But for SpaceX, they're getting the AI technology from XAI, so that they ultimately need. If you think about this being what I'll call an AI play, it was the first step. But they eventually go down the aisle with Tesla.
Okay, just published moments ago. We do this in real time, folks. We'll make it up as we go. Dan Iser, this was Wedbush. Robert Schiffman, who will be with us in the next hour, publishes moments ago. This is on the credit.
Guys, we still have about 55 people that can still hit the like button. If you can hit the like button, I'd very much appreciate it. Still about half the people can hit the like button. 50.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission is now investigating what it calls, quote, systemic allegations of DEI-related intentional race discrimination against white employees at the sportswear giant
That's
Nike.
Crazy. Nike
The
getting
EEOC
federally
looking to force
sued.
Nike to turn over information about who it hired and why. Shares of Nike slightly lower. Elsewhere on Wall Street, that 2-day-long slide in the tech sector picking up speed today after fresh data showed a rise in initial jobless claims last week.
It's the news today, huh? That 2-day-long slide in the tech sector picking up speed today after fresh data showed a rise in initial jobless claims last week and a surge in planned corporate layoffs in January, double from a year ago.
And planned corporate layoffs in January, double from a year ago.
That news up.
Showing a lot of
Appreciate you.
weakness in the labor market. Right now, the Dow's down 1.25%.
Dow.
So is the S&P 500.
S&P 500.
NASDAQ down 1 2/3%.
Now down at 1 2/3.
Alphabet down 7%.
This guy sounds like a lottery announcer. I love it. I love his energy. Thank you so much, folks, that have hit the like button just now. Let's hit more. All right, only 4 people have hit the like button. Let's smack it up. Push it up to 100. Help me push it up today.
BuzzFeed, Bloomberg.
Thank you. BuzzFeed, Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in Liz Ann Saunders, Chief Investment Strategist, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Good morning to you, Liz Ann. So nice to see you.
You too.
We've got a delayed JOLTS report this morning.
AI disruptions to continue as investors search for dull new stocks. Major news.
How are you putting it all together this morning? Is it a little bit more sort of nuanced than just low hire, low fire?
Crazy.
Yeah, I think it is a little more nuanced. There was a concentration, obviously, in terms of where the layoffs were. Amazon, UPS, I forget what the third one was, but we knew about those. Now the pop in initial claims isn't directly tied to that, although
medium
layoff
cycle happening.
Somewhat obviously do lead claims. But you saw it in
We're
some
chopping
of
up here for the day and then do it later,
states in terms of
I
claims.
could see
so
some sort of pullback to the top of this purple box
but
at some point
it
today.
is an important question to think about looking forward, whether these were some blips that have explanations or whether we're starting to see some cracks in the low firing part of the low firing part of the equation. And that's going to take a little bit more data to come.
Okay. Speaking of that, obviously we're going to be getting that delayed payrolls, and we'll be saying Happy Jobs Wednesday next week.
He's
then
a
we'll
liar.
get that CPI on Friday the 13th. I don't know, Lizanne, if that's ominous or not, but without all of that, the so-called gold standard, we've been relying on some other data prints this week, and that is, of course, what's been happening over at the ISM Manufacturing and Services surveys. I'm just wondering, what in that stood out to you?
If it breaks 20,
I know that you said that
it's
there
going
is some
down crazy,
divergence
yes.
there, or convergence rather, but what really stood out to me was the prices paid are still elevated. I don't know with some of the uptick in the PPI, you know, the stickiness there, what that's going to do as far as translating into PCE.
Medium-term bear cycle happening, trying on the WhatsApp group, but I'm not even sure anymore.
It's a great way you framed the question, Sam, because I think the increase in prices paid, which has been a perpetual problem, could be an explanation for why the release of the ISM Manufacturing Index was very strong. You saw the overall headline measure move from the high 40s to the low 50s. That takes you from contraction to expansion mode. New orders picked up as well. Employment picked up. But the verbatim comments, so ISM, when they release their numbers, they put in a summary of verbatim comments that they hear from the companies that are part of the survey. Those were incredibly dour. A lot of tariff mentions in there. So I think much like we know consumer confidence sort of is in contrast to strong economic growth, probably weighed down by virtue of their experience with inflation. I think you could probably connect those same dots within a measure like ISM Manufacturing.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, I mean, these PMIs
the VIX is at the bottom of the trend line. This shit could bounce, this shit could fall through. It's 50-50, but it's bouncing for now, so
shift from the macro to the micro. I mean, you and I have spoken a number of times about your 3 C's.
Did its thing, it's doing its thing, and now here we are.
Cultivate. How are you thinking about that story right now that we've heard from Microsoft and we've heard from Alphabet, which is getting punished today off the back of these aggressive spending plans?
We might want to add a D word, the disruption.
Disruptions!
Sort of cultivate phase here. So it's, I think part of the broadening out has been a function of a shift in focus toward the beneficiaries of AI, not just the hyperscalers, the initial creators of AI. Then you had the catalyzed phase, which was the build-out phase, data centers, and energy needs. Now we're in this combination of sort of disruption to some of the longer-standing players in spaces not directly tied to AI, like software in some cases, but also the beneficiary of the cultivate phase, who is using it to their advantage.
I will never forget. I will be the one that is strong enough.
And then also related is starting to get answers to questions.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to play this shit, but fuck it. I think I am. Did I delete it? Alright, I might have deleted it yesterday. I gotta repost it. Alright, we'll watch it later.
Questions around whether it's AI or something more broadly. How are you thinking about your labor needs? Is there a cost savings here brought in via AI that means your labor needs might look a little bit different than sort of pre the revolution of
People
AI?
might find this shit annoying as fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I will never quit, because if you quit,
shit.
I will never quit, because if you quit, you're done. You may still be alive walking around on this earth. You're done. I will never quit. I will persevere and I will thrive on adversity. My team expects me to be physically harder and mentally stronger than our opponents. I hold myself to that standard. I will be physically harder and mentally stronger than anything that comes against me, my family, my business, my brothers, my sisters, my team. I will be the one that is physically harder and mentally stronger, and I will work to maintain that position. You won't beat.
So there's kind of a multi-pronged story to what's happening here in terms of where there's underlying strength in the market, but where you're seeing these pockets of weakness.
Yeah, and I think one of those big prongs has been very much in softwares, where we've seen that sell-off just on really the nervousness around the risk of AI on their business models effectively. And I mean, it feels like the conversation now is, I mean, just kind of sell these off, ask questions later type of trade here. As far as what we're seeing in the markets this morning, obviously a little bit more of a defensive positioning to what we saw yesterday, which actually was a good degree of rotation. I mean, we did actually see the Dow up. I'm just wondering how you're thinking about this theme that's been playing out here with the sell-off in tech into other parts of the market where we've seen these pockets of selective strength in areas of the real economy. I mean, staples having a good start to the year as well. Is that sustainable?
Shit. Time is 12.
Well, right now the momentum is in the
bottom
rotation
of the orange
trade.
box is testing
I think that's what's being played right now, both on the
or it gets
what's
contained.
Doing well. To your point, a lot of the traditional
at the minimum, I thought it would touch
in sectors like energy and industrials and materials. You know, one of the things I said earlier this morning was that we have this sort of trader cohort, short-term cohort. You can find it with retail traders, but you can also find it in the institutional, you know, speculators crowd and CTAs. They're you know, that we've been in this environment where everybody's looking for the, you know, shiny new object. Now I think there may be also looking for the dull new object. Like, where are there opportunities both on the upside and the downside? And so I think there's sort of multi-directional trading that is happening with bets, both in areas that are doing well and areas that are not doing well. In terms of that broadening out, though, there are fundamental underpinnings to it. You're on an upward trajectory in terms of equal weight earnings
if
relative
we test
to cap
LOD,
weight
I'm getting the
earnings.
fuck out
You
today,
see
but
a
I mean,
decelerating pace of growth among
nice
the Mag 7.
0.5
Yet the other 493, the direction of travel is higher. The levels, there's still a gap, but direction of travel matters. As I often say, better or worse often matters more than good or bad.
Direction of travel matters. Damn, that's a deep one.
Upward trajectory for small cap earnings.
Love it.
The fact that cyclical areas are doing well, that helps to explain why international equities are doing well, because their economies have that more cyclical bias to it. So there's lots of connectivity here.
Yes, certainly is, and it's important to keep an eye on the trend, as you point out. Lizanne, thanks so much for joining me today. Lizanne Saunders there, Chief Investment Strategist, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Appreciate it.
What a cycle. Going down so slow. Is this a bear trap?
Let's get to Kevin Green, as I promised, who joins me now for...
Exactly, nobody knows. It's going down so slow. Bounce at the orange line already, trying at 12. 10 to 12.15.
Alphabet, the Google parent, falling after saying it plans to nearly double its spending this year. The company reporting CapEx spend in the range of $175 billion to $185 billion. As CEO Sundar Pichai says, AI investments are driving revenue and growth across the board. Joining me now, John Blackledge, TD Cowen Managing Director and Senior Equity Research Analyst. So, John, what is the difference between a company that announces huge spending plans and the stock rises, and one that announces huge spending plans and the stock falls?
Yeah, Julia, the gap there is expectations. And so, like you referenced, at the midpoint of the CapEx guide of 180 billion, double last year, we had been forecasting 125 billion. Sell-side consensus was 115 billion. And I felt like just in our investor conversations leading into earnings, investors were around 130 billion. And so it's actually, you know, it's a pretty big gap. And so I think investors today are digesting this guide on CapEx, but also with it, and
this
what
might
you
be
just
the 0.5 fib of the day.
This cloud revenue acceleration was massive. So you are seeing the AI demand and investments in cloud search growth accelerated, and Sundar also mentioned that, you know, there are capacity constraints still, just given the strong demand at cloud, at search, etc. For the strong AI.
What's
demand.
going on here, Sundar?
You know, they're going to double CapEx, and
what's going on?
They also
Google?
said, like, even despite doubling CapEx this year, they're still going to be
680.
constrained.
We are right at
entering next year. So
Google
that just gives you
bearish,
an idea of just how much demand
bullish
there is
then
for
went
their
bearish,
AI,
then went bullish.
you know,
Look
AI
at Google
offerings.
right now.
So it sounds like you think that maybe the sell-off is a bit of an opportunity for investors to step in, or that it's sort of misguided?
For sure. I mean, yeah, it's looking down 4 to 5% today. And let's, to be fair, the shares are up 60% over the past year. Sure. So, yeah, no, for us, I mean, if you look at Alphabet, I mean, they have arguably now the leading foundation suite models with their Gemini suite of models, which is driving, kind of like I just referenced the cloud growth and all the opportunities there. And then, like, if you look at search, right, their core business, search growth accelerated by a couple points, beat street estimates. It was broad based.
It's playing with this candle, looks like, or it's playing with the bigger candle.
AI mode and AI overviews drove record engagement at search, which is pretty historic. And if you go back over the last year, I mean, Alphabet's done an incredible job. A, with its Gemini suite of models, B, incorporating AI
Today's
tools
post
like
Google
AI
earnings,
overviews
so best believe Google's going to have a lot of market moving activity going on today. Best believe.
And really kind of stave off that sentiment that was out there the last couple of years of ChatGPT being a big secular risk to Google search. And so, from that perspective, we're entering
exactly the same.
Google. Their businesses, search and cloud, are in really good shape. They're accelerating. So, it may take a step back
bit before the market,
but I think the story is like over the next couple
look at
of
IWM
years,
too.
still
Russell
a great
2000.
story.
To your point about Gemini, I thought the numbers were interesting there. That 750 million monthly active users on the Gemini app, which of course doesn't capture desktop or people going to a browser, I suppose, and using it. And then they said they had, 8 million paid users on Gemini Enterprise, which was also interesting. How do you think about Gemini as the engine for some of those other things that you were talking about, and sort of how the consumer-facing users on the app or wherever then feed into the enterprise flywheel too?
Oh yeah, no, it's the Gemini 3, Sundar was talking about it last night. How great of a model it is, and
I think it was earnings though. I'm not gonna lie, it was on earnings company.
750 million on the consumer side, 750
that
million
I never knew anything about. It was like
million at the third quarter.
It was
and
either
said,
FedEx or fucking
is also rising in the standalone Gemini app. They also
I don't even know. It was one of the other two.
And how they're partnering there.
All I know is I made the fuck ton and I literally lost it. So
Apple's going to be building their foundation models off of Gemini and off the Gemini
suite of models. 16 fucking profit.
It creates, when you have kind of leading tech like this,
maybe
leading
6,
foundation
7,
models, it creates incredible optionality
dumb does that feel?
For
really
Alphabet, both on the enterprise side and on the consumer side.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about was a comment that the CFO made on the call that the AI agents are writing about 50% of Google's code at this point. I mean, do you anticipate a big wave of job cuts at some place like Google if that is indeed the case, that they're just not going to need as many people to do coding there?
I don't think so. And you had some headcount growth. We're past the days of like right after COVID where these companies were adding a crazy amount of employees. And I think you've seen, well, you saw it with Amazon, they're obviously cutting, but I think for Alphabet we have modest headcount growth. And one of the benefits of this technology is the productivity gains. But if you go back to the Meta earnings last week, I think their CFO said, this was in the callback. She said, "Yeah, we're seeing productivity gains with our engineers." And someone asked if they would cut heads, and they're like, "We actually may add more."
Should I pre-clap? Fuck it, I'll pre-clap.
Technical workers that are more productive can, kind of drive, their business. And I don't
pre-clap.
So I don't see Alphabet with broad headcount cuts to come, but headcount growth has slowed.
RSI
obviously over the last couple of years
is in bear territory.
Right. And we
back
got
the RSI in bear territory. Volume is just slowly not there.
In the month of
back the RSI in bear territory. If the volume and candle
about,
comes, this shit is
Waymo
bearish.
And its role here too. Of course, it was in the other bets part of it, right? So again, like when you think about these things that sort of seem like side businesses for Alphabet, of which it has many, how do you think about what it means to the business?
Yeah, I mean, Waymo, I think they're raising at like $110 billion valuation. It's still a really
Since
small
11:55
part
IWM
of the
top, I think the
overall
bulls are in
Alphabet
danger. I think the bulls
valuation.
are in danger.
But I mean,
That's
they're
what
the
I said in the
leading
WhatsApp group.
AV
Let's
tech,
see what happens.
full stop, in the United States. They're in 6 markets now. They just launched in Miami, I think, last week.
12:20.
We think they're going to be in upwards of 20 markets in the
God
U.S.
did.
and
God
London
did.
and perhaps even
God did.
Tokyo by
God
the end
did.
of this
God
year.
did. I
They're
pre-clapped this
definitely
bitch. God
accelerating
did.
their roadmap.
God did.
And
God did. God
no, and
did.
it's been
God did.
a
VWAP
long-term
breaking.
investment, and
God
that's what
did.
Alphabet does.
3/3
They bet
cycle is
on the long
growing.
term, and so
Volume
over
and
the
MACD
next
needs to
5 to 10
come.
years, Waymo is going to be
More.
increased. We're going to increasingly see
More this
Waymo,
bitch bouncing.
in the U.S. and outside the U.S. Definitely a part of the rideshare industry. I also cover Uber and Lyft. And then we'll see how it evolves and if it becomes, if they partner with
Volume is
OEMs
trying to
and,
grow.
kind of,
What?
the technology is on, the autonomous technology is on vehicles that consumers could buy.
Finally, I do want to get your take, John, because
medium-term cycle turning into
obviously
bigger.
you're positive on Alphabet. We're seeing the shares under pressure today, but this is happening amidst the backdrop of a bigger tech sell-off, right? Yes, a lot of it's concentrated in software, but it has gone well
medium-term
beyond
cycle
software
turning into a
at
bigger
this
one.
point.
Since
What do you
the
think that
11:50
reflects? How far
extension.
do you think it could
If
potentially
11:50
go?
breaks, if
And
11:25
what's going to
breaks,
regain
then
the
the
confidence of the
2/3
market in
bulls
some
are
of these
trapped.
names?
Along
Yeah, I
with
mean,
the
I always
3/3
go
bulls.
back to,
If they
kind
revert
of
here,
execution. We're going to have to look at execution.
then they revert
and
here.
we're going to get Amazon tonight. I also think it should be good, and we're bullish. We're bullish on Amazon, but I think it would be the companies executing and proving out that these there are returns for these AI investments.
If any
and
of these
work
lows
on
break
the part
somehow,
of folks like myself
then the
and
bulls
my
are trapped
peers
in the
and
2/3,
investors
and
on
then the
figuring out the
1/3
returns
gets into
for this
a
really
precarious
historic
environment.
AI
Because then the market will be
infrastructure
shopping at the
investment
floor.
cycle that we're in. Yeah, I don't know in the near
VIX
term if the tech tape
holding
is gonna turn up,
trend
but
line
I
channel
think you're seeing
now.
the fundamentals for these companies are really in great shape. Obviously, we've talked about Alphabet. Meta's fundamentals are very good. And we think Amazon's are as well. We don't cover Microsoft and some of the other players, but yeah. So we'll have to see. But yeah, execute and kind of follow their plans.
We shall see what ends up happening. We know they have big plans, that's for sure. John, thanks a lot.
Where the
Appreciate
fuck are
it.
we?
Thank you.
Exactly. What the fuck it's using? What the f? I don't even know what the fuck it's using anymore. Oh, gap filled. Wow. Wait. What the f? Oh, okay, now we knew that. Okay, there's another gap. What the fuck is this shit? $12.20. And bear trapping in one candle. Whoa. $12.20. This is $12.25. What the fuck? This shit's coming in crazy. I thought it would be a bearish cycle growing, but I guess not. This is crazy. Why did they go to the orange line twice? Volume and MACD did not grow and it reverted. Holy. It's just like structural fucking hope shit. This has to be some structural 0DT hope shit going on right now. What in the yeah, it's evil. The fuck, where they go now? This shit is evil. Huh? All HOD? How much is it? Fucking all-time high as fuck. This shit is crazy. What the fuck? Ain't no way it just did this in fucking 5 minutes, bro. What the fuck? What the f- Man, this shit is playing with my fucking 3 SPY puts into Monday. This shit is crazy. Playing with the fucking emotions. It just went from 540 each to 460 each. What the f- Man, this shit is no joke. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that shit is actually scary as fuck now. VIX is now breaking down all of a sudden. They want to run this bitch up. VIX crush fucking already. What? To where? Hell nah, bruh. My dust is turning down too. What the fuck? Oh hell nah. Oh hell nah. I'm in tiny as shit. My dust and my fucking shit going against me now. SPY, if HOD breaks, I'm just leaving anyway. Fuck it. This shit is so fucking bullish now out of nowhere. What the fuck? It's out of bullish out of nowhere. VIX crushed. Today is the VIX play though. This shit is the most insane thing ever. Who the fuck is in control of the VIX? Alright guys, we're doing our second poll of the day. Give me 1 second. Alright, based on the move right now, based on the VIX breaking down, based on the market trying to run up. Is this shit gonna fucking run? Or, no, I'm kidding. Is this shit bull or bears? In your opinion alone. I still am hoping that this shit is bearish, but I'm in this is 1 DT, fucking 0 DT shit going on, so. But 685 showing crazy now. What the fuck? Oh my. QQQ went from 593 to 603 is actually turning into a fucking 30. Right, but the news said buy the dip moment. But like, wow, it's actually turning into on QQQ. What the fuck is this on QQQ right now? 3/3 trap at the 3/3. Extended the 3/3 lower. And then trapping. This shit sucks. What a spike down in the 3/3 and then trap everything up. Look at this shit. 594 and 593 and then bounce like what the fuck? Like nothing. $9 up. Holy crap. Alright. This is the craziest but nice, healthy cycling I've seen that I am not part in 0 DT bigly in. So I guess my heart is not too poundy. But alright, now we have 3 people saying this move into this week and Friday and next week based on today and what's going on based on candles and how we're bouncing on VWAP right now. 3 people is 4 people is bullish. We have 5 people that is bullish. We have 8 people that is bearish. 9 including YouTube. That's it. All right, poll closed.
Yeah, we think we do kind of maintain this range-bound environment. I think one thing kind of helping to keep that cap on yields is this fear, or I shouldn't say fear, but really this view that if we see a more meaningful sell-off, the Treasury will become a lot more activist. We had the quarterly refunding announcement from Treasury yesterday. Even going into that, we had some people talking about, would they cut issuance? Would they increase the size of their buyback program? Those are both tools that the administration does have to push back down those longer end yields. So they haven't had to use them, but it's kind of, speak softly, carry a big stick. They've been able to keep the big stick off the table.
You and I know Friday, besides you picking
breaking
Patriots
down?
over
Is
the
this not-
Seahawks,
man.
you and I know Friday,
I
Blake,
want to draw
that there's going to come out gloom
really,
about
really
your
passive
world.
line, right?
OMG,
But
they're
that's the
only
one I
going to
drew.
issue T-bills.
Now it's
Are
breaking
we
down,
going to see
so
a
it's
shift
like
in the makeup of the paper the government issues?
I think they're going to hold on to this focus that they've had on the front end. So if you remember kind of before the election, we had Bessent and Mirren and some of these administration officials kind of talking about, the fact that the administration was leaning very heavily on bills. Bills were kind of in that 20 to 23% of total outstanding type of range. They tend to target something under 20% for bills, but they've been maintaining above that for a while. And I do think that the Fed now is back in the market buying bills. That also allows them, they now have a very large price insensitive buyer in the market. So that does allow them, I think, to lean on bills a little bit longer than they would have otherwise before they have to start increasing the rest of the curve.
Kevin Warsh, Fed chair nominee. What's your view, or what's the view of the clients you talk to about what might be this changing the guard?
Well, I think what everybody's focused on are, first and foremost, his views on the balance sheet, on the Fed's balance sheet. I think there's a lot of questions about what he's really going to be able to get done on the rate side. Obviously, he must have at least kind of committed to cutting. We heard as much from Trump yesterday, who said, yes, I am under the impression that he is coming in and cutting rates. Wouldn't have got the job if he didn't say that. But his success on that front, a little bit questionable. So I think people are really focused on what he's going to do on the balance sheet. And that's what rates markets are really reacting to right now.
So what do you think, or what's the market telling you that the Fed may do?
Well, I think the market is rightly dismissing it a bit. So we saw those trades perform into the announcement. So
we have to make it this vertical. This is the fairest way we can see the market right now. The market moving crazy
on the announcement, but very quickly kind of faded away. So I think markets are treating it with a bit of wariness.
Market moving
a
crazy.
lot of people have been pointing to what's going on in commodities and crypto and some of these things as a result of those balance sheet policies. But at least in my space, in rate space, we've seen people being a bit dismissive of it.
Okay, I triangulate as an amateur, folks.
One single candle, like a $1 move, like
amateur. I got a 10-year real yield range bound.
One single dollar is a $1
right
move.
Now. I got a vanilla 210 curve. It's nudging a little steeper as well. And then as an old fart, I go to 30-year bonds. You don't remember when the 30-year bond was the benchmark. Do I need to worry about a 5% 30-year bond and new steepness in the curve?
We've tested that level many times, and it's held so far.
Yeah.
And that is one area where I do think this mindset that Treasury will become more activist if we see those yields sell off. That's one of the things we're looking at. Are 30s going to really poke through that 5%
you can't even
ceiling
make this shit up. $1, one candle. What the
Those are the
fuck?
kind of moves that I would expect Treasury to become a lot more active with their policies.
Looking at the
That's
world
crazy.
interest rate probability function on the Bloomberg terminal.
What the fuck
WIRP.
is this right now?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he went to Rutgers.
What is this right now? $1, 1 minute, bro.
I was intimidated.
Oh
they were
my.
so damn smart. It was like, are you kidding me?
It's good stuff there. Couple of rate cuts this year. Does that make sense to you?
It does, because I think what you always have to remember with market pricing, you're not pricing a modal or most likely outcome. You're pricing a balance of all the risk-weighted outcomes that could happen. And so when I think you look at that pricing and it says 2 cuts, it's not that the whole market's saying we think they're going to cut 2 times. It's that you still have this, let's call it a 10% probability that we go into a recession and the Fed has to cut 200 basis points. So I think markets are always having to account for that very long tail risk. You look at the other side of the ledger there, how much could they realistically hike this year? Nobody's expecting hikes. So if you look at that skewed distribution, it kind of makes sense that it's pulling the market pricing a little bit in that direction.
I got time for one more question. We got to get Robert Schiffman in here. Blake, and this is important. Every night, RBC Capital Markets has their symbol, that iconic history of the Royal Bank of Canada on the Montreal Canadiens jersey.
Market is crazy.
Should Cole Caulfield be on the U.S. Olympic hockey team?
Market is crazy.
You're going to out me here. I might lose my job here at RBC. I've been able to hide the fact that I know nothing about hockey from the Canadiens for a very long time. I've been able to fake it up till now, and I think you're outing me here.
We'll have to get a beverage of our choice here to explain how exciting they are.
We'll talk Chiefs. We'll talk Kansas City Chiefs next time I'm on here.
Okay, good.
All right, guys. I think this is the most important time to watch into the end of the day. I think anything could happen because people are saying bullish and bearish right here. in the world, and I think they did go bullish already from 11:15 to 12:30, 1 hour. So it's the most critical.
Mr. President, speaking of the Fed, would you like to see Jeanine Pirro drop the investigation and determine Powell?
No, she's going to take it to the end. They've spent
Time is
almost $4 billion
12:35.
doing a small renovation. I don't even see an end in sight. I feel badly for the new Fed chairman because he may not have an office for 4 years. I don't know what these people are doing. So it's either gross incompetence or it's theft of some kind or kickbacks.
All right, you heard him. He was very serious. Joining us to talk about Steve Forbes, Forbes Media Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, and Jason Trennert, CEO and Chairman of Strategas Research Partners, a Baird company. Good to see both of you. Steve Forbes, what do you think of that?
Well,
he's going to take it to the end.
Well, our friend John Carney, I think, had a good suggestion for the president, and that is pardon Powell.
I knew Give him a pardon, not just like...
For crimes past, crimes in the future.
Of course, it doesn't... it doesn't mean... It may not be as bad as it sounds. I mean, look, Jeanine Pirro wants documents. The Fed has not handed over the documents, okay? Now, why they haven't, I do not know, but they need to. If they did that, then they could have a sit-down and work this thing out. I don't think cost overruns are criminal enterprises. The issue, did he tell the truth in front of the Congress? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't hear the testimony. But Tom Tillis won't vote yes in the banking committee for Kevin Warsh. That's the only thing I'm concerned about, Jason Trennert. Until he likes Kevin Warsh, but he said, I'm not going to do it until you finish the other stuff. So I think
is it bulls coming? Is the Bears
so.
coming?
I think, Kevin
is
Warsh,
everybody
frankly,
coming?
I was telling Steve, I'm
Are
pleasantly
they all waiting?
shocked that he chose Kevin Warsh.
Do or die for Bulls and Bears.
I think he's a great
Every
choice.
one of them.
Good for the confidence of the
especially
financial
0
markets.
DT and 1 DT.
As
I mean,
far
I'm
as,
fucking stressed out on they're doing this shit right now.
A criminal
They're channeling
referral
like
for,
crazy.
Jay Powell. I don't think
bigger,
that's good
like,
for financial
bigger
markets.
down,
And
bigger
as you
up,
pointed
bigger
out,
down,
cost
even bigger up.
overruns on
Like, this is nuts.
Renovations. If that were criminal, that would
is
we'd
this,
all be in jail.
what,
Right? So,
is this channeling up or is this what? I see a
think they
cornucopia
should-
growing out.
I'm sure maybe there's something I don't know, but if not, I would stay away from that.
And by the way, if there is no confirmed successor for Powell, then the president has the right to choose an existing governor, Governor Waller, for temporary. So if that and he's going to be even more of a hawk, I think, than perhaps even Mr. Warsh is.
Is Warsh a hawk or a dove?
I think he's stable dollar, I hope. I don't care about the birds. I want to have a stable dollar, and then things will start to take care of themselves when people can rely on a stable currency, not have this crazy thing we've discussed, this idea that prosperity causes inflation, and therefore we must imagine a handful of people in Washington try to direct the United States economy, 30+ trillion, not to mention all around the world, by 7 people manipulating interest rates. Will stimulate the economy, will depress the economy. It's preposterous and dangerous, and it's given us bad results.
Jason, it's interesting. On the announcement, gold and silver got smacked hard.
Right.
Got smacked hard, which is a tight money reaction, I think. I'm not sure, because I'm not sure what we're doing at the levels they were at. But whatever, they got smacked pretty hard. I don't think they really rebounded since then. What do you make of it? Again, is Warsh a hawk or a dove?
I think he's a skeptic of QE forever. And I don't think that makes him a hawk, really. It makes, I completely agree with him in the idea that QE forever was very good for rich people and was not good for the average person. The average, the rich people, their assets went up dramatically, and the average person either lost their job or had a very difficult time keeping up, and certainly got no interest income. It was never designed to be that way, QE. There were questions when it was first introduced in 2008, 2009, whether it's even legal for the Fed to do this. So the idea that the Fed is the only game in town, I agree with Steve, should not be the case. You should let the private economy set prices.
And by the way, what the Fed did, starting with Bernanke, was create conditions where we see that referendum in California and a wealth tax created great resentment. All these people making hundreds of billions of dollars seemingly, you're barely keeping up with inflation, and they're doing real work? Are they creating real things? So I think it helps sour the whole society. And we're getting the fallout from it today. I think he'll prevent that kind of destructive nonsense.
Well, one of the things that this plays to your point, I think. One of the things he said he's written this and he said time and time again, he wants the Fed to be downsized. He wants to go back to their original mission, which is stable prices and a strong economy. Get out of the job of fiscal policy. Get out of the. They're losing hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't think people know this.
They're over $1 trillion underwater.
Right,
their bond.
Right.
Great bond pickers.
I mean, just the sheer ineptness of that. This is the nation's central bank is so badly underwater. As you say, I don't know what the right number is, but it could easily be over $1 trillion. That's the key point. And Warsh wants to come in and change. You know, the Treasury Department should be in charge of bonds and selling bonds and all that stuff, not the Federal Reserve.
No, and again, it's what is Jason's point. It grossly distorted financial markets here and around the world, also hurt lending to small business. Why companies like Apple, Money Machine, went out and borrowed a lot of money. Why? Because the money was free. So they could buy in stock, pay dividends, but hurts for money, capital for small businesses. And governments today are still taking on more debt. That's going to be a crisis. I don't know how it's going to explode, but what Ben Bernanke started, we're getting the bitter fruits of it today.
Jason Trenner, the economy is red hot.
Yep.
Red hot. How about the stock market? What are you looking for?
Well, the first thing I would say, the economy is red hot. And I think you have an enormous amount of stimulus. You have the World Cup. It's the 250th anniversary of the country. So there's a lot of great things going on. The stock market, in my opinion, is,
World Cup.
I was telling Steve, very hard to be
hot.
short. It's hard
It's
to
hot
be
for sure.
really optimistic because valuation levels are at such a high point right now. And you may get higher long-term interest rates at the back end of
whatever
end of
cycle
curve.
this
So,
is, if it is bullish or not, it's a abnormal cycle.
I'm modestly bullish. I'll put it
Cornucopia
that way.
channeling
I'm very
right
bullish
now
on the
in
economy,
Intraday.
and I kind of tend to think of the stock market as a little counter-cyclical because of interest rates.
You don't want me to buy the index and just hold it for the next 100 years?
Well, I think
that's what I really want to do. That's the Trump savings accounts, by the way.
Well, one of the things that's great is
young kids, poor people get rich. Minorities can get rich.
I think one of the things that is a testament to this policy is that the stock market is broadening out this year. So it's not just the Mag 7 or 10 companies, which there are 10 companies that were worth 40% of the S&P 500, virtually all of them related to AI. This year, you're seeing industrials, you're seeing materials, you're seeing other sectors participate in that, and I think it's great for investors. It's great for the economy. It's just,
what is it? Denny was here. He calls it the impressive 493.
What a bear wipe, though,
like
from
that.
Spike. That's
He's
the
a very
most
smart
fucking
chap.
craziest shit of the day
Thank
today.
you,
Still
Jason.
so far.
Great to see you. 100%. Coming up here, Ace New York Post columnist Miranda Devine says First Lady's movie Melania serves as a dainty middle finger to Trump media tormentors. It's Ladies' Night Out. Miranda and Caroline Downey next up on Kudlow.
Oh, do we have the White House press coming on? Let's see. I think the White House is coming live. Wow. It says 2 p.m. We sent the picture earlier in the day. It says 1 p.m. So it should start in 15 minutes. White House press conference, folks. Yep, 1 p.m. Alright, let's change the title to the White House press conference. 1 p.m. And the VIX still down 22 point fucking something. I'm leaving that. We're $7 up from the floor. This shit is crazy. So you ended up getting ribs yesterday? No, I got steak. I got steak because it was $7 more expensive. President Trump makes an announcement tonight at 7 to about something. And market going pretty bullish. This is looking tough now. HOD really trying to fucking break off now. Maybe a long bounce is overdue. We went down for 3 days. Enough. 1, 2, 3. Reverting trend on the 41 hour. It's slowing down. Alright, now we're showing the gap up. Alright, now it looks like the market is showing the gap up somehow. That's crazy. That's crazy. 1250. A Nike swoosh sign. What the fuck? Fucking U cup. What in the move is this? What in the move is this? What time does the Whitehouse go live? It should be 1, but I can't see any traces of it on YouTube for some reason. Wow, look at that dump. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, look at that gap hope and fucking pull back. Come on now. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Come on now. Alright, we're at the top of the 9:30 a.m. level. Doesn't mean we're gonna fall through, but what the fuck? Anything above again, trapping. That's crazy. Look at this cornucopia coming in dangerous right now, though. What the fuck is a cornucopia? Man, I hope I can find a snail picture. Alright, cornucopia, corn. Right? I don't even know if it's a word. I just made it up in my life. Right, it's this. Alright, I'm pretty sure cornucopia is not even a snail in the ancient Greek word, but this is what I'm talking about. Cornucopia. Doesn't it not look like this? Am I fucking bugging or what? It looks like this. How do I invert this shit? There you go. Fuck. Does anyone else see a cornucopia? Am I tripping out? Alright, I can rotate it. Rotate. Ta-da! Ta-da! Isn't that a cornucopia? Alright, ascending whatever the fuck wedge. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming to my TED Talk. Oh my god. Thank you so much for coming to my TED Talk. Oh my god. Yo, it's funny as fuck. Oh, I know. It's a word I made up when I was a kid. Leave me alone. Alright. Alright.
Our financial position is
We need to wait until
in
a little bit.
in an incredibly tough place, and a part of that is a $20 million overspend by the Minneapolis Police Department in last year's budget, or over the course of 2025, which has significantly diminished our cushion. We have significant overtime resources that have
I don't
been
even
spent so
know
far
why I
this year,
called it a
just in
cornucopia when I was a
February.
kid. Maybe it's because of a
And
goat's horn, and I
really
just
dislike
thought
that
a
this
goat's
is
horn
where
looks
we
like
are
a
pulling from. This was
seashell, so
I
a
I
seashell
very
must be
strongly
a
believe and
cornucopia. But like,
continue
I
to
don't know why I
the
did
most
that.
appropriate source,
I don't know. My
was
little kid
contingency.
brain when I was
That was
young,
not the will
dude,
of
it
the
just
body.
stuck with me. Every
And
time I see something like this, every time I see
I
something
just,
like this going down or something, I see
I'm going to support this because
a channel that's grown
because of
outward,
how
down or up, but it's like, for me,
large
it's like
the
an
need
ascending
is and how
cornucopia cone,
few
or like
resources
to me,
exist
it's
in
like
the face of it.
a descending cornucopia cone.
And that just matters the most right now. But like, this can't be how we keep moving forward. We're gonna have a lot of tough choices to make over the course of this year, and then as we look towards our budget for next year,
We have to wait. This is the only channel that has the Whitehouse live stream prepared or something. So
we don't have cushions. We don't have magic money hidden.
Whitehouse
places
coming
anymore.
live in 10 minutes. Maybe in 10 minutes, the Associated
this
Press
is-
and ABC and NBC will fix their stuff.
This is a reflection of
Negator said, "Oh, I can.
significant the
Okay,
need is
I can
because
see
I
that. What are you
know
talking about? The fucking cone?
most
What are you
of
talking about? The
authors
ascending cone
here
shit? The descending
did not
cone shit?
prefer the source in the first place.
It's a word I made up. Probably.
We are listening to the Minneapolis City Council debating right now.
Oh gosh. I want my Caroline. Caroline! I need my Caroline live. Whitehouse, where are you? Oh my. Caroline. Yes, Caroline. Yes, Caroline. It says Whitehouse is at 1, sir. Oh shit. 2 p.m. Oh shit. Why the fuck does it say 1? Lying ass motherfuckers. Lying! Fake news. Crazy. They lied. I thought it was 1. Fake news. Associated Press was real news. That's crazy. CNBC. I thought better of you. CNBC. I thought better of you. Let's see what happens from the top of the cornucopia with the SPX gap above not filled. Rejection is trying. There's a lot of moves up here above 680. We are already at 680.67, 680. Wow, crazy. I was like, how the fuck do we just pop 2 $1 above 680 like crazy, right? But like, what the crap? Every single coming in $1 strong. Every single coming in $1.50 strong. Every single above, every single candle above 680 is now trapped on the SPX gap above hope. That is a cycle. Big ass cycle. Extended crazy. Every single bear below 680 trapped too. Ain't gonna lie. 680 is not a level 2. F around that looks like psychologically for now until something happens. The candles are coming in. But it's just fucking crazy. Looks like the madness is going to continue until 2. And Whitehouse comes on, and the madness begins.
That I think Qualcomm investors want to push on, though, and that's the premium. Here's the piece that I think Qualcomm investors want to push on, though, and that's the premiumization trend in the smartphone market. You and I have been talking about this for several quarters.
Qualcomm hasn't even seen
in China,
data center
elsewhere,
revenue.
People have been going up market. Up market, we have Apple
we
and
are
Samsung
very
at the
confident
top.
we'll
They're
start to
big
see
enough
data center
that they
revenue
can
in
pull some levers, charge
2027.
people enough for phones to still get their phones out. To what degree might some of these other Chinese OEMs be able to do something similar, put out more premium phones, which are more likely to have Qualcomm built in, charge a bit more, and maybe not be hit as hard as some of these projections suggest?
Look, that's a great point, and we're thinking about that as likely one of the outcome scenarios. We're actually very fortunate that, you know, in our mobile business, we have Samsung, we have Apple this year, and we have a lot of the premium and high tier. And history has shown, we've seen this on COVID during the pandemic, when you have the big semiconductor shortage, that the premium tier is more resilient. And I expect that's exactly what you're going to see. Some of those phones are going to be higher in pricing. What is happening right now, as we go through the year, we're seeing the OEMs doing exactly that. I think their roadmap is changing. I think they're talking about how they're going to prioritize the premium and the high tier. And they want to understand how consumers are going to react to the high prices. And
So
we're going to see how this votes.
In a way,
yes.
If this AI in the data center stuff is successful and filters out into applications, if they're great applications that people want to access on their phones, maybe it'll drive an upgrade cycle that actually ends up
I'm so
benefiting
funny,
you,
guys.
but
Hit
we
the
gotta
like
wait a
button.
couple
Come
quarters.
on.
Now,
Isn't this shit fucking
let me reorient
like
a little bit.
cornucopia?
I was just in San Francisco yesterday and earlier in the week talking to Tarek Amin at Humane. And I know that they're looking at Qualcomm-based technology for data center, as are some others, specifically for some AI applications in data center. We're feeling this constraint issue with handsets now driven by AI data center. How long before we feel potential upside from some of Qualcomm's push into that space?
Bears are going crazy right now. This is bear control. It's breaking down.
We're very confident
That's
that 2027 we're going to start to see revenue. I think what's happening on data center is incredibly exciting for Qualcomm. I think we're moving to a new architecture as you think about AI at scale and data center for inference. If anything, I think the movements between NVIDIA and Grok, it kind of shows that it's not about just one GPU that will do everything. And what people are actually liking, this memory situation is actually helpful. They like that we have a very innovative memory architecture, that we don't have to use HBM in the data center. And the conversations are going into the right direction. And in case of Humane, we move on to start having a lot of now workloads. They're moving to their data center, being validated on our platform, and it's going exactly as planned.
All right. Keep us up to date here at CNBC on that. Cristiano Amon, fresh off of earnings with some challenges, not in demand, but certainly on supply. Cristiano, thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah?
I'm pretty sure this is about to break down. If not chop at 680, but I mean, I'm expecting 678 if it does play out somehow. They were showing bullish with this wave up in the cone, and now they're burning it. Oh, the war has begun.
New poll from the Pew Research Center shows 72% feel that the economy is in poor or only fair condition. That's not good. Anthony Chan joins me. Anthony, I want you to give some advice real fast to President Trump. What should he say? What should he do to reverse this poll?
Well, Stuart, the solution is pretty straightforward. I think the American people are tired of hearing whose fault it is that we have these problems. They want solutions, and there are solutions out there. For example, right now, when you look at food prices, they're up close to 30%. Wages, if you look at the ADP report, are up close to 30% if you take the average of low-wage workers and high-wage workers. And of course, housing. A recent study from the Harvard University showed that when you look at the average or the median price of a house relative to the median income, it's something like 5 to 1. The price of a house is 5 times more than the median income. So that causes an affordability crisis. I'm not in the business of complaining. I'm in the business of making things better. And right now, you can make things better. And I've talked about this in previous Substack publications that I've written. You can look at house builders. 7% of the material is imported. All you have to do is eliminate the tariff, and you can easily slice off a significant chunk of the price of a home. At today's existing mortgage prices or rates, it would lower the price, lower the monthly price anywhere from $60 to $100 per month. You might say that's not a lot, Stuart, but remember a study by the Federal Reserve said that 37% of the people don't even have $400 if there's an emergency. So I'm giving you an idea of how you can get that $400 in less than 4 months. Okay. And then, of course, the Trump plan for houses, very exciting. I'm not in the business of criticizing. They're talking about helping people that can't afford a house to buy a house by renting them, pay a little premium, and then 3 years later, that premium is used to buy another home.
Theirs are coming in fucking thick.
The Trump houses that
1 p.m. bounce, 1 p.m. rejecting,
one more point.
algo ranging in between.
It's a lot of money. And if you decide not to buy it or you don't qualify, you
bearish.
Lose it. How do you solve that problem?
Bearish.
Very easily. The
They're
idea is to create a million houses
above
every single year extra. We have 4 to 5 million shortage.
It's already burned,
Excellent
but look
idea.
at this shit, dude.
How about making that
higher high,
extra premium
lower
tax
high,
deductible?
higher high,
Those people are in
lower
low tax
high,
brackets.
higher high,
about
lower high, higher high,
a year.
lower high,
Peanuts.
higher
and
high.
10 million houses.
Imagine the
people
amount of
really
fucking
excited.
opium.
We solved the home affordability
This shit is
crisis,
crazy.
the home
Man,
problem.
maybe there's more opium down south, but like, what the fuck?
It's that simple.
No.
It's not. All right, Anthony, look,
solutions.
you've heard of this. Wait a minute.
Do I think
I wanted the Karl Rove thing up there. Karl Rove writes in the Wall Street Journal
the
today
market.
that the president's language
market's going to do what it
is
does
almost
when
like
Caroline's
triumphal.
on.
President
Caroline!
tone isn't helping matters.
Caroline! Help me, Caroline! Help me, Caroline!
Time
is
wrong
105.
talking about your
Caroline.
successes. But I think the American people want to hear more about solutions. They don't want to hear whether it was Biden's fault, whether it was Trump's fault. They want to know, what are you going to do for me? And I'm giving you some real good solutions out there on how you can eliminate the housing affordability crisis.
Well, I'm
how
sure
you can
he's listening.
IWM is so disgusting right now.
Thanks for joining us.
What even is this on IWM? 1250 rejection and going lower into 105 at the minimum. And time is 110 here in 29 seconds. So I guess we're about to find out. Everything bearish. All right. Bears are here. Time is 105. 3/3 bearish. They're trapping every single bull above 180. 0 DT, 1 DT on the SPX gap above. They're going to figure it out. SPX gap above. All right. Wild 5-minute pulling back. Cornucopia created on SPY with the IWM downward trend line bounce or whatever the hell this shit was. Bullish channel up and then stop. So yeah, cornucopia for sure happened. $670 maybe. Something coming. Looks like horizontal sloping support is here. Bottom of the sloping support of the cone is somewhere here. All right. We'll see. Looks like I drew the cone too nice. It looks like it's somewhere here. Looks like, yeah, it looks like it's something like this. Wow. What a day today. What a day today. What the crazy ass cycle. Well, I drew this shit somewhere here. This is crazy ass cycle. Time is 110. And 110 is trying to bounce, trying or not. One single candle, but I mean it could flip up the next. Oh, 110 for now. Looks like. Is there a 1 minute gap there or something? No. No 1 minute gap. Looks like the bears are trying. But I mean, it's not going on SPY for some crazy ass reason. Time is 110 now. 110 on IWM. They're just going so tiny minuscule, so slowly. It's only noticeable, only the 5 minute.
Jared, you and I have been talking a lot about this lately. We've been watching it. 75,000 was your level.
Yes.
Jared, you and I have been talking a lot about this lately. We've been watching it. 75,000 was your level.
Yes.
Obviously, it went below 75,000.
Yes.
Well below 75,000. People on Polymarket think it's going to keep going down. So
yes, right there.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so What are you seeing in the charts?
75,000 was a very important technical level. It was the low from last year. That's 2025. It was also the high from 2024. And so that was kind of my line in the sand. And I said, if it starts kind of probing below that level and then it acts as resistance, here's a chart. Let's just put the 5-year up there.
Oh, well, hold on. This is the binder.
Oh, good catch there. Let's put Bitcoin, because they do look kind of similar here.
I think it's been like 2 months since I've seen this happen.
Down to a 3-year. So, as I was saying, we got the highs of 2024, we got the lows of 2025,
it's been a while.
And now we are below them,
like this.
And solidly so. It's not even close. So what
bears
I said
are here.
is that's
3/3
probably
bearish. Time
crypto
is 110.
and the beginning of it was actually up here, although we didn't know it at the time. And I keep hearing analysts talk, incredible analysts, about
now it's moving. Let's go.
And you've read the same 10x research.
Time is 110.
You and I both read the report this morning, and they're talking about a potential low of 40.
Yes.
And they say that's not going to happen in the short term. They're looking more towards sort of September. FIFA, I think the World Cup is like their peg for it.
World Cup.
So that's mid-June to mid-July.
World
and
Cup.
so that would be the beginning of the window. And
World
I think September would be the end of the window.
World
so
Cup.
We've seen this cycle play out
World
before. Let me put a 10-year chart so I can show you what
Cup.
happened over the last crypto winter. So here we had 20 to 2022. We had this double peak here, and then it took a while to find the bottom, and eventually did, but then it's off to the races. Here we have a little bit of a different structure here, but a double peak, and it looks like, you know, if you extend this line, we'll have that bottom maybe sometime in the fall, or maybe as early as summer. But I was talking to Mark Newton on an episode of Stocks in Translation. He's the top technical strategist for Tom Lee, and specifically mentioned the 4-year cycle, which I thought was interesting. And let's take a listen to that.
I don't sense it would go down 80%. Personally, I think it's going to be capped. I think Bitcoin, in my own view, goes to 60, between probably high 50s, 60. I don't think it's going to be a straight shot.
So he's not quite as pessimistic.
Well, he did say it could dip into the 40s. So I'm not hearing anything about an 80% wipeout. So I guess that's the good news. And the other good news is that Bitcoin is very cyclical. We've seen these cycles play out before, and so you just got to kind of hold yourself right here if you're a holder, or if you want to buy, just wait a little bit.
Well, what I thought was really interesting about that 10x research report is the whole industry. I mean, you and I have been talking to people in the crypto industry for a while. They were so excited about institutional adoption.
Bulls are trying. We are inside the 9:30 a.m. candle, so I can't call it bullish or bearish.
Because when it starts going down, those institutions are not necessarily willing to step in there because we don't know how much more it's going to go down.
I think they brought out the cornucopia cone because the World Cup's here. I hope you guys watch the World Cup with your family, man.
I think the bottom line.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Right? When I was young, when I was in my country, when I was a little baby kid in South Korea, I'm pretty sure they streamed the World Cup, and I remember watching the World Cup with my family at the stadium with like thousands of people.
There needs to be a new thesis here. Some kind of maybe the technology hasn't
World
even been invented yet. Maybe it
World Cup, World Cup,
World Cup. 2025, the most bullish year in terms of financial regulation for Bitcoin ever, and we don't really see that much.
Well,
I've been waiting for the World Cup for 4 years. I've been waiting for the World Cup since 2022.
Led by Coinbase's Brian Armstrong, which will clarify more of the pipes and the regulation around crypto. That suggests that even if that does get through, it might not be a long-term catalyst.
No, I think we need new tech. That has to be the catalyst here, but that's just my personal opinion.
We'll see if it happens.
All right.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you.
Good stuff. And you can find crypto predictions and much more by going to the Yahoo Finance Predictions Market Hub, powered by Polymarket.
Big tech now pouring more capital than ever into AI. Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon expected to spend a combined $600 billion in CapEx. That's this year alone. Our Deirdre Bosa has more on that in today's Tech Check. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So it is just simply difficult to get across how big
45 minutes, we have the Whitehouse coming live.
This chart does get at it. CapEx between
Bears
these
are
four
trying their darndest to break the cone.
$150 billion in 2023, so that is a more than fourfold increase in roughly 3 years. What it tells us is that big tech are becoming the new utilities, and that ultimately changes how you value them. Every company that wants to use AI, whether that's a bank running fraud detection or a hospital reading scans, they will need to rent compute from big tech. And so Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Google, they're essentially building a new intelligence grid that is not unlike electricity. Once you're
remember this cornucopia,
once
folks?
they're an asset-heavy utility, their
How do you
economics,
think I remember
they
this
start to
shit?
shift. Multiples compress. CapEx crowds out buybacks. The
Right,
metric
imagine
shifts
looking at
from
the chart
revenue
right now
growth
like this,
to return
okay?
on invested capital. So rather than how fast are you growing, it's was that $100 billion actually worth it? Now, these companies, they have far better margins than traditional utilities, and that may cushion the blow, but the direction of travel is clear. And when you own the infrastructure that everyone depends on, regulators, they get even more invested. Now, the cloud build-out followed similar logic. Yes, investors, they actually got multiple expansion on the other side of that, but back then, customers were already paying. This time, these big tech companies are spending ahead of demand, betting on AI use cases that don't fully exist just yet. And that is a different risk profile, and the biggest reason the market may have to start valuing them differently.
I guess the question is, does that mean that they're undervalued or overvalued?
Could mean they're overvalued because software is much, much easier to scale. That's why it gets, a higher price to earnings ratio.
Bears are in control.
They're bogged down. There's a cap
I'm gonna go to the
them.
bathroom.
There's regulation.
I need to really
they're necessary. They're
use the
essential. And so, they're valued at
Number
around 16, 17 times earnings.
I got it.
Software tech companies are valued
Go take a
at
leak.
about
I'll be
double
back in a
that,
minute. I'm
right?
sorry.
So maybe you'll start to see them come down once they're sort of essential and very asset heavy.
Well, they are still growing fast. That's
Meantime, Dee's tweet about Claude and sort of developing her own Monday.com, for example, gets included in this morning's desk note over at Morgan Stanley. As you said, Dee, 2026 is wild.
It's wild. Full disclaimer, it's not a full Monday.com, but for my use, it was pretty remarkable. And so my point is just imagine someone who knows what they're doing in enterprise software. They could do a lot more than what I did yesterday in an hour while I was having my coffee.
I'm back. Just when I thought they had me done, they brought me right back in. I probably said that really messed up, but it's the saying from The Sopranos. Right. Just when I thought I was done, they brought me right back in. All right, well, let's do it. It's inevitable now. It's inevitable now. Everybody in the world, probably bears his hairly. View about a flippy. Let's see. God damn. That's fun.
Typical
revenue.
What a good day
that
today.
CapEx number-
What a great week.
60.
This week
between
cannot
maybe
be
high 50s, 60.
Something that is
amazing.
new for these private lenders.
Wow, private credit sinks.
So obviously the sell-off in software
bit.
stocks this week has weighed
Software
on these lenders.
sell-off.
Private equity and private credit, we're going to focus more on private credit in this conversation, is just has high exposure to software companies. And historically, that has been great for them.
They've lent money to these companies, basically. That's the form of the exposure.
And the thought that software companies could be displaced by AI is obviously not something that is new for these private lenders that have given loans to them. But it's come to the forefront this year, especially this week, especially with the technological advancements that we keep seeing day by day. And so right now, all investors are trying to figure out exposure. And these executives at Blue Owl and also Ares Management and KKR, they're effectively trying to calm investor fears. Now, the one thing I'll point out is that some of these firms have disclosed their exposure to software companies. Others have not yet. They might through the day. Ares Management actually said that they have less than 9%.
Imagine it bounces right now.
Exposure of its total
Imagine
credit,
if they bounce right now and cycle again.
Portfolio to software
that'd be the most annoying shit ever.
So we're really just trying to get a feel for what that looks like right now. On the other side of the equation, though, the thing I'll point out is that financial sponsors for private equity they're a huge part of the deal market, and so they're having a harder time.
Coraline live stream.
And software
Coraline is coming,
that
folks.
Can absolutely influence what the deal market looks like going forward.
I mean, it's also really interesting because the companies that are
Coraline
the
is live in
most
40 minutes, folks.
in,
Coraline with a C.
In enterprise software.
C, capital C, space,
Vista Equity and
Coraline.
Bravo, both of which are almost
Coraline.
exclusively enterprise software.
Coraline is live in
owners,
40
but they're
minutes.
private.
Time is 1:20.
So
The market
you have to wonder
pulling
also
back
what
for
kind
30
of,
minutes since
effect
12:50, like a
what's going on
mother
there is having
fucking
on
hawk.
the, on the
Like a
markets
hawk.
overall, and then
We're
and then
down
the ripple effect to
45
some of these
points on
publicly traded
SPX right now,
I've
like a
spoken to a
fucking
banker about
hawk.
those particular
Right,
companies,
minus 45
those kinds of
SPX
companies that are private
points.
and holding these loans, and they said that effectively loans and equity positions. They said effectively some of them aren't sure what to do right now, and it's just they're just trying to figure out a strategy. And a part of that group is actually saying, let's figure out a thesis,
crazy.
and if we can get one, let's back the truck.
It looks
up.
like to me
Because obviously the software situation right now it's pretty opaque and vague. What companies will be disrupted and which ones will effectively AI themselves out of the problem.
We need Coraline live.
And, it's very interesting also to see that the software declines are not really stopping.
Sweet
and that in this private credit and
Coraline.
space, that investors are not
Sweet.
Well, Charles Schwab is betting on younger investors. Yahoo Finance executive editor Brian Sazzi spoke to Charles Schwab CEO Rick Worster about the latest in investing trends.
Off the highs, so that's been a little bit surprising to see. Other commodities, I think oil's pretty interesting. I always tell people when they say, "Hey, Bitcoin's 75,000," you go buy a lot of barrels of oil for one Bitcoin. So we'll see how the commodity markets shake out, but a lot of interesting things happening for sure.
Since you took over as CEO, you and I have always talked about what you want to do in cryptocurrencies and what you don't want to do, but you have to look at the past month of activity as it pays to be methodical in this space.
It held.
As a Charles Schwab.
20 VIX held.
For us, we want to offer what our clients want, and our active traders do engage in digital assets, and they own a lot of the crypto via ETPs today. They're exchange traded products, so they're invested, but it's still a relatively small holding for our clients. We have less than 5% of our clients that have
just
some sort
when
of
they
holding,
thought they had me done,
less than 1% of their
they
portfolios.
pull me right back in, baby. Let's go. Time is 1:25.
Are you more hesitant to
We are at
making
the bottom
a bigger
of
push into crypto given where prices and the volatility that's come back to the space?
I think we want to take the long-term view on crypto. There's a lot around crypto. There's Bitcoin, which again people view as this digital gold. Then there's all these
goodbye cornucopia.
Digital assets that are sort
goodbye
of
Eagle. Thank you for coming.
Tokenization
goodbye.
picks up, and
God
people are
bless you.
using the
American
protocols
Patriots.
on top of the
Goodbye.
blockchains. And the gas fees associated with those create value in some of these digital assets, and we need to have a
American
platform so people can participate in that over time. So we
What
want to
an epic
participate.
flag.
I think you've got to take a
What an
long-term
epic,
view on this. We'll see how it plays out.
epic
But,
flag. Wow, 678. Now we are here. Holy, I literally 678. Oh my
your stock is up year to date.
78.
Is down over 40%. Coinbase is under
my
pressure.
God, is actually
wow,
here.
I'm glad I'm not really even involved in here.
Let's go.
Why I always think in markets, whatever your perspective is on Bitcoin, whether it's going to go up long term or not, I think it's really healthy to have pullbacks in markets because you exchange the holders of that from so-called weak hands, which might be in
my
it
dust
for,
is up.
Their friend bought it, they feel like they need to own it,
11%
to
again.
strong hands who are in it for a particular reason.
My
and
dust,
I
baby.
think in periods like this where you're getting people flushed
What
out
dust?
of the market, you tend to end up with stronger holders. So that's probably
Eat
a good,
rust.
probably a good thing for the asset longer term, but certainly for us as a business.
What dust?
This kind of
Eat
environment
rust.
where stocks are doing well. We're all about getting people invested in markets, the power of compounding, helping them have a plan, stick to that plan over time, and live their best financial life.
Time is
so in a market where you
1:25.
see equities being the backbone and fixed income doing well, that plays right to our sweet spot.
I'm coming to you to be the voice of reason here on prediction markets. What do you think about this landscape?
Here's what I think. I think there's three elements of prediction markets, and I think two of them to me make sense for investors, and one I don't think makes sense. And the first is that the prediction markets offer you insights into the probability of different events. And I think as an investor, that information is good to know about, and you
Look
want
at
to
this
be aware
cycle
of it.
on
So at some point, we'll make that available on our website. Of course, you can go to
SPY, right?
Kalshi or Polymarket today.
Look at this shit, man.
It.
I'm telling you, remember this shit for the future, folks. Whatever happens today, remember today for the future. The only way I call this bitch as a cornucopia cone is because I've been in this shit before. Up and down. Believe that. Alright, believe that. The only fucking way I know this shit is because I've struggled. I've got fucking completely fucking struggled going up or down during these moments, right? When the market does its thing using this.
Our mission is to make people better off.
Man.
People generally don't get better off in their financial life via gambling. So that's something we're hesitant to do. We'll leave that to the gambling firms. We'll leave it to the FanDuels and the Robinhoods and others that are positioned themselves as gambling firms.
Is all of it gambling? Even if you want to bet on what the inflation print may or may not be, isn't it all just random guesses?
I think not an unfair statement. I think you can at least, with an employment report or an inflation report, say, you know, I have a lot of bond exposure. If this inflation report comes in hot, I'm going to get hurt, so I want to hedge myself. So I think you can make that case, but I don't disagree. It's still, there's an element of gambling in both of those.
How could Schwab do something like this better?
Well, I don't know that you can make sports gambling safer.
Well, even outside of that, even like
the prediction markets?
Yeah, prediction markets.
Well, I think the main thing is to give our investors the information. One of the great things about our platform
is I want to Google it. What the fuck is a cornucopia cone?
At our clients' fingertips that are going to help them make the right decision. We start with a financial plan, a long-term perspective on what it's going to take for them to succeed. And then as they're making their investment decisions, we give them all kinds of research on equities, on markets.
Cornucopia cone.
On, live coaching. We have
it's a real thing. All right, stop fucking playing with me. It's a real thing. All right, stop playing with me. Cornucopia cone. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. Market loves desserts.
If we were ever in prediction markets,
I want a fucking cake now.
Do it along those lines.
Woo! It's a real thing. Cornucopia cone.
Walmart hit $1 trillion market cap yesterday.
I was not
next
bugging.
Generation investors entering the market, like young investors, that next generation.
The realists remember the cone I drew.
25-year-olds are going to influence the markets over the next decade.
First of all, it's great to see the influx of new investors. Gen Z investors are 41% more likely to invest before the age of 21 than the prior generation.
All right,
so young
let's see if
investors
the bears go down or not, man.
Heavily.
What a day.
They make up a third of our new
if they do, I expect 678. Then I don't know anymore.
Or Gen Zers.
That's the purple box. I have no fucking clue what they want to do here anymore. This white box is just supports from earlier. The first support broke, right? Hurting the 2/3 bullish cycle. Right now, the 1/3 bullish cycle is in danger. Right? The 1/3 bullish cycle is in danger. I just don't know how much they want to go lower. 3/3 bearish cycle. Still, there may be a small cycle bounce or not, medium term or not, but right now, market is trying to go through the purple.
I wish I was young again, Rick, because I would actually own some stocks. I own no stocks before the age of 25. So depressing.
Cornucopia cone has played out.
You're doing great now.
You're
still a young man.
Why did it play out? To go gap hope try up top, just like how they gap hope in the morning. Bounced and then gap filled.
Coming up, Cardinal Health is raising its outlook for the second time in the past month. We're going to dig into the company's results with the Chief Financial Officer next.
Where is the Whitehouse live stream in 30 minutes? All right, the Whitehouse live is coming in 30 minutes, folks. Smack the like button today, folks. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you join us for the Whitehouse live stream. Core line is coming live in 30 minutes. Market mover, indeed.
4 Super Bowl appearances,
Who are they bringing out?
And 3 MVP awards. But these days, Joe Montana is scoring big in the field of venture capital. He is the founder and managing partner of Liquid 2 Ventures and is here with us.
Joe Montana about to give us some wisdom. Yes, sir.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate the time.
We'll talk ball in a little bit. But when did you first?
Joe Montana about to give us some wisdom. Yes, sir.
What, you had an eye for business and investing early?
And you know, I really wasn't looking for another job. And then one day, 2 guys I played with, Harris Barton and Ronnie Lott knocked on my door and said, hey, we want to start a fund of funds in venture. And because we lived around all the guys who were running Sequoia, Kleiner, Excel, all the top tier funds, we want to leverage our friendships into access. And so we raised those. I said, okay, really, I'm not looking for a job, but let's go. And so we started, we raised, I think the first fund was like 15 million. And from there, it grew, and then they helped us get into the top tier leverage buyout, hedge, and real estate funds.
The Joe Montana. All right, small cycle bounce is trying now. Maybe it does grow into a medium term.
I sold it, and we moved to the wine country. And then
Cornucopia count did not break down fully yet. It is touched 4 now.
Sometimes up to 4.
The bottom of it.
And so I stepped back from the firm then, and it been in, our kids had gone to school with one of the top tier angel investors. It's named Ron Conway.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not one of the top tier guys. So he's a legend in that business.
So he started taking actually my son, older son, and my wife would join on occasion to the big incubator, Y Combinator.
130
so
bouncing.
We started following them around and just to kind of see what they were doing, the questions they were asking,
trapping
what
everything
they were looking for.
This is crazy.
And we would invest in a company here and there. And then he said, Ron said,
it's a
why don't you
50-point move too.
And I'll help you. I'll invest.
I'll pull it up, trying.
I'll be an advisor. I'll introduce you to LPs. And so off I went.
So you know, people know your coach on the field, Bill Walsh, you know, Hall of Famer, one of the best coaches of all time. There's few better to give you a coaching, if you will, in your second career than Ron Conway. What's the
Joe
number
Montana,
one thing
baby.
you took from
Best
him?
of the best.
Well, you know, everybody thinks it's always about product, right? But as early as we invest, most of the time it's about people, and what you're betting on are the founders. And sometimes it's easier because sometimes they're 2 or 3 time founders that have had success already, but for the most part, it's a lot more interesting than the fund of funds by far. As you're more involved in the company, especially early on. And the thing I took from Bill Walsh in there also was, you know, how to assemble a good team. So I have 4 other partners that are, and our backgrounds are all diverse, and it allows us to invest agnostically around all the silos. So we're having
looks
a lot
like
of
this
fun.
is the last hope and the last chance for the Bears to rip it down into 330. 678 somewhere.
Work together well. They always laugh because
VWAP is
when
being
we first
played
got
with.
started, I made the
Does it
partners
being
work for,
used as a magnet,
I
or
say
does it
3
magnate
months.
one way?
They say it's more like 6 or 8 months without pay.
About
Just
to
to
find
see if
out
we could
here.
work together.
Next
and
5
I
minutes
warehouse
almost.
the investments, and then eventually when we formed the fund, I dropped them all back into the fund. To my wife's dismay,
If they do it, I mean, they have to do it fucking fast so that nobody fucking finds out. But I mean, this shit is slowly pivot point testing.
What's more gratifying to you, being on the cover of Worth? Does it have the same heft as being on the cover of SI, Sports Illustrated, which you obviously had been on many, many times?
Yeah, I see it in a different light. Really, I don't. Sometimes you don't feel like you've earned the worth because, I mean, like I said, I have a great team, and it feels good to be on the cover. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, because sometimes you make the cover for bad things on
Sports Illustrated.
So,
well, you also don't want you also don't want the jinx, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Sports Illustrated jinx.
Yeah, exactly. So no, but it's fun.
The
Fun
Montana.
doing the article, and it's great being able to add that to the stack.
I read that you never thought that this could be as fun or exhilarating as what you used to do on Sundays, and that you're surprised to find that it actually could.
The fun of
You know why? Because Joe Montana realized, right, after he retired and after he had some time to do what he wanted to do, and he found out what he wanted to do, he realized that, damn, right, smart money deductors in the stock market are literal deductors like himself, and he probably found a playbook for success for himself that worked for Joe Montana.
funds, fit that category before, that it wasn't, I could say it was never fun. All we did was raise capital to give to somebody else. In here, you're investing in companies and people, and you get to watch them grow and help them grow. So
okay, maybe he's talking about something else.
In how I got started and where we are right now.
You want to talk about the game? Sure. Who do you like?
I like Seattle. I mean, their defense is playing well, their offense is playing well, but really,
I don't even know who's playing for the Super Bowl, but I want the Seattles to win too because I always chose them when I was a kid playing video games.
This week, a judge handed President Trump his 5th loss in his effort to stop offshore wind projects. Energy Secretary Chris Wright joins me now. Mr. Secretary, will the president keep fighting against wind farms and keep trying to stop them? And the next question is, why is wind a national security issue?
Well, the 5 projects in question are all along the heavily
930
populated
open top and bottom
coast
being
of the
used
United
like
States.
crazy today.
And as we've seen in the Russia-Ukraine war, like what's the future of war? Drones. And if you wanted to bring a huge drone swarm into the United States, what a perfect way to do it. Bring a ship into the middle of an offshore wind farm, and you'd have this masking from radar. So the concerns the administration has, they're national security, they're complicated. We're going to look to see if there are solutions to avoid that problem, but it's not clear there are solutions. So the administration very, very focused on the national security aspects of offshore wind farms right near major population centers.
Next one, sir. Siemens Energy is putting
$135
$1 billion into gas turbine manufacturing in America. Siemens is a German company. CEO Christian Bruch was on our show earlier this week. Listen to what he had to say about this.
It's really the hottest electricity market today in the world. You see an incredible momentum in terms of getting things done, particularly on the AI side. And I think it's important really to address this AI supremacy, and it will require electricity. And this is where we're trying to help and trying to invest in the country and invest in workforce and training and education. And that is thrilling.
He says the electricity market in America is the hottest in the world. Are we going to see more foreign money coming in for our energy supply into America? He brought in $1 billion. Any more coming in?
Oh, absolutely. Much, much more is coming in. This is both President Trump's trade policies to encourage the reindustrialization of our country, and of course it's the return of common sense to energy policy. Natural gas is by far the biggest generator of electricity in the United States. The Biden administration passed EPA rules on carbon capture that made it uneconomic to build a new natural gas power plant.
That's
what a
crazy.
Disaster.
12.05 to 12.10 was like $1 fucking candles, and then $4 candle coming in 4 times in a row. And now we're moving 10 cents.
And it's gas and coal that have to stand up to keep the lights on and keep the heat on in people's houses. And nuclear is always there to stay ready.
We're not even moving 10
cents. We just
spent
so much money on stuff that doesn't add to stability of our grid at peak demand time. That cost burden has been harming Americans, been pushing businesses offshore. So we've got a big battleship to turn. But we've got to make common sense in energy again. And yes, growing electric generation, firm electric generating capacity.
Like burning the bulls while like they're getting
the
bears getting ready.
Critical for reshoring industry here.
I don't know.
We've had some bad winter weather in the Northeast this year. Congratulations on pumping out as much power as you could to keep the power outages to a minimum. Congratulations, Secretary Wright. Thanks for joining us today, sir. We appreciate it.
The thing is, though, they do this shit slow, and that means they're showing bearish on purpose, and they bull trap and then bear trap somehow.
Assistance in the form of the FBI and federal agents with
Core line coming live soon. Core line at 2 p.m. in 20 minutes here.
It's all red. Dow's up 180. NASDAQ down 220. President Trump has an executive order to create a critical minerals reserve. Okay, Lauren, I know the House voted on this. What was the vote and what's in that executive
The
order?
vote was 224 to 195 to pass
Cohen is
the
trying to
Critical
break
Minerals
down
Dominance Act.
the
It
second
will
time.
allow the Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum, to geologically map the country and determine which
It's
federal
breaking
land
down.
can be leased for mining. Swift action
678
on
is here.
both leasing and permitting will take market share from China. Beijing
678.75
accused
you're
of
at.
frequently weaponizing their rare earth dominance with trade barriers. Of course, this legislation still needs to pass the Senate, but it's looking good.
Why would 195 people vote against it? I mean, why?
It's
Because
a pretty good question.
it's Trump's
'Cause it's
idea.
Trump, exactly right. Thank you very much indeed. All right, Gordon Chang joins me now. Gordon, right off the top, how do you think China is going to react to this strategic minerals reserve?
I don't think China likes it. We know the statement from the foreign ministry about the new partnership that Secretary Rubio announced yesterday. They didn't like that. They were specific. They said countries should not form small groups that undermine trade. But, you know, there's nothing Beijing can do. And this is just a natural reaction, Stu, because countries are going to try to create resilience because China is trying to choke off
My dust
exports
position
of
up.
rare earths.
Okay,
One
next one,
point
Gordon.
something K
Trump
as well.
is firing off a warning
up
to Iran's supreme leader.
11.75%.
Watch this.
This is a great day.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried
This is
right now?
a really, really, really,
I
really,
would say he
really
should
good
be
day.
very worried, yeah. He should be.
God
As you know,
bless.
they're negotiating with us.
Are they trying to restart the
Real
nuclear
good
I
day.
heard that they are, and if they do, and I
Wow.
let them know, if they do, we're going to send them right back and do the
God
job.
bless.
They tried to go back to the site. They weren't even able to get near it. There was total obliteration. But they were thinking
My
about
dust.
starting a new site in a different part of
My
the country.
dust.
We found out about it. I said, you do that, we're going
My
to do very bad
stardust.
things to you.
Well, now, there's a threat. Now, Gordon, Trump says he spoke with China's Xi Jinping about Iran. How does that tie in with the president's warning to the
Jinping.
millers?
I'm sure that Xi Jinping told President
Xi
Trump
Jinping.
not to use military force against the regime. I'm sure he said, look, it's time for negotiation over the nuclear
Xi
weapons
Jinping.
programs and other items. China is stalling for time because Iran is one of China's proxies. China provides almost all-in support to the mullahs. And so, of course, Xi Jinping is
I
going to
love
try to
me.
prevent Trump
Oh.
from doing what Trump should do.
Xi
Okay.
Jinping.
The Wall Street Journal says that the American and Chinese economies are heading towards what they call a messy divorce. They say the breakup is focused on semiconductors, food,
Bearish
and
control
energy.
for the last
Has it
50
come to
minutes.
this, Gordon, a complete decoupling from China?
It's not a complete decoupling, but clearly American companies and others have not put money into China. Last year was the third straight year that FDI declined in China, down 9.5%. The year before, it was down 27.1%. So it's not a complete divorce, but clearly there is a de-risking, as people have talked about. And that's a good thing because we need resilience.
We see all this change in China, especially with the military. Would you say that Xi Jinping has a firm grip on power?
Absolutely not. I mean, even though he was able to get rid of General Zhang Yaoshao, the #1 uniformed officer, the fact that you have purges shows that you're not in control. Because if you were in control, you wouldn't have to purge people. And now the Chinese military is in disarray. The top leadership is
I just want the purple
completely
box.
severed from the rest of the
I'm trying to get the
ranks.
fuck out.
And this is a really important problem because it means that China is not ready to do the things that Xi Jinping
I
wants it
so
to do.
small. I did not double. I was gonna
Spectacular.
fucking
Okay,
triple
Gordon
it, but I
Chang,
did
thank you
not.
very
I'm
much for
so
being-
fucking small. I'm just, you know, I'm chilling. I want my dust. I need to leave at 6:33, but I don't know if this shit's gonna do it overnight. Maybe it might pop up somewhere here, but yeah, this shit is kinda. It's kind of getting dusty. Not gonna lie, it's kind of dusty out here. It's dusty. The 2-hour turning bullish, though. I guess it's okay. It's dusty. It's dusty. It's dusty. Dust. Dusty dust. In 15 minutes, Whitehouse is coming live.
Joining me now to go through some of the other names to watch, Diane King Hall is with us, host of Morning Movers and Fast Market at lunchtime. And so we have a lot of names that are coming out with their quarterly reports. We'll start off here with ARM. Good morning, Diane.
Good morning. What's interesting to note with ARM is the shares are lower, but not by as much as what was indicated in the pre-market, Nicole, especially given the indications. They actually did do better than expected on adjusted EPS. That came in at 43 cents. The street was looking for 41 cents. Revenue came in line with expectations at just about $1.25 billion. It was 1.24 billion. That was exactly what the consensus was view on there. But again, it is under a little bit of pressure despite this solid earnings beat, and quarterly revenue was actually a record. It's licensing revenue that the street is worried about
What a
here.
scare.
It's a forward-looking measure of future growth here for ARM. That actually missed expectations, so there's concern about
really just want one really big candle.
That's
Like
been hitting Qualcomm, for instance, today. Makes up for ARM. It makes up about half of its
It's like I'm
business.
hoping on the purple
There's been some
box right now.
supply constraints such as slow handset production. So guidance did top estimates, but at this point, it's not enough to calm fears that there could be some mobile weakness that weighs on near-term growth. The stock, though, is off just 1% right now. Again, it was
687 already reached.
much lower than that. Now, on a year-over-year basis, it's been dented pretty hard, so it certainly needed a win. But again, the licensing miss is a key concern here for ARM.
Okay, and then I was looking at some of the other
Bears are
movers,
trying.
including Estee Lauder. What's going on there?
Yeah, this is a tough one because Estee Lauder
This is bearish.
under major pressure
Trying.
off the back of its results, and Estee Lauder had been making some progress on this turnaround that it's been working on, especially given some of the constraints
down
that
the
they
5-minute
faced in
bearish.
China. But the shares are under heavy pressure right
Bears
now,
right here.
down 15% at the moment.
Bears are in control.
Despite they actually did do better than expected,
Bears
but there's
are
something
in
that is spooking
control.
investors. I'll get into that. Adjusted EPS was 89 cents a share. The street was looking for 83
This
cents.
is
Revenue
3/3.
4.229 billion. The street was looking for 4.219 billion. When you dig deeper into profit, what's spooking investors is on a non-adjusted basis, it's coming in actually below expectations. There's been this major restructuring program they have that's
Bears
wiped out
are
about
in
half of their earnings for Estee Lauder. So the gap between adjusted and actual profit is what is rattling investors today for Estee Lauder. And also there's some tariff pressure that Estee Lauder called out here. It's a fresh headwind for this fiscal year for the company. They say tariff costs alone could shave about $100 million from profits, so they expect operating margins to contract
150.
in the next quarter because of
3/3
tariffs
is
and
extending
also increased
lower.
investment spending, Nicole.
All right, so we are seeing the stock 1 year, it's at 42%.
Market is going
to your
much
point here,
lower
down
since
17%, a big move. It should be, I mean,
So
remember,
1 hour it's
I
been
thought
down.
it was interesting that Kevin Marsh
1 full
married
hour.
into the Lauder family.
Bearish
Didn't
cycle it is.
realize that his father-in-law
Extending
Ron
more
Lauder
likely
and his
than
wife
not.
Jane Lauder,
It's
who
been
he
1
married
full
in
hour.
2002. How about up next? Tapestry.
This one has been a clear winner. It was a
12.50.
winner last year. It's adding to its
150.
winning streak off the back of its results. So Tapestry, the parent company of Coach, Kate Spade, they had a strong
Cornucopia
holiday
going
quarter.
from the top to the
Consumers
bottom.
were just snapping up the latest Coach bags over there, different Coach products. Coach is the growth engine there. Kate Spade is still in a kind of recovery mode. We'll see if that recovers. But
Crazy
those
work.
shares rallying at 90% right now. It is a clear standout.
Crazy work.
Adjusted
This shit is
earnings
crazy
coming in
work.
at $269
Look at
per
the fuck
share.
goddamn
better than
1 hour,
expected. Revenue
12.50 to
2.5
150.
billion.
This grinded and
Also
grinded and
better
grinded and
than
grinded and grinded and
expected.
chopped and
Clean
grinded
beat
and
on the
grinded
top
and grinded and
bottom
lower.
line here
From
during
the
what
top
we
to
know
the
is that
fucking
crucial
bottom.
holiday quarter. They
Oh
did really
my
well.
Lord.
Coach sales surging
This
some 25%.
cycle is so
that was
fucking
driven by demand
crazy
for the
beautiful to
bags. I
see.
know, Nicole,
Look
you've seen
at this
some
though,
of their
bruh.
bags positioned
Look at how they made everything
on
look
your
bullish.
way in. So, and people have been snapping up their bags. They've had pricing power there. And it's not just growth here in the U.S. There's
Crazy.
international growth as well. So not just North America, you've got China growth as well there. Now, there is still a weak spot with Kate Spade. Kate Spade down 14%. They've been in this multi-year recovery plan. Kate Spade has not really been able to recover yet. But it sounds like the leaning into Coach is working for them.
All right. Look, it's one of the best performers on the S&P 500 right now. And look, and when I look at up volume versus down volume is right now double up volume. So it shows you some of the sentiment, what's going on here on Wall Street today. Thank you for all of those names, Diane King Hall.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. All right, we are now at 100. If 10 or 20 of you guys, 15 of you guys can finish the schmack like button, I would very much appreciate that too. Thank you so much all for being here. I would just love the thing to be at, like, 110, 115, but it doesn't have to be. But thank you so much. Thank you all so much. All right, let us now turn into the White House press conference. Bears are in full control here. This is crazy. Crazy. Cycled, hovered, cycled, hovered, cycle, hovered, lower, lower, cycle, hovered, lower. For the last 1 hour. Time is 150 for 2 more minutes. And after that, at 153, 155, we will see if the market wants to go lower than 1 full hour. Wild. Our cornucopia cone broke down nuts. Right, we are now at the 0.5 fib on QQQ. From where? From the bottom. We are now at the 0.5 fib on QQQ from the bottom, spike candle to the top. The bears are in full control. They want to go lower. Bears are in full control. This is turning into a fucking dump. This was a dump. This is fucking finale 3/3. Holy 678. Here we are. Damn. Wow, 678. Here we are now. Wow. All right, I'm out. $1,860. I don't even care. I'm out. 680 Monday puts. Hell yeah. That was beautiful. I don't care if they go lower. I don't care. That was a tiny, 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 tiny ass fucking contract for me anyway. But it's okay. Little scalp makes a life happy. Alright, 678. QQQ turning bloody. I mean, maybe this really does turn into a fucking look below one of those days. Next day's 6594 on QQQ, but it's already at the 0.5 fib from 602 point something, 603 to 597. We were at 682, and now we are at 678. Right after we did the cornucopia, and I said, oh, they're showing bullish on purpose, right? And they're gap hope trapping, and they after the gap hope trapped. So after, and now we are at the SPX gap in the middle, the ultimate SPX gap, 6,800 SPX, deciding whether it wants to chop or go lower. It looks like the bears are in full fucking control. IWM today is bearish. All right, IWM today is bearish. It's bearish control on IWM. They are going hella lower, probably. LOD testing, LOD hoping. Time is 155. Time is 155. It looks like they want to go fucking break the goddamn floor. Huh? 155. It's coming in very, very crazy and nice and volatile today. Wow. Look at that, right? Look at that on QQQ. Cornucopia Cohen, man. Said that shit as a joke, but I literally did say, whatever happens here, do not ever forget what the fuck happens here, right? This is what I meant, because I went through this shit at some point in my life, and I was like, never in my life am I forgetting something like this. Never. Right? Never. What we talking about? Like, never. What? This is life. This is everything for me. This is life. You feel me? Cornucopia going now. We're at 678. We may see a bounce of some sort. Whitehouse Whitehouse press conference is starting. The president is speaking live at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is about 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. My chart just froze. VIX 21.21. My finger. We are at 677.88. Sorry, my chart is bugging out. Give me 1 second. What the fuck?
Let me check, but I think that should be good.
I've moved today. Remember that initial morning up and then down and then up and then down. What a beautiful day. Come on, help me out. That thing keeps freezing. Oh my god. Shit. Bunch of shit. Candle teleportation. Jutsu. I think candle traders are fucking done for, man. Honestly, that's all I can think about this entire week, alright? I don't know how they fucking do it, dude. Shit. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Bulls are trying. Alright, this is a mental level that I think might be able to bounce, or it could cycle and then go lower and then bounce, but 678 possibility. I don't care. The only thing I'm in right now is dust. My dust is up 10% today. My dust is up 10% today. I got in at 5.05 in the morning and I averaged out somewhere up here and my average is 5.18 and it's at 574 right now. My dust. My dust. You know, I never even looked at dust in my life. I looked at dust somewhere here. I looked at dust here and I was like, you know what? I'm going to put my profit in dust. And that's what happened. That market opened. Time is 2. Whitehouse press conference is coming out. So now it's up to major news to decide what to do with what it did now. That's all I could really say. I don't want to fucking be like, oh, this is bearish, oh, this is bullish. That's fucking biased. That's speculative. All I can say is now that we are here at the 0.5 VIV, now that we got filled, trapped, and now that we have bears trapped down at the floor too, market is deciding what to do with this White House press conference, with major news, with volatility, with liquidity at the roof and at the floor to decide what it wants to do. It looks bearish. I'm not going to say bearish yet because I'm not looking at the chart and I'm getting some tissues, but I'm here. Okay, I'm looking at the chart now. Time is 2:01. TPM rejection trying. QQQ is still above the 0.5 fib. It's like 50-50, I don't know. There's a lot of bears still since maybe 11:15 trapped. 11:20 still hasn't left until 12:30 maybe. There's a lot of bulls that are trapped. They haven't left since 12:50 until 1:55. So, or you know, 11:55, 12:55, and then 1:55. It's a beautiful day. Oh, is it the dancing queen? Oh, baby. I think I want to marry you. I'm kidding. Alright, I'm going to post I want to post some music in the WhatsApp group. It's an old music from, from a girl singer, but like I just want to post it because it's like good vibes. But I might do it after hours. Man, I'm feeling so fucking dreamy today. Market is bouncing, trying off of 155 into 205. Looks like. Oh, is it the dancing queen? Oh, baby. I think I want to marry. What's the name of the song? It's called. Alright, we'll play. I don't know if I can play a freebie of it because I'll get in trouble if I can, but let's see. Why can't I find it? It's like called Sunshine, or like a New Zealand singer. Is it called Sunshine? I don't even know. No, Sweet? Damn, it's like some radio song from like 10 years ago. I forgot. I forgot. Damn, does anyone know the name? Damn, I forgot. Let me see if I can find it in my history. Man, it was such a good song too. That's so sad. Son, I didn't Shazam it, but I heard it. I heard someone singing, and I put it in my web browser, and I watched it on my web browser YouTube, and then I deleted it. So, dang. It sucks. I'll never find it now. I'm really bad with music, honestly. I don't know why. I hear music and I remember it, but I never ever remember the name. I never ever remember the name. Anyway, I really did want to send. Oh, I found it! I found it! It's called Unwritten. Jesus Christ. I'm sending it. It's called Unwritten by Natasha Bedingfield. In the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Hands on my head. Come on, everyone, let's sing. Today's Thursday, come on. Oh, shit. Feel the rain on your skin. I heard a big buffy manly dude singing this, and I was like, dude, respects. That's a hood classic right there. Like big respects to you, bro. And I just started listening to that. But it's a good song. It's a good song. Very empowering.
side note, just as a side note, on the phone, that's a dodgy.
All right, I'm back. Oh, it looks like the Bulls are here. I literally left in the 2/3, 3/3. 678. He's back at 680. That is impressive as fuck. They went down on purpose to break the corn and then 0 DTE and then cycle. This is not long-term bullish or bearish. This is small-term, short-term, medium-term. Was bullish, is bullish. Intuition. That's crazy. I'm literally gone for 5 minutes and it's bouncing nuts. But I did think 678 was going to reach and then something, but 678 and bounce looks like. And here comes Caroline. Here comes Caroline. Market went lower for 1 hour and 5 minutes and then bounced for 10 minutes. Showing. Show your inner inhibition, showing on my skin. How's that a bad song, bruh? What? It's a good song. It's an empowering song, though. It's like 60-40. 40% they pop up and gap fill. 60% they go down and somehow fucking burn it and then go higher. No, I don't know. 60% chance it comes back down at 679 and then figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to call it chance either. This is top and bottom of the open range, 930. It's clearly playing with the bottom and the top. QQQ bounced off the 0.5 fib and went back to 600. $3, $2. That is scary. $3 on QQQ. SPY went up $2 or $3 too. Scary. Market moving for sure. With volume, with volatility. But it's just moving. The prices are moving. This fucking thing is moving. It already has moved. It is moving. It has been moving. And all I'm saying is moving. I'm starting to get hungry now. From now on till close, start growling. We already did go lower from 215, 1250 to 155. Market's trying to go higher from 155 to 210. Market deciding what to do. 215 time is.
From Rhode Island. You've been on the water. Someone took me out sailing one time.
Hello, everybody. Wow, we have a very packed room here today. Thank you all so much for showing up and for joining. I apologize for the delay. The president and I were watching the press conference about the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother, which is just a heartbreaking situation. The president, as you all know, spoke directly with Savannah yesterday and told her that the federal government is here to help. Any requests that are made by state and local officials in the search of Miss Guthrie will absolutely be accommodated. I spoke with the FBI directly about that today as well. And our hearts and our prayers are with Savannah and her entire family
is rising.
as they search for her dear mother.
IWM is also rising off the bottom of
for all of you.
155.
Tonight at 7 p.m.
1%
during
today
prime
on
time,
IWM.
President Trump, Dr.
QQQ is
Oz,
minus
and National
0.7%.
Design
SPY
Studio
is minus
Director Joe
0.7%.
Gebbia
So it
will
looks like
officially
IWM
unveil
went
Trump
lower
RX,
than SPY.
a state
And
of the
if
art
anybody
website
remembers,
for
the
American
truest watchers of my
consumers to
live stream
purchase
remember I said
low-cost
earlier in the day,
prescription
I expect
drugs.
somehow
This
IWM to
historic
go lower
announcement
today.
will save millions
SPY
of
and
Americans
QQQ did
their
not.
hard-earned money.
Right? It
So
did
make
go
sure
low
to
as fuck
tune in
on
tonight,
SPY. Let's
and
not
we will
lie,
see
but it
all of you in
retraced
the
back
news
up.
media there.
IWM
President Trump promised
trying,
to restore
but not
law
really.
and order
Right?
to the United States
That's
of
something
America.
to take note
And
of too.
newly released data proves
Thinking
he
differently.
is delivering overwhelmingly on this
Thinking
promise.
motherfucking
A study
differently.
from the Council on
Right?
Criminal Justice
Shit, that was a
shows that the
deduction,
murder
not a
rate across
speculation.
America's
But I saw it
largest
happen,
cities
and I was thinking
plummeted
about it. But
in
now that I
2025 to
see
its
it happen,
lowest level
that's a
since at
confirmation.
least
That's a fucking
1900.
confirmation
Again, let
of
me
my
repeat, to put this in
deduction
perspective,
that IWM was
this
gonna do
marks the
something more
largest
underside
single-year drop in
if
murders
SPY
in
and QQQ
recorded
was, but
history.
SPY and QQQ
This
went
dramatic
crazy in
decline
the
is
morning.
what happens when a president secures the border, fully mobilizes federal law enforcement to arrest violent criminals, and aggressively deports the worst of the worst illegal aliens from our country. The numbers don't lie. Under President Trump in 2025, the FBI increased violent crime arrests by 100% compared to the prior year. The FBI also conducted more than 67,000 arrests from Inauguration Day 2025 to January 20th, 2026,
This shit is so fucking
which is
crazy.
197%
and then we
more
just
arrests
reverted back
than
up.
the same period previously. The FBI also disrupted 1,800 gangs
Right,
and
somewhere
criminal
here though, I was
enterprises,
literally
a
saying if we do pull back, I
210%
expect this
increase
thing to
from the
break
year
at
prior.
678,
The
and
FBI
then I
has
don't know,
arrested
literally it
1,700
happened.
child predators
Purple box
and
touch
more than 300
678
human
perfectly,
traffickers
and then
across
some
the country.
bullshit,
Since
bullshit
President
0
Trump took
DT,
office,
1 DT
6
cycle
of the
happening. I don't know if they're gonna get
FBI's
filled
top
up.
10 most wanted fugitives have been
It is
captured.
what people say bullshit
right
cycle
here
happening,
in
but
our
I mean
nation's capital,
it is
where
indeed
you
a
all
cycle
live,
indeed
so you know it well, whether
of a
you
part of the
choose
day.
to report it
So
or not. The president's efforts to make DC
it's just
safe
somebody
and
out here
beautiful
fucking getting
have worked. As of last week, DC homicides were down 62%. Motor vehicle theft
And the reason
down
why this happens though is
53%.
because the 1/3,
In
2/3,
2025 had the
1/3 is the
fewest
minority,
violent gun
the
crimes of
3/3 is the
any
majority.
year
Man.
of
You gotta
available
realize
data
this
in
shit
our
too. The
nation's
1/3,
capital.
2/3 is the
For
minority,
more
and the
proof
3/3
that
is the
these tough on
majority.
crime
All
efforts are
times.
working, look at the
Shit
president's
is crazy.
Make Memphis
Fucking morning
Safe
open
Again
too.
campaign.
I guarantee
As
you,
of last
right?
week,
The
there have
minority
been
was
nearly
here. The minority was
5,600
950 to
arrests made,
1005.
and aggravated
Even the late
assaults are
3/3
down
maybe left.
53%.
1/3, 2/3,
Sexual
3/3, and
assaults are
3/3
down
majority.
53%,
This is the
and
fucking
robberies
majority.
are down 70%.
The majority,
Again,
man,
that's
this is what
just
they
in
do.
the city
The minority,
of Memphis.
the majority, the 1/3, 2/3,
5,600
3/3.
arrests have taken place because of this
This shit is
president
beyond
and
the
his
fucking
Homeland
cycle and
Security
the
task
candles
force
alone,
that has
folks. This shit
surged
is
into
deeper.
Memphis
This
at
is
the
fucking
request
life.
of both the governor and
It's
the mayor
like when
in that
Apple
city.
came
A
out
Democrat
in
mayor,
2008,
I will
man.
add.
There were people
These
that
are
were
the
early.
results
There were
that
people
can
that were
happen
adapters.
when
There were people
Democrats
that were
and
the late
Republicans, when the federal government
adapters.
and state
The
and local
majority of us
officials
in life were
work
the
together.
late
And that's what
adapters. The
President
people
wants,
that got the
Trump wants to
iPhone
see
4s,
to
the
improve
iPhone
public
3s, the
safety
iPhone
across
4s,
our
5s.
country. When you
Right?
have a
The
leader
early
like
adapters,
President
the
Trump who
innovators are
empowers good
iPhone
cops
1s,
to be
iPhone
cops and
2s.
to arrest bad
Fucking
criminals,
prototype
American
iPhone.
communities will become safer. Many of the media outlets in this room have expressed shock
This is what
and
my
confusion
AP
at these remarkable
microeconomics teacher
statistics.
taught me in
The New
high
York
school.
Times declared that,
She was
quote, no one knows
she
for
was
sure what's behind this
graduate of
staggering
Columbia
drop in the murder
University
rate.
with a law
The
degree,
reason
but she
is
was
very
at high
clear.
school teaching
It is
AP
President Trump's leadership
microeconomics,
and
and I
his
was like, wow,
unwavering
this is
commitment
weird.
to
Why is she
law
doing
and
this,
order.
teaching this
The
at
drop
the
in
school
crime
with this
is more
sort of
proof that
education?
all that
And
is
I literally
required to
realized
improve public
whatever
safety
she
on our
said,
streets is
right,
a
is
leader with the
important.
will
Whatever
to
she
do
said
what is
stuck with me,
necessary to protect
and I got an A+ in that
law-abiding
class. So,
American citizens. The terror and chaos that was unleashed under Democrat rule is a choice.
Where's my at,
It's a
bruh?
choice to
Yer,
put
where you
violent
at?
criminals ahead of
Where's
innocent
my
Americans.
Oh, yours
A
here.
choice
Alright,
to
cool.
force us all to live in fear because of soft on crime,
Why you
liberal
are,
politicians,
yer.
prosecutors, and judges who lack the basic willingness to do their jobs and put dangerous people behind bars.
I love life.
On November 5th,
Remember
2024, the American people
Memorize
made a resounding
life.
choice that they've
Feel
had
life.
enough of that,
Experience life.
and that's precisely why they reelected President Trump. So even as Democrats and the liberal media are engaged in hysteria about this administration arresting and deporting violent, criminal, illegal aliens, the undeniable truth is that deporting these individuals is one of the primary reasons why America's streets are safer today
At
than
1:51,
they were
I
1 year
literally
ago
was
when
out
President
in the
Trump
Monday
assumed
shit.
office.
That's the fucking end
Former
of the 2/3,
President Biden and the
3/3,
Democrats
the
left
finale
our
of
borders
3/3,
wide
after
open,
140
and President
votes,
Trump
3/3,
and the brave
3/3,
men and women of
3/3,
ICE
3/3,
are
3/3,
removing
and then
these
1/3,
dangerous
2/3,
criminals. So
3/3.
here are just a few recent examples. Number one, a Venezuelan national and active Tren de Aragua gang member with a rap sheet
151,
including
crazy,
homicide,
man.
assault,
151.
child cruelty, domestic violence, and property damage.
678,
This is an
13.
individual I can assure you not a
Purple
single one of
box.
you in this room would want in your neighborhood, whether you admit it or not. He entered the U.S. in 2022 and he was released into our country by the Biden administration. He is no longer here thanks to President Trump. An El Salvadorian national and known MS-13 associate, previously convicted of homicide, conspiracy to commit homicide,
I literally
and
said whatever
kidnapping,
happens into today,
arrested
remember it,
for
right? I've been
arson,
through fucking
battery,
all. It's
armed
been fucking
carjacking,
bottom
and
and then
assault.
run up,
He
or
entered
run up, and then
illegally in
break down. I've fucking
2016,
seen
was
it all.
released
But
by
like
the
this shit,
Obama
I never
administration,
forget.
and ICE
All I know
just
is it does a
arrested him
direction and then
on
traps
January
0
8,
DT and cycles
2026.
or ultra
This
direction
example
traps
shows you
to
how
0
many
DT cycle
criminal
whether there's
illegal
time,
aliens
theta,
have been
4.
roaming American streets freely because of
345.
a lack of attention to this matter from the previous administration, and President Trump is cleaning up their
Just
mess.
being through it,
A Cuban
experiencing it,
national and
and
blood
learning.
gangs member convicted of multiple homicides and robbery. ICE arrested him on
Why did
October 27th
why did I literally
and
leave this
removed
purple
him
box, right?
on
Why did I
January
extend
6th,
it right here
2026.
at like 120?
Arresting and
Because that was the
deporting
only
these
thing
types
down
of
there
illegal
that
criminals
I found
is
support that I
precisely
thought
what the
maybe
American
we would
people
find some
voted
sort
for.
of something.
And
All
despite
these
desperate
puts down
recent
here in the
attempts
3/3
by
trap, so-
Democrats and those in the media to undermine the president's deportation agenda, these efforts are failing. Brand new Harvard-Harris polling shows overwhelming support for President Trump's efforts to protect law-abiding citizens from criminal illegal aliens. Nearly 8 in 10 Americans say criminal illegal aliens should be deported. A solid majority also support deporting all illegal aliens, regardless of additional crimes. And more than 2 in 3 Americans back the Trump administration's
coming in crazy
common
today.
sense requirement that state and local officials cooperate with federal authorities and work to hand over criminal illegal aliens in local jails for
It's
swift
coming in. Can't
deportation.
even fucking describe how crazy
Finally,
this shit
to
is.
prevent another invasion of
remember this
millions of
too.
illegal aliens from
A lot of
happening
people
again,
are not going to care about what
President
happened
Trump and
today and what
Secretary
happened
Noem
to the day.
delivered
'cause
the
they don't
most
remember
secure
shit, but
border
I mean,
in
truly
American
remember
history.
everything.
Zero illegal aliens were released into our homeland over the past 9 months. This is a truly remarkable achievement. Again, 0 illegal aliens released into the country in 9 months. This is
It's not even like I
staggering,
drew this
and it
wedge like
deserves
after everything
more
happened.
attention
Like it
from
was
all of
literally
you.
before the day.
Overall,
So.
Customs and Border Protection recorded
You know
the
what I'm
lowest
saying?
total
The trend line
encounters
on
in
the VIX
agency
and all that.
history. Daily encounters
It's
have
just
fallen
people
by
decide
95%,
not to do it in the most important days.
averaging
People
just
decide not to watch
250
things because
apprehensions
it's
at the
hard.
southern
People
border a
decide to
day.
forget.
This is
People
compared
decide
to
not
over
do it, but
5,100
all a decision.
daily apprehensions
It's all a choice.
during the Biden years. It's a night and day
The choice
difference
I
because
made
we finally
at one
have a
point in
president
my life,
who
right?
enforces the law and
The
lets our law
choice I
enforcement.
made at one point in my life was to make a choice and do something in my life that's different. So, a lot of people.
So it's good to see you in a chair
need to
instead
come
of
to
standing
that
up
choice.
today, Daniel. Thanks
Choice
for
could
being
happen
here.
at
Why
any
don't you kick
age.
us off?
Thank you, Caroline.
20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s.
First question on the DHS
It's
funding
just a
bill.
choice.
Funding runs out in the better
Once
part
it
of
comes,
8 days or so. Democrats, at
and
least
you
verbally, are very dug
made
in.
a choice,
What does the White House believe their end goal is when it comes to this funding fight, when it comes to immigration policy at
Does that
large? What is their
choice
end
really
goal
just
when they're dug in a position like this at this point in time?
Well, the president has two end goals.
choice.
One is to obviously keep the government funded and open, and that includes the Department of Homeland Security, which does not just touch upon ICE and Border Patrol, but also FEMA, the United States Coast Guard, the United States Secret Service. These are brave public servants who work to protect our homeland. The president wants these individuals to get paid. Secondly, when it comes to any discussions about immigration policy, the president is never going to waver in his commitment to allow immigration enforcement efforts in this country and to support ICE and Border Patrol and the deportation of illegal alien
Bears
criminals.
are trying
I know
after the
Senator
push-up.
Schumer and Leader Jeffries sent
Back
over a
the
very
end
long
volume.
list of demands,
Pulling back.
some of which the administration is willing to discuss. Others don't
QQQ,
seem
so
like they are
violent.
grounded in any common sense, and they are non-starters for this administration. But we're not going to
680
negotiate
they're at,
policy
chopping.
from the podium. I'm going to allow the president
Anything
to do
above
that, and
680
any
still
final
hurt?
decisions
Anything
that are
below
made will be
680?
made ultimately by him.
I don't know.
But rest assured, he is never going to allow law enforcement in the
I don't
jobs
know.
that they do, the important jobs that they do.
One of
to
these
be
20-minute time frames is
Caroline,
one of
the
those
Department of Homeland Security put out a
moments where the
tweet about a part of an
Bears
hour
need to
ago,
show up where it's
alleging
kind
that
of, you know,
illegal
this is
aliens
gonna
involved in a major
burn
car
everything
wreck
down
in
there.
Indiana, killing 4 people, and they allege that the suspect in question came in under the CBP-1 app under the Biden administration and received a commercial driver's license from the state of Pennsylvania. What is the White House's reaction to a situation like this, and what is the White House doing to crack down on cases
crazy
like
low
this
they
where
went, though.
illegal aliens are obtaining commercial driver's
677.5.
licenses?
Yes, this is another abhorrent example of the border
Bear
crisis
flag at the
over
end
the past
today,
4
but
years, and it again
holy crap, did we
exemplifies
go low.
why the administration must continue
this shit.
and will always continue
Look
to
at this
fully
fucking
back and
rejection.
support
Candle traders are
ICE and
fucking
Border
done
Patrol
for in
and
this
law
market. I'm
enforcement
telling
in their
you, bro.
removal
Fucking
of
dunzo. They
illegal
don't know what
alien
the fuck
criminals
going
from
on.
our
Like,
country. For those who don't know, and all of you should report on it, 4
The
Americans
goddamn
were
candle's
tragically
so
killed
damn
and lost their
strong.
lives this week
It's
yet
like a
again
$3 and a half
from an
fucking
illegal alien
move. Like,
individual who was paroled
oh
into the
my,
country
it's like a $4
by the
fucking
Biden
move.
administration using the CBP-1 app, which they created like it was a magic pass for Disneyland. That's not how immigration in this country should work. And this illegal alien from Kyrgyzstan was traveling on an Indiana highway, and he failed to brake for a slowed semi-truck in front of him. He swerved into the lane, and he crashed into a van carrying 15 passengers, and 4 people were killed in that crash. This is another tragedy that could have been
Bears are
prevented
trying.
if not for the
This is
wide
the
open
last
borders
chance for the Bears
from
to
the previous
flush it
administration.
lower.
That's why we now have a secure border. That's why this administration will continue to deport illegal aliens from our country. Thank you for being here. Garrett.
John, thank you for your comments and your prayers for the Guthrie family. I have 2 questions related to the president's interview with NBC yesterday.
Sure.
At one point in the interview, the president said that he believes states are accumulating the votes for who wins the election. He says if they, meaning the states, can't do it honestly and can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen. What did he mean by that? Is he suggesting that the federal government count votes in elections?
What the president is suggesting, and I just spoke to him about this,
all right, Bears
is
are
that
pushing
Republicans
crazy,
and Democrats
crazy,
in Congress
crazy,
should pass the
crazy
State of
last
America
fucking
Act.
hope, last
this
pushing
piece
Bears
of legislation
crazy.
is going to ensure
No, we're at
that
VWAP,
states are abiding by
679.
federal election law
Right,
by
wild
removing
moves
non-citizens
happening.
from their voter rolls.
Wild
In addition,
fucking
the
moves
State of
happening.
America Act will require voter ID to vote, and it will require proof of citizenship to register register to vote. These are very common sense policies and proposals that 89% of our country agree with. So that's what the president is talking about. Again, I just spoke with him about this, and he's calling on both Republicans and Democrats to send the Save America Act, to pass it into law and to send it to his desk as quickly as possible.
To be clear, the SAVE Act doesn't say anything about who counts votes, which has always been a state, a local, a county function. Why does he keep talking about somebody else, presumably the federal government, counting votes?
Because the SAVE Act directs states to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. And we know in states across the country, the president is right to point this out. In states like California or in places like New York City, non-citizens are allowed to vote in state and local elections. And the federal government should absolutely do away with that. I don't think a single person
I almost
want to
say it's like a fucking 60% chance they're going to bounce it and trap it here, but like, holy crap,
non-citizens
they're
should
just
vote
going.
in American elections no matter
Maybe it's 60%
where that election
bearish,
is
I
up
don't
and down
know.
the ticket. And so this is a piece of
my
federal legislation
volume
that will
growing.
help states ensure
Candle
the
is
integrity and the
stacking.
sanctity of their elections, and that's what the president wants.
God,
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump posted about Nancy Guthrie that he is directing all federal law enforcement to be at the families and local law enforcement's complete disposal
2:30.
immediately. What should we
Time is
expect to see
2:30 for
from the
two
federal
more
government
one
in
more
coming
minute
days
into
in
2:32.
the search
Time
to
is
find
2:35.
Nancy Guthrie?
It's a very good question, Peter.
Look at that
and it's
crazy
why I
ass
was on the phone
rejection,
with the
225
FBI
and
earlier this
230.
morning
That's
to ask
disgusting.
that. And what they told me is that the
This is
FBI
the last
again,
candle of
is
the
at
230 candle.
disposal
We'll see what
of
happens
the
to
state
230.
and
Oh my
local
God, this is
government.
bearish.
Whatever personnel or
0.5
assets
fib
or
breaking,
resources
0.5 fib
that the
breaking,
state and
0.5
local
fib
authorities
breaking
and
of this
police
little
need,
box. They
will
want to
be
go
granted
lower.
to them at the direction of the
crazy
president,
work.
the FBI director, and the attorney general.
Ain't no way,
Different
right?
Law
Maybe.
enforcement issue. The FBI just
Maybe.
found 1,000 samples inside
Wow,
a
they're doing it.
biolab
Time is
in Las Vegas. It is
2:35
linked to a
and
different
30 seconds.
biolab
They're gonna
that
go
was
fucking
previously
break
raided. There are
155.
ties
Looks
to
like
China. What does the
155
president
breaking.
think the CCP might be up to here?
I haven't spoken to him
155
about
breaking.
this specific investigation from the FBI, but I'm happy to, and I'm sure he's very glad that this is something
Like
the FBI
everybody
discovered.
thought the VIX was
I
gonna
will
go
make sure
down,
any
and now it's bouncing
anyone
like
who is
nothing.
involved in illegal
Doing
activity
a
will be held
complete
accountable.
fucking
And just one more
U-turn,
about this weekend.
370.
At the Mar-a-Lago Super Bowl party.
270.
After the first two
IWM doing a
quarters,
fucking
are the
380.
TVs going to be on the
You're
halftime
doing a
show
Tony
with
Hawk
Bad
780.
Bunny or the halftime
SPX
show
doing
with
a
Kid Rock?
340.
I think
Bearish.
the president would much
Bearish.
prefer a Kid
Bearish!
Rock performance
330
over
bearish.
Bad Bunny. I must say that. Jennifer.
On the nuclear arms pact, we saw the president's post on that.
Yes.
But can you say, is there a temporary agreement with Russia to stand by the terms of the New START treaty while negotiations are happening?
Not to my knowledge. Again, to your point, Jennifer, I just do want to reiterate exactly what the president said. He wrote just moments ago, the United States is the most powerful country in the world. I completely rebuilt its military in my first term, including new and many refurbished nuclear weapons. I also added Space Force and now continue to
wanna look at
rebuild
the
our
candle right now.
military
I'm gonna
at
turn my
levels
face
never
away
seen before.
for 2
We are
minutes.
even adding
I'm gonna turn
battleships,
away
which
for
are
20
100
seconds and
times
see
more
what happens.
powerful than the ones that roamed the seas during World War II.
Turn around,
The Iowa,
stretch
Missouri,
left.
Alabama, and others. I have stopped nuclear
right.
wars from breaking out across the world between Pakistan and India, Iran and Israel, and Russia and Ukraine.
breather.
Rather than extend New START, a
turn
badly
around now.
negotiated deal by the United
All right,
States,
what happened
which I
now?
will add was
Time is
renegotiated under
2:35.
former President Barack Obama.
2:35 is
aside
bouncing
from
on the
everything
first
else,
fucking
is
minute
being
of
grossly
2:35.
violated. The president wants to have our nuclear
2:35
experts work on a
2:33.
new, improved, and modernized treaty that can last long into
235
the
is
future,
bouncing off the
and
bottom
that's
of
what the United States will
155
continue to discuss
without
with
breaking
the
it.
Russians.
Feature. Thank you, Caroline. Sure. Did President Trump himself ever ask DNI
Volume in the MACD looked like it was in a go and go. I mean, it was.
The president was asked and answered that question just
This is so
yesterday.
scary.
I've seen a lot of the media in this room get very caught up with the semantics of why Tulsi Gabbard is there. I will tell you why,
I'm
and the
up
president
12%
agrees with
on
this
my
because election
dust.
security is essential to national security.
My dust.
And as the director of
12%
national
up.
intelligence, it is a part of Ms. Gabbard's role to make sure that
dust.
American elections are free of foreign interference and that American elections are safe and
Dust,
secure.
dust,
And so
dust,
the
dust, dust,
ODNI
dust,
director
dust,
is working
dust,
with the
dust.
FBI on this effort,
Dust.
and the president wholeheartedly
235 is bouncing.
both Kash Patel and Tulsi
235 is
Gabbard
at the
in
0.5
ensuring that American
fib.
elections
This is the
are
craziest
safe,
way
are
to
secure,
cycle.
and are free of foreign intervention.
With even more bears trapped and even more bulls trapped now.
Well, excuse me one second. It's the media who has said that there's Russian interference in American elections. You guys have been saying that for many, many years. So the people, the people in this room, considering that you all said for many years that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump, you should all be very happy that we finally have an administration that is looking into that, and we'll be happy to keep you posted. Michael.
With the FBI's involvement in the search for Nancy Guthrie now, has this search expanded nationwide outside of Arizona? And given Pima County's proximity to Mexico, is this now an international search?
Well, Michael, that would be a question for state and local authorities as they continue to oversee the investigation at this time. Again, the federal government and the FBI have offered any and all resources, but the state and local authorities are still leading the investigation, so I would direct you to them. I'm certainly not in a position to talk about it.
One other question, Caroline.
Sure.
Friday's talks with Iran, they were originally supposed to take place in Turkey. They've now been moved to Oman. Can you tell us the reason for that move?
Look, the president, diplomacy is always his first option when it comes to dealing with countries all around the world, whether it's our allies or our adversaries. And so Special Envoy Whitehouse and Jared Kushner will be traveling to Oman for those talks tomorrow, and we will see what comes of those. The president is standing by for an update from them.
There's a fuck ton of bears in their respective cycles right now.
Thank you, Caroline. Cuban leader Miguel Diaz-Canel said today that Cuba would be willing to engage in dialogue with the United States.
So much volatility and liquidity into White House press conference too.
Equal footing and with
Now
respect
time
to
is
sovereignty.
a little bit.
But his government is denying what President Trump said, that they're already holding talks. How would you respond to that?
I think the fact that the Cuban government is on its last leg and its country is about to collapse, they should be wise in their statements directed towards the President of the United States. But as I just reiterated,
the volume
the
growing
President is
bearish.
always willing to engage in diplomacy.
If the
and
candle
I believe
breaks
that's something
235,
that is taking place,
I mean,
in fact, with
it
the
has to
Cuban
break
government.
155.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. So the Office of
Maybe the
Personnel
back
Management
volume not
released a formula
growing.
today that makes it easier to fire government employees who are not doing their job, basically. Does the president believe that there are people in his government still that are not following his agenda?
That's a good question. I have not asked him about that. I mean, look, it's a very big government, right? There are thousands of people who work for the federal government here in Washington, D.C. This administration has been very much focused on ensuring that we have an efficient and productive workforce for the American taxpayer. There's not a day that goes by where we don't show up and realize we are public servants working on behalf of the American people, and everybody in the federal government best have that mindset, or they won't be welcome to work for this administration. So I think it's a good thing that the Office of Personnel Management put this rule out. I think if people aren't doing their jobs, if they aren't showing up for work, if they're not working hard on behalf of this president, they're not welcome to work for him at all.
The New York City mayor is dealing with a $12 billion budget deficit. If he texted President Trump, would
I don't even know if they can not go lower or higher here. They have to go a little bit of a one
leave
direction.
that answer to the president himself, Ed.
This is kind of sick how we went so easily up and then so easily down. We're in the middle of where we were.
She was there, but last night
This is
when
literally
when
where
he was
I
asked
was,
about
break
it,
even,
he said he didn't
left.
know
It's
why
just
she was
literally
there.
where
He didn't
we
say
are.
that he directed her. Can you clarify
everything
on
and
that?
more.
Did she go by herself and he learned later and support
Inside
this?
this and
Did
this.
you look at the full entirety of
trading
his
inside
response? I was in the room
crazy-ass
for that
thing going
NBC
on.
interview, Kristen.
It's getting even
and
more
he
riskier
just
and riskier,
said
and it's getting
exactly
even
what
worse
I
and
told
worse
you,
because
which
of time
that,
is what I'm trying to say.
Election security is essential
creating
to
a
national
wedge
security. We
outside
need to
this
ensure
thing.
that our elections are free and are fair and are free of foreign interference.
creating some sort of
he
a
spoke
wedge.
about how Ms. Tulsi Gabbard is involved in that effort. So you're taking like the first 3 words that he said to one question and not looking at his entire response.
On what you said about
I think that's what's
foreign
going on
interference. You talked about
after the
2016
counting.
and Russian interference, but
This
what
makes
we've
more
learned
sense
from these
after the
Georgia officials
counting.
is what was
Counting
seized by the
happened,
FBI
done
were
with.
ballots
Now
from
it's this.
2020 in this Fulton County Election Center. Do you have any evidence that there was international interference in the 2020 election in this election
Time
center?
is
What I do
240 off
have
that
evidence of,
239.
and what the media seems to be undermining, is
235
why Tulsi
bounced to
Gabbard is there in the
240,
first place.
240
And I
deciding
would
what to
point
do.
you again to federal law that clearly assigns the DNI and the office with the
Back the
statutory
RSI and bear
responsibility to
territory
lead
volume
counter
trying to
intel
grow.
matters
It's
related
just
to election
they need to
security.
break this
This
and they
includes
need to break
assessing
this,
risks to election
continue to
voting
one-third,
systems,
two-third,
software,
three-third, make a
voter
new one-third,
registration
two-third, and
databases,
then
and
create a new
more, and
three-third, and
analyzing
test the
foreign
LOD.
interference. And the
That's
ODNI
a lot of
responsible for supporting
That's
the
a
White House
lot of
interagency
fucking things
action
they need to do
to
to
secure
figure
our
shit out
elections through
together.
intel analysis
VIX has
and
been
vulnerability
bouncing after
assessments.
20,
And they should and be
0.06 all
routinely
day, right?
collaborating
People thought this was
with
going to break
agencies like
at
the
11:55.
DHS,
It
the
did not,
DOJ,
right?
and the FBI.
No
So
one
as for
expected
that
this
question,
shit, but
it
no
would
one
be better
expected this
suited
shit
to
either,
ask
and
the
expected
Director of
this shit.
National
So
Intelligence herself
VIX
in
is an
her
important
office.
watch
But
right
what
now.
I'm telling you is that it is more than
IWM
appropriate.
is down
In fact,
minus
it is Tulsi
1.4%
Gabbard's
right now.
job
IWM
to
is the
ensure
only
that
thing
our
that's fucking
elections
really
are
minus
safe and secure, and that's exactly what she's been doing on the ground in
1.4%. We will
Georgia.
see where
And I don't
IWM ends
understand
today.
why
SPY
anyone
is
in
now
this
minus
room, considering
1%.
you're all
QQQ
American
is now
citizens, I
minus
believe, and like to vote in our
1.11%.
nation's elections, should have any problem with that whatsoever. Now,
Thank you, Caroline. The president said
Caroline.
that the administration
It's
should
Caroline.
take a softer
But
approach
they trap
on
people up here
immigration
above
enforcement.
680.
He's also suggested for months
Right.
that
With this
some
little
migrant
cone that we
workers
saw
should be
happen.
spared from these raids
120
based on
people
what
that
they're
were here
doing.
earlier.
Is the administration going to continue to conduct large worksite raids as it seeks to target violent criminals? And can you clarify, is the federal government going to continue doing these deportation operations in blue cities
It
where
looks
authorities
like they're
say they don't
trying. 240.
Well, first, again, to the president's
Well, you could
answer
chop here.
yesterday, the full context of
Closer
his
against the
answer
three.
was
Go a
that
little bit lower
he'd
and
like
then
to see a
stop too.
softer touch, but we are always going to remain tough. That softer touch the president is referring
end
to
volume is
is that
trying.
cooperation that is necessary between state and local authorities and federal government authorities
QQQ
to
5-minute
ensure
looks so sus.
that we can continue deporting illegal aliens from our communities without tons of agents having to go after one illegal alien. If the states and the local governments just turn over their illegal aliens to ICE at jails, as they should be doing, it requires one agent to deport that
maybe
one
it's at the
illegal
bottom
alien
of the
who can then
9:30
go on
open.
their way to their home country in a peaceful manner.
Maybe it's not
the
going
escalation
anywhere
that we've seen take place
'cause of
in
this.
Minnesota is a direct result of the refusal of state and local officials to cooperate with the
I
federal
don't
government
know.
and with ICE, which has led to these hostile
inside
and
a
dangerous
wedge,
environments. And so we don't want that. Again, the president wants direct cooperation,
What was his move
and that's
for
what he
then?
was referring to.
155
As
to
for
2
worksite raids,
or
I don't
155 to 225,
broadcast any
225
future
to
action
235
that may or may
to
not
waste
happen
more time
from
and
the
to get
Department of Homeland
super,
Security.
super
But
excited
again, the
on both
president's
sides for
focus
what?
and the administration's focus is on targeting illegal alien criminals, especially those who have committed heinous crimes in our country, as evidenced by the few illegal aliens that I just shared with you here today.
Will ICE and Border Patrol avoid going to other blue cities where the local officials are saying, we won't work with you, we don't want you here?
Well, first of all, those local officials should be wanting to work with ICE. Why would any official, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, want murderers and predators in your city? It makes zero sense. It's an untenable position. The only reason Democrats are taking
but it
that
looks like
position
they may
now
go
is
bearish
because
again.
their entire party platform is
IWM
just
may save
anti-Trump.
the
It
day
makes no sense for
for
the American
the
people.
Bears.
They should be calling this White House. They should be calling Secretary Noem. They should be
IWM
calling
bearish.
Tom Homan, and they should be saying, we want to work with you to remove the worst of the worst
IWM
criminals
bearish.
from our
IWM
city. Please
bearish.
come here.
IWM
So yes,
bearish.
ICE is going to continue to do their job in cities and communities across the country, but it certainly makes it much easier when we have that level of cooperation and corroboration at the state and local level. In places like Florida, where there has been the arrest of thousands, tens of thousands of illegal alien criminals. None of you talk about that, or none of you hear about that, because these operations are going seamlessly and peacefully. Why? Because there is an intimate cooperation between the state government and the federal government, and that's what the president wants to see in all 50 states. In the whites, yes.
Hi, thank you, Caroline. Over the weekend, President Trump said that he was giving a
Coraline.
serious look at endorsing in the Texas
All these
Republican
bears
Senate
too, though,
primary.
so.
We know that Minnesota and Georgia also have competitive
Coraline.
races. Is he giving those races a serious look as well?
Well, I'm not allowed to speak from the podium on any future political endorsements the president may or may not make, but I know that he is watching all of these races across the country quite carefully. I won't get ahead of him on any potential endorsements. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions for you about the continuing resolution that the president signed for the Department of Homeland Security. What would be the repercussions for all of the agencies under DHS if no agreement is reached on funding when that deadline approaches next Friday?
Well, there will be grave repercussions for all of those agencies, but more
VIX is up
importantly, frankly, for the
11.7%
American
today.
people who those agencies serve. And that's exactly what the president and the White House want to avoid. Again, we want to keep the government funded. We want the Department of Homeland Security, of course, to be up and operationalized and continuing as necessary to protect our homeland, to secure our border, to ensure the brave men and women of the United States Coast Guard are getting paid, the brave men and women of the United States Secret Service who protect the president, the vice president, and frankly, all of you in this building every day continue to receive the paychecks that they so well deserve. And so that's why the White House will engage in these talks with Democrats. But again, the president is never going to cave on this administration's core promise to deport illegal aliens from our country.
You said, Caroline, in your statement that there are certain proposals that Democrats are putting up that are non-starters.
What is this?
What are some of those non-starters?
There are a few, and it's a very good question, but I won't negotiate from the podium. I know the White House will be engaged in direct, serious talks with Democrats on this important matter.
Like, what is this? Ain't no way.
In addition to launching Trump RX tonight, Trump has said that he wants to meet with insurance companies to lower healthcare costs. Do you have any update on when those meetings are
Yes,
going?
he does want to meet with insurance companies. That meeting will take place. I don't have an update on when it will be on the schedule, but the purpose of that meeting will be to continue to negotiate with these companies to ensure that more money is going back to the American consumer. And you're all going to see that on full display tonight at 7 o'clock with the formal launch of Trump RX. I'm telling you, this is going to be a very cool and unique event, so everybody really should tune in.
Can you clarify what the president said on the Diego Garcia deal? He said he didn't like it, now again he says he's for it.
He spoke with Prime Minister Starmer directly.
IWM's
he
going.
understands Prime Minister Starmer's position, and he supports
Something's
it.
weird's going
But as the
on.
president
Something's
reiterated
weird's going
in that
on.
statement,
Something
of
weird's
course,
going
the United
on.
States reserves the right to protect our assets. We
IWM
still have
bearish.
of course,
Bears
on
are
the
coming on
island of
spying.
Diego Garcia, and so the
Q
president,
slowly.
reiterated to the Prime Minister and to all of you that the United States will never waver, if necessary, in protecting our assets anywhere in the world, but including on Diego Garcia, and he supports the Prime Minister's decision.
That is
on that one, Caroline. Can I ask you?
weird. Wow. Wow, 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 they're going for LOD on IWM. Wow. Wow, 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 look at this beautiful shit play out right now. What the fuck?
Negotiation for the president and the administration because we want a deal, and it's very unfortunate that Harvard has dragged its feet in understanding they need to rectify the wrongs and the illegal behavior that took place on their campus over the course of the past several years under the previous administration. And so the president wants a justified deal to correct for that criminal behavior that took place on their campus. He is now demanding $1 billion from Harvard University, and Secretary McMahon will be continuing to lead this negotiation and these talks. John.
Caroline, thank you.
This shit about it
You
look
mentioned
crazy.
some polling earlier that was very
Oh, fucking
compelling
box
on
looking already crazy.
deportations. Rasmussen came out with a poll today, said 75% of Republicans want all illegals deported. It seems like the conversation has shifted again to
eyes are
focusing
so itchy.
only on deporting illegal aliens who are criminals. Is the president still committed to deportations of the 20 million illegals that came here under Joe Biden, or are you starting to see that back?
Yes, and the president has always been committed
Joe
to that,
Budden,
John. But we
Spy's
must
not
prioritize, and the
rejecting.
prioritization
IWM
is
is
on
not
those
about
tens of thousands of convicted criminals whom we know
Or it
are
is
still
rejecting, I don't
roaming
know.
our streets.
Maybe it's
ICE and Border
confirmed.
Patrol and DHS have done a phenomenal job of removing tens of thousands of them. Actually, nearly 1 million people have been deported from our country over the past year, 2 million additional self-deportations. So nearly 3 million people have left the United States.
Oh my gosh,
but again, as you
you're a
pointed
wizard,
out, rightfully,
Harry.
Joe Biden and the Democrats
Psych.
allowed approximately 20 million people into our country
Congrats.
illegally. So yes, of course, the president is committed to ensuring that America
Kudo.
is and always will be a nation of laws.
Thank you, Caroline. Steve Bannon recently said, quote, we're going to have ICE surround the polls come November.
Caroline,
Is
market
that something
guru.
that the president is considering?
That's not something I've ever heard the president consider, no.
You can guarantee to the American public that ICE will not be around polling locations or voting locations in November?
I can't guarantee that an ICE agent won't be around a polling location in November. I mean, that's frankly a very silly hypothetical question. But what I can tell you is I haven't heard the president discuss any formal plans to put ICE outside of polling locations. It's a disingenuous
I don't know where IW is going. It's fine.
Caroline, I had two questions regarding DHS. The first one is one of the Democrats' main demands for DHS funding was to demask ICE agents. Is this something that the president is even considering?
Again, this is one of the specific points in the letter that went out by Senate Majority Leader Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. I won't negotiate the individual points from the podium, but it is obviously something the White House will be discussing with lawmakers on Capitol Hill in the coming days.
Is the administration concerned that the shakeup that we're seeing of DHS activity in Minneapolis could potentially embolden different obstructionist protesters around the country as they now have a playbook on how to get ICE out of their cities?
No, because what you saw yesterday with the drawdown of 700 agents only occurred because the condition that the President of the United States set for local states, local counties to turn over illegal aliens to ICE has been met. The vast majority of counties, nearly every single county now in Minnesota has made an agreement to notify ICE when they are releasing an illegal criminal from their jail. This is a huge win for the administration. Again, it's a condition the president set out and has been met thanks to the tireless efforts of Mr. Homan. And as for the left-wing agitators who have been illegally obstructing ICE's immigration efforts, we are not letting that behavior go unnoticed or unpunished. In fact, just today, the Department of Homeland Security arrested this individual. He is a self-proclaimed Antifa member who has been threatening, doxing, harassing ICE. He called for the murder of federal law enforcement officers. He encouraged bloodshed in the streets of Minnesota. He proudly acclaimed affiliation with the domestic terrorist organization Antifa. And the Department of Justice, thanks to the great work of HSI and the FBI, was able to locate and arrest this individual today. So we are committed to enforcing our immigration laws. We want that level of cooperation from state and local officials. And if people are illegally obstructing our federal law enforcement operations, if they are targeting, doxing, harassing, and vilifying ICE agents, they are going to be held accountable. Like this individual here, who again is a self-proclaimed member of Antifa. He is a domestic terrorist, and he will be held accountable in the United States.
Caroline, just to follow up on Garrett's earlier question, I mean, you've talked a lot about the SAVE Act. I know you spoke with the president about it before you came out here. The president has gone beyond that, though. He's talking about Republicans taking over elections, states are agents of the federal government. So just to be clear, is the president only calling on Congress to pass the SAVE Act, or does he want Republicans to go further than that before the midterm election?
The president is calling on Republicans, again, and Democrats to pass the SAVE Act. I will reiterate, requirement for voter ID to vote. That should be something that no American should oppose. In fact, we know that the vast majority of Americans support it. Requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote, which is not hard to do. We should be able to do that in this country. If you want to register to vote in the United States of America, you have to be a citizen in the United States of America. And this piece of federal legislation will direct states to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls. I just had a conversation with the president about it.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions. Tariffs on South Korea. President Trump recently mentioned tariffs, increasing tariffs on South Korea. When will the 25% tariffs increasing on South Korea begin? Secondly, what impact will this have on national security?
Sure. I don't have a timeline for you on that, but I will make sure that our trade team here at the White House gets you an answer swiftly and promptly. John.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Yesterday, President Trump, in the NBC interview, said that it bothers me that somebody is going after Bill Clinton. That somebody is the House Oversight Chairman, James Comer, a Republican. Why is the president bothered that they're investigating Bill Clinton and his Epstein ties?
Look, I think that the president has respect for the former president of the United States, Bill Clinton. He said yesterday himself they've shared a good relationship, and that's what he was reiterating in that NBC interview.
Caroline.
Go ahead,
Caroline. Can you tell us a little bit about the agenda for tomorrow's talks with the Iranians? What will be the focus of the discussions?
Diplomacy moving forward. The president has obviously been quite clear in his demands of the Iranian regime. Zero nuclear capability is something he's been very explicit about, and he wants to see if a deal can be struck. And while these negotiations are taking place, I would remind the Iranian regime that the president has many options at his disposal, aside from diplomacy, as the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in the history of the world. Take one, Washington Examiner, go ahead.
Lynchburg County, Virginia is the third local law enforcement is defying the blue government's demand that they no longer cooperate with ICE. There's a lot of red counties that are thumbing their nose at the blue government, blue states leadership, telling them not to cooperate with ICE. Will this administration support those counties in any way? Support them either through legal help or?
Absolutely. And if there is a county in this country, whether it's red or blue, that seeks to cooperate with the federal government to remove violent, illegal criminal aliens from their communities, this administration is here to help. You've heard the calls from the president himself on asking Democrats and Republicans across the country to call on the Trump administration to work with them, not against them, in the matter of public safety and securing our homeland. Thank you all very much. You'll hear directly from the president tonight at 7 o'clock, and I hope everybody has a good weekend. Happy Super Bowl weekend. The president has wisely chosen not to make a prediction in Sunday night's game, but as a native girl from New Hampshire, go Patriots. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Caroline.
It's the Patriots versus the Seahawks. Well, what a crazy ass cycle. What a wild ass cycle. Coraline didn't do shite.
Discuss is Emily Partner, Senior Strategic Advisor at CoinCheck, and Cosmo Jiang, Portfolio Manager at Pantera Capital. Welcome to both of you. Emily, I just wanted to start with this point that Yardeni Research has made. They say, and this makes sense with the strategy's peak, that it was the Genius Act that destroyed Bitcoin. My words, not theirs. Once it became the case that stablecoins were enshrined as part of the financial system, the use case for Bitcoin, the intermediary case, disappeared. Now, this Genius Act was passed last July. Strategy's all-time high was last July. So what happens to Bitcoin now?
Yeah, I don't think it was the Genius Act that messed up Bitcoin. I think some of it was actually the surge in gold, because the surge in gold kind of undermined Bitcoin's whole narrative as being digital gold, because gold has outperformed Bitcoin in the sense that it's been acting more as a hedge against global instability. You know, it also has limited supply, and I think that's been more what's undermined Bitcoin's narrative. As for what's happening in Washington, I mean, we've discussed this a lot on the show. I mean, Washington has, you know, they're still waiting for the Clarity Act to pass. It hasn't passed. I don't think that's what's going on right now. I think Bitcoin is very much a narrative-driven asset, and we've kind of lost the narrative, and I think that's what's causing the panic.
Cosmo, what revives the narrative? And you know it's gotten bad when people are starting to ask whether companies like Strategy are systemically important.
Totally. Look, when things are down, sort of all the bear cases are thrown against the wall, and it's very easy to forget the bigger picture, which is that clearly, yes, prices are down, but at the same time, you know, fundamental adoption has been increasing, and the industry has been proving this out. You know, eventually, as I say, price does follow fundamentals, and that's the opportunity. Right now, people aren't seeing that, but, you know, every day we hear of new financial companies getting into digital assets, whether that's JP Morgan launching their tokenized deposit, whether that's Robinhood doing tokenized stocks, whether that's Western Union doing stablecoin payments.
Right.
And so we're pretty excited about the longer term view, but undoubtedly people are a little scared right now.
But we shouldn't sort of lump this all together. You know, what JP Morgan's doing has nothing to do with the price of Bitcoin, and in fact goes back to the argument that as Bitcoin went mainstream, Bitcoin lost its narrative. So where do you see that the price of Bitcoin has any intrinsic value that could help
Playing
people
with
get a sense.
50
Other than,
cents.
I mean, if you want to just value it on flows, that's fine. But even the flows that you're describing
For
are not flows
40
into
minutes.
Bitcoin. They seem to be flows around tokenization.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I just want to jump in there. First of all, the tokenization narrative is much more about Ethereum. It's not really about Bitcoin. I mean, there's something like over $163 billion of stablecoins that are running on Ethereum or circulating on Ethereum. So if anything, that should be driving up Ethereum's price. It's not. As for the Bitcoin use cases, I mean, even if there are fundamental use cases out there, as you just said, if nobody's seeing them, do they exist, right? And I think, Kelly, what you just said is so right about these fundamental narratives that have been undermined. You know, Bitcoin, in theory, it came into the world to be an alternative to Wall Street, to be an alternative to governments. And then so much of what's been pushing up the narrative of Bitcoin over the past couple years has been either, you know, oh, the U.S. government supports it, or it's ETFs, which is, you know, fundamentally an intermediary, or it's institutional investment, which is Wall Street. And so I think now that those things are not pushing up Bitcoin's price, there is sort of this crisis of confidence, which is like, what is the narrative now? And I really think that's the core issue here.
Cosmo, you want to jump in here?
Look, I do think there's a really important distinction. There is when we think about digital assets, everyone kind of lumps them into, or lumps crypto into, when they think of crypto, they think of Bitcoin. But we, as an investment firm, we do think of as there's Bitcoin, which is digital gold, and then there's everything else, which is blockchain and technology. And you know, all the tailwinds really are in blockchain technology. When it comes to Bitcoin, I do feel
until
strongly
155
that,
breaks, I don't call
this
real.
And eventually, people will realize that, you know, Bitcoin is an amazing censorship resistance.
155 breaks, then they're doing the
that's getting lost right now, while we're seeing this incredible run by gold and going in the other direction.
Yeah, I think, Cosmo, it's also an open story. You know, if Bitcoin went up to 126,000 and stayed there, more of the institutional players would feel comfortable putting their money there. Now that it's fallen by half, that story's changing. And it's hard to see an adoption story that's going to be more bullish than the one we saw over the past year. I mean, I'd argue in a way the industry got used, right? Like they were told, oh, you know, yes, you're going to get everything you wanted. And it turns out getting everything that they wanted resulted in the exact opposite outcome for the price of Bitcoin, not for the infrastructure tools. Stable coins, all, you know, full speed ahead. Tokenization, full speed ahead. Price of Bitcoin, dropping.
Yeah, and I think that's part of why, I think that's part of why real-world asset tokenization, as Cosmo just said, is kind of booming right now, because it's a real-world thing. It has more of a tangible use case. I mean, we talk about use cases. I mean, I don't think this is what's driving up gold's price, but you can use gold for things. You can wear it. You can make it into a necklace and a bracelet and earrings. And I think, like, at this point, there are very few people that know anyone who is paying with Bitcoin and who can point to tangible use cases. And I really think that is part of the issue here, that when the price starts to fall, and you can't just keep saying, well, institutions are buying and the government is supporting it. It's like, what do you point to as the reason for Bitcoin's existence?
What to go eat today? That's a good question. Market recovering into close? Question mark? Maybe.
Big tech is spending more than ever on AI. The big four, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon, are expected to spend a combined $600 billion in CapEx this year alone. This changes the whole business model. Deirdre Bosa has more in today's Tech Check. Hi, Deirdre.
Yeah, Kelly, you're right. It changes everything. And it really kind of means that big tech are becoming the new utilities. That ultimately changes what you should pay for them. Every company that wants to use AI, whether that is a bank running fraud detection or a hospital reading scans, they're not building it themselves. They're going to be renting it from big tech. So Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google, what they're really doing is building an intelligence grid. Like electricity, once you're on it, you're tied to it. But what happens when you become an asset-heavy utility versus an asset-light one is that the economics shift. Multiples compress, CapEx crowds out buybacks. The metric shifts from revenue growth to return on invested capital. So rather than how fast are you growing, it's was that $100 billion or $600 billion worth it? Look, these companies, they have far better margins than traditional utilities. And
now it's starting to become like the market now
that
everybody's used to.
Own the infrastructure that everyone is going to depend on.
And now
regulators, you can bet that they're going to pay even closer attention. Now, the cloud build-out followed similar logic. Investors, they were actually rewarded with multiple expansion. That could happen. But back then,
now it's actually starting to get
lining up. They were already paying. This time, the hyperscalers and Meta, they're spending ahead of demand, betting on
for
AI
me, it
use
is.
cases
There's no
that
setup
don't fully
that much for me
yet.
that
So that
tells me anything.
very
But
different
earlier,
risk profile,
I
and
guess
it's why the market may
Yeah, the
start thinking
cornucopia and
about
that purple
valuing
box,
them
I guess, for
differently,
me
Kelly.
was.
Yeah, and I think.
I mean, I didn't know it was gonna bounce like that, but like I did know it was gonna kind of use that as a something. But this is some wild shit going on. This 930 top and bottom continuously being used, so still, I guess. 679. That's why I said 679. We might be seeing again, and then we did.
Tech is the worst performing sector so far this year. Is this just a pause or a crack in the AI trade? Let's bring in Dan Ives, Managing Director and Senior Equity Research Analyst at Wedbush Securities, to discuss. Dan, always good to have you. I know you're well known for saying the AI party is just getting started, but it feels like the party is getting broken up here. Did someone call the cops? Is the AI trade actually cracking?
Look, I mean, there's some glass on the dance floor right now. Maybe the DJ stopped playing a little music. Look, Carolyn, I think there's a combination of things that are worrying investors. I think one, we've had a tech earnings season that's robust relative to the numbers, but obviously a lot of the sort of ebbs and flows relative to CapEx and monetization, that's worried investors. I think the NVIDIA OpenAI soap opera has definitely added to some of the agita. And then look, part of it is, I think what's happening here, we're almost having a mini DeepSeek movement, going back to a year ago. A moment where investors feel like, okay, it's cracking, the trade is really starting to, almost blossom into something that's become a storm. I disagree. I think this is actually much more of smoke, no fire, bark worse than a bite relative to just massive monetization and spending that we actually see playing
He
out in
looks
front
like
of
the
us.
elf from the Elf
This
movie.
doesn't
Every
test your
time I see him
bullishness
on
at
the
all, though. It
news.
doesn't make you worried at all to see such a negative performance so far this year?
Oh, it does. I mean, look, I had what, 2 hours sleep the last 2 nights. I mean, the point is like, I'm talking to clients that I haven't talked to probably in 10 years, just given the nervousness. I mean, to just some palpable sort of nervousness out there. But look, I've covered tech going back to late 90s. Clients need me in times like this, not when stocks are going up and to the right. But I just view it like this. If I talk, but I was just gonna say, like, if
Alright.
if I'm
Last pull of the day. Here we go.
50, 60, 70 deals.
Power
And
hour.
those deals on the enterprise are accelerating.
Tomorrow.
No one's
Who is
stopping.
in
We've
control?
actually seen acceleration in terms of
The
strategically a lot of the AI projects.
The
All
Bears.
of our Asia checks are showing demand and supply calling anywhere between 10 to 12 to 1 for NVIDIA chips. Like, the point is, I get the nervousness, but that's what I focus on, the fundamental checks, rather than just looking at the tape and having that get me nervous.
What is it that keeps you up at night, though? What's something that could derail this rally?
What keeps me up at night is the growing pressure on these companies, from NVIDIA to OpenAI to Oracle to Google to Microsoft in terms of CapEx. And the worry that investors are just growing increasingly concerned about what this all means from a CapEx perspective. The thing that concerns me is, does that in any way slow down the pace of AI
voting.
spend? I don't believe it does.
Bulls.
I think these companies, to some extent,
We have one person
I
voting.
come out of earnings season
The
more
Bears.
emboldened that this
Okay,
AI
we have some
revolution
votes now.
this
We
next
have
stage
3
of growth.
people voting into Power Hour.
But
Who is in
the
control into
pressure
tomorrow
that's on the
here?
companies,
3 people saying,
I
in my
actually think it's
opinion,
causing
the
more
Bulls are.
transparency. Look at
And
Oracle.
one
They
person
laid out
says, in my
45 to
opinion,
50
the
billion.
one person is.
They showed their plan, how they're going to spend, how they're going to raise money.
3
That's
to
what
2.
you want to see.
Well, you mentioned Oracle. Software stocks are really getting hammered on fears that AI will essentially make them obsolete. We're seeing names, not just like Oracle, but ServiceNow, Salesforce, Snowflake, down almost 30% in 2026. Are any of those fears warranted, or do you look at that as a generational buy? I guess which software names are clear winners and which are most at risk?
Yeah, so to answer, and it's a great question, I'd say, is AI a near-term headwind for software?
It's a lot of liquidity.
Is AI structurally ruin the sector? No. I essentially think, like, baked into some of these valuations, you have to assume Salesforce loses 10, 15% of their customer base. You have to assume ServiceNow numbers go down 20% from where the street is today. What I'm saying is like, this is an Armageddon-like trade right now for software. And I can tell you, going back to the late 90s, I have never seen a sector structurally thrown into the garbage like this in all my time. Now, there have been times, dot-com bubble and burst, financial crisis, but the software sector is basically trading like it's structurally broken. And I strongly disagree with that view. And that's why I think like Salesforce, Microsoft, you talk about Oracle, CrowdStrike, some of the cybersecurity names, I think are the ones that you own along with Microsoft.
So for investors sitting on the sidelines right now, is this the moment to buy, or is it best to be patient for a bit and see how this plays out?
No, I think this is, in a year, you get 4 or 5 opportunities. Like I go back to last year, the DeepSeek moment, Liberation Day, some of the geopolitical issues, over the summer and then maybe into the fall with Fed. This is the moment. Like there, to me, it is a clear buying opportunity to own the winners if you actually have a time horizon more longer than a few weeks, a few months. I mean, in other words, like you're looking at, we're in year 3 of an 8 to 10 year build out for AI revolution.
Year 3. Okay, so we had Alphabet report last night, failing to impress. I think that CapEx number maybe scared some investors off. It's down 4%. Amazon is out after the bell today. Anything that they can do to change this narrative?
Look, Google being down on this number is, I think, a top 5 most anomalous move that I've seen going back to the last year. Like, like Google right now should be up, given those numbers, given CapEx. You want to see them aggressively spend. If they're not, you want to see them on the offensive. And when it comes to Amazon, like, you'll see more of that. What they're going to talk about in terms of like AWS growth, they got to keep pace with Google. You got to keep pace with Microsoft. And I continue to think like there's really no AI premium that's being factored into the Amazon story.
Microsoft is the worst performer of the Mag 7 so far this year. If you could only buy one dip for the Mag 7, which one would it be?
It's Microsoft. I think that's the one, like, generational opportunity. Like, if I look over the next, like, 12, 18, 24 months, we'll go back to this interview and we'll be like, that was a massive opportunity with Microsoft. Can it go lower?
So this...
Of course. But it's my view, like, is this a stock that goes to 500, 600? Yes.
Okay, so just finally, what advice do you give retail investors right now as they try to navigate the volatility and the noise in tech, but also knowing that you're saying that this is the DeepSeek or the Liberation Day moment that, I think a lot of people wish they would have bought into?
Look, I think it's a nervous time. And I think you have to be able to focus on the winners and
Dan Ives, Daddy,
playing
enough.
this AI revolution over the coming years. You cannot get caught up, whether it's technical, the crypto sell-off, what we're seeing with just risk assets, because otherwise I think when you lose that discipline, that's how I think a lot of investment mistakes are made. That's why I think you have on your board your winners, the names you wanted to buy, the opportunities to buy them. Structurally, you actually feel better about the AI trade today than before earnings season. And that's our advice to investors. I mean, this is not the time to panic. It's the time to actually start to build positions in some of these names.
Okay, and we still think, what, 20, 25% returns for the NASDAQ this year?
That is a firm view, and nothing that's happened from our checks, what we've seen in Asia, what I saw in Davos, talking to obviously a lot of companies, what I saw at CES, what I see talking to software companies, tech companies throughout earnings in any way makes me move off that number.
Okay. Before we let you go, Dan, it's time for our rapid fire game of this or that. You've done this before. Are you ready to do it again?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. AI, healthy pullback or bigger reversal?
Healthy pullback.
Buyer's market or hold what you own?
Buyer's market.
Better dip to buy, NVIDIA or AMD?
What the fuck is this? A fucking goddamn mini game?
Microsoft or Tesla?
What the
Which
fuck?
kid do you love the best? I'd say Tesla.
Qualcomm or ARM?
Qualcomm.
ServiceNow or Snowflake?
Snowflake.
Snowflake or Microsoft?
Microsoft.
Oracle or Salesforce?
I'd say Salesforce.
Salesforce or Palantir?
Oh, Palantir. That's I view that as like top tier.
Here's an interesting one. Bitcoin or gold?
That's the best one.
You know, obviously, like, bullish on both. To me, I think this gold.
This is going down
we
crazy
felt
on
like the gold
Palantir.
sell-off continues to be what you own.
Okay, 2026, earnings inflection point or just more spending?
This is fucking great. Oh god.
I think earnings inflection point, monetization inflection point.
What the fuck?
Mag 7, broad dominance or a stock picker's market?
Stock picker's market, but obviously still extremely relevant.
Which Mag 7 delivered the best earnings so far? Still
Hour.
need to hear from
Bears
Amazon
are in control.
and Nvidia.
Meta.
Bears are in control, man.
Next 12 months, AWS or Google Cloud?
Crazy.
I'd say
Crazy
Google
work.
Cloud.
Better AI play, Tesla's full self-driving or Google's Gemini?
Tesla.
Software, legacy
What the
giants or pure plays like
fuck?
Palantir?
This power hour crazy.
Pure plays like Palantir, but there are massive opportunities given the massive garage sale we're seeing in software.
Long-term AI software winner?
Palantir.
If you could only own one AI stock for 2026, what is it?
Palantir.
Tesla.
One you'd trim right now?
Probably a name like an Adobe, but that's obviously already sold off so much.
One Mag 7 you'd buy and hold all year?
Apple.
Best stock on sale right now?
Microsoft.
Describe the current moment for tech in just one word or two.
Man, this shit crazy now. Candle turning crazy.
White knuckle.
Candle actually turning
And
crazy.
finally, because you came on in January and gave your top 5 stock picks for AI, what are your top 5 now that we've seen some of this
Oh my god.
carnage?
The same 5.
Time is 3:20. Time is 3:20.
Which are?
Bears are
We're
in
not-
full
look,
control.
look,
Full
we're not
flush bear
ones
control mode. 3:20
that
from 3:10
stock
at least.
moves don't massively change
It just
our investment.
no volume, but it
Okay.
just looks like
So, those 5, I'm looking back at my notes here.
Apple,
Palantir, Tesla,
IWM.
Microsoft, Apple,
IWM, the
CrowdStrike.
craziest thing today. Out of
Okay.
everything
All
today,
right,
I think
Dan, always a
IWM is the
pleasure.
most
Thanks
craziest
so
thing
much.
today.
Turbulence, wear the seatbelt.
Minus 1.55%. IWM is the most craziest thing today. The most unexpected thing out of the market today.
Danielle Shea, VP of Options Simpler Trading, is joining me now here on set. Thank you so much for being here. So,
doing is because it's bearish, it's just that it's actually using the Q.
pullback. What about the triple Qs, which have been hit pretty hard? I mean, let me give folks so they have an understanding of just how dramatic this has been. Look, just this week we're down almost 3.7%. So when do you buy into the triple Qs? The high was 637. We're at 598 now. Where's the opportunity?
So right now, I'm actually using the Qs to hedge. So I placed some bearish butterflies. I was targeting the $600 price point. I was taking profits on those this morning. And because we have broken through that $600 price point, now I'm targeting 575. So I'm going to add some additional bearish trades targeting that zone.
Oh, that's really interesting. And what about Roblox? I mean, what's the fascination with Roblox in the first place? Why did everybody love Roblox? And where do you stand now on this?
So this one.
Did she just say 577? What the fuck? Huh? Did she just say 575? What?
Yeah, and look, Microsoft really, you know, there are folks who love Microsoft. I was saying how Amazon was down.
Did she
for
just
1
say
year,
570?
but Microsoft
What?
folks who picked this one, I mean, they're seeing down year to date, down 17%. I mean, it's just this year. It's only February 5th, you know. What are your thoughts on Amazon for today after the bell? What are you watching for?
So Amazon has about a $19 expected move in the options market. And so when we look at the post-earnings move, we have to keep that in mind. So as long as it stays within that $19 range, I'm not concerned, especially if it pulls back. If it pulled back that $19 down into the 200 area of support, I think that would be a great spot to buy it on a long-term basis. However, what we have to watch for is a 1.5 to 2x move, because that's when that can really shift the trend. So let's say tomorrow Amazon's down
I guess
$30,
these motherfuckers are
$35,
thinking
$40.
fucking bigger.
In
Holy
that case,
fuck,
that
that's
would break
crazy.
my bullish thesis, because it would break that critical support zone.
So at this point now, are you buying on dips? Would you say buy on dips? I mean, I know we're going to get to the triple Qs as well, but when you see tech pulling
There's
back,
no way she
you
just said
might
that.
see
What
further
the
selling.
fuck?
So when
Did she
do you
just really
choose
say
to
that
buy
on
the
national
dip?
TV? Is she allowed
So
to?
it just depends if you're
Oh my God.
looking at a stock for a long-term buy and hold. Specifically for me with Amazon, I am continuing to build a position in that name as a long-term buy and hold. So I would like to buy more around 200, and even if it did fall a little bit further, I would continue to buy it. But I'm also a short-term options trader, and so specifically what I'm doing is on a short-term basis, I'm placing a lot of bearish trades to trade these downwards moves, while continuing to dollar cost average on a long-term basis with names that I really like.
So, I mean, a lot of the analysts have price targets at 300.
Yes.
But you think that we might see a sell-off just because even when companies are beating, they
I'm
sell
leaving
off
my
anyway?
scalp.
Yes.
You feel like that just
Do
because
SPX
this
puts.
is the momentum of the market, we might see selling regardless of what Amazon tells us?
Yes, and that has been the case. I mean, we saw Google
Last
down
4
after
fucking
earnings
minutes,
as
cheap
well.
as shit.
And so this every earnings season is different. There's a different flavor each quarter, and this quarter it has been, hey, you beat your numbers, you're still selling off. So I wouldn't be surprised if Amazon did pull back a little bit further, though I will say that because it pulled back before the earnings report, it's in a better position than some of these others that went into earnings on the high.
So let's talk about some other opportunities. So Amazon, you're buying on a pullback. What about the triple Qs, which have been hit pretty hard? I mean, let me give folks, so they have an understanding of just how dramatic this has been. You know, look, just this week we're down almost 3.7%. So when do you buy into the triple Qs? The high was
fucking
$637,
dollars
we're
off
at
of 2 fucking
$598
candles. Crazy.
Where's the opportunity?
So right now, I'm actually using the Qs to hedge. So I placed some bearish butterflies. I was targeting the $600 price point. I was taking profits on those this morning. And because we have broken through that $600 price point, now I'm targeting $575. So I'm going to add some additional bearish trades targeting that zone.
Oh, that's really interesting. And what about Roblox? I mean, what's the fascination with Roblox in the first place? Why did everybody love Roblox? And where do you stand now on this?
Man, that's a big turnoff for a lot of people. That's a big for a lot of people. Wow, big market. Power hour. Wow. Look at the pullback into close right now. Absolute control right now. LOD might even fucking go. Time is 9. Time is 3. 25.
Now for our 360 round, our panel will be joining us to discuss.
I'd be worried. I think you kind of go from that kind of.
You said this.
They have these advertising business.
Fuck.
Really.
And also help.
Scam. Man, major FOMO, but I can't look back at this shit now. A fucking SPX just went from $300 to like 1,200. There's no fucking way. Unbelievable. They really push it into fucking goals like that. Look at IWM minus 1.72%. New LOD on IWM, right? I literally said IWM bearish at 245, right? IWM is the only thing that went crazy. New LOD. That's crazy. Man, I didn't do anything on IWM, but wow. 1.72% down today. IWM, folks. Unbelievable. Craziest thing today on the market, IWM, man. Right, it was the hidden thing of the day today. Right, nobody caught on IWM, and only the minority looking at everything, catching on to my IWM caught on basically. Since 245. Wow. Since 245, IWM has been full fucking in doing bullshit something cycle. That is so crazy, man. I can't believe it. Wow. Look, since somewhere here at 245, right, in the WhatsApp group, I said IWM is going somewhere in 245, somewhere here. I don't even know, somewhere here. I don't even remember somewhere. 245 exactly, maybe. Let me see exactly when. I said IWM is bearish when everything else was bullish up there. At 243. 243. 243 on SPY. Yo, what a fucking crazy ass cycle. And the wedge playing out too on SPY. Well, what a day. $325. Do they break that LOD before 345? Do they break it into 4? Do they not? Hey, IWM is down 1.83%. This bitch is about to go to 2%. Might as well, fuck. It's already there. 1.83% now. Maybe we see IWM down 2% today somehow into close. And then the market fucking goes lower into close somehow. Disgusting thing to think about, but I mean, there's 30 minutes left. Anything is possible. Today would be the day. Anything is fucking possible. Today would be the day. The amount of times the market went down and higher today, and the amount it's like 200 fucking points on SPX. People think I'm bullshitting, but like I really am not. Like, I did the fucking calculations. 110 points, 50 points up, 160 points, 50 points up, 210 points, 50 points up, 250 points, 50 points down, 300, up, down, 350, 400. It may sound like some bullshit, but I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did that 6 times, so 50, 50, 100, 150, at least 200. I don't give a fuck. I'm not fucking bullshitting. I don't give a fuck. Market moved crazy today. Market moved crazy today. Up and down. Up and down. It moved so much. It could move so much into close. That's the fucking crazy reality. Time is 2 or time is 3:30. It would be the most insane shit to see IWM at 254.89, but it's absolutely possible. There's like some fucking lotto shit going on. It's like some stupid ass lotto shit going on. Is that the new norm, up and down? Nah, it's just been like this for 50 years. Actually, 300 years. It's just the world is yeah. Is this no? This has been like this for 300 years. Since the tulip days, the South Sea China Company days, the railroad days, and now we're in the artificial days. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence, IWM going lower, artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence, IWM going lower, artificial intelligence, IWM lower, SPY is down 1.2% now. What food to eat? What food to eat?
It's clear that commodities have become the center of international politics, and a race is underway to obtain the materials and energy sources
Bearish control.
The reality
wow.
is where all those kind of
Time is
geopolitical
3:30.
flashpoints are at.
This
There
is
are
15
very
minutes before.
global resources that
15 minutes before.
AI
Man, look at my dust. Gold must be going down right now.
Pay attention to geopolitics.
Gold must be going down right now.
I cover markets here at CNBC, and I'm watching as the AI boom sends the price of commodities at the heart of AI infrastructure build-out.
Yeah, gold going lower since 12. My dust is going up since 12. Lol.
Demand for copper, aluminum,
I love gold.
lithium, cobalt, and silicon
I'm a lover of
are all
gold.
projected to triple by 2030.
I just
and
love
precious
dust
metals
gold.
like gold, silver, platinum, and
Californian
palladium
gold
hit
rush.
record levels in 2025.
Love it.
Of course, there are other
Time
factors
is
at play.
3:32.
When things get turbulent,
3:10
precious metals
pushing
are
crazy
considered a safe
into
haven for
3:30.
investors. But
Sorry,
these
time
metals
is
are key to
3:32.
the AI build-out.
We do think that, geopolitical
Jesus
flashpoints
Christ. LOD is truly testing now. 155 is now breaking, not earlier.
Another
Now.
period in history when superpowers are
Crazy.
likely to make bold moves to secure and defend
IWM is
natural
now down
resources
1.9%.
strategic economic routes outside of their own borders.
IWM is
People are
still
quickly
trying to
realizing
get
that
2%.
in order for countries to
1.87%.
succeed and
It's the most
in
insane shit I've seen
AI
IWM in a
global
while.
race, they're going to need the resources
Market
to do it.
bounce.
They have
I'm
to look
getting
around the
dragged
world and
down by
say, what are those
IWM
finite
now into
resources
close.
that are the core inputs into all of this build?
It's fucking the craziest shit I've
Chips
seen in
or
quite a
data
while.
centers, artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Artificial
There's a number of reasons
intelligence.
investors can keep an eye on.
Artificial.
The U.S. President Trump has denied that
Artificial.
his interest in Greenland has anything to do with the untapped deposits of critical minerals
Artificial
and rare earth elements
intelligence.
there. But both Greenland and Venezuela are known to have deposits of critical minerals used in advanced AI chips. Russia, too, has eyes on the mineral-rich Arctic. And Ukraine has the largest lithium reserves in Europe and some of the biggest titanium reserves in the world. two key elements for establishing
I
AI
am
dominance.
titanium.
In China, controls 70% of the global lithium processing capacity, thanks to the significant presence they've built in the
I am
so-called lithium economy, which is made up of Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia.
Is an amazing race, right? But the West needs to actually win.
I am
No matter how much we harden
titanium.
our critical
Oh,
defense,
oh,
our
oh,
industrial
oh, oh,
structure,
oh,
our
oh,
technology
oh,
infrastructure,
holy fuck.
the simple
They're
fact
really
is
going
that
for
the
LOD?
countries
That's
with
crazy.
superior intelligence
Wedge is breaking
have
down
the
crazy,
potential
right?
to
That's fucking
dominate.
crazy, bearish lotto.
There isn't a second
335 power hour
2026
bearish as
looks like a
fuck
strong
since
year for markets
310.
overall.
They faked that at
With the
3
race
and
to
pushed it
control
up
the
until
natural
310 and they
resources
fucking
critical
pushed
to
it
the
down
AI boom,
crazy.
meaning the volatility we've seen so far in
Wow!
stocks
If I
will
held
be a
that
true
shit, that
trend
would have been
going
fucking
forward.
1.5k
You're going to have to
now
pay
each.
attention
What
to
the fuck?
geopolitics in 2026
There's
relative
no
to your investment
way!
portfolio.
Yo,
You're going
a
to start worrying
$300
about
contract just went to
commodities that many
1.4k.
people have never heard of,
Ain't no
like lesser
way.
known industrial metals like
I got in at
gallium,
400 and some shit and
palladium,
left it at fucking
huge
600 or
chips,
700 or some
semiconductors,
bullshit.
AI
Oh my
chips,
god.
fiber optic systems,
Oh my
military
god, no
grade
way.
night vision elements.
Wow.
All
They're
of
gonna
those
bust
are
through that fucking floor
imperative
at the end of
for
the
the growth
end of
of
the day. That's fucking
AI and
nuts.
what's
Alright,
happening
this
in
is
that
literally
space. So
before
we think the
345.
demand
That's
will
the
start to
craziest part.
outstrip
Every single
maybe
spy put,
supply.
every
I
single
would
spy
try to
call is
own
being fucking
the
used for this
actual
shit right now
commodities
before 345.
themselves.
That's the
We know
most craziest
commodities
part of my
have
fucking
a low
what is what's
correlation
going
to
on in
other
front of my
assets
eyes.
within a normal
That's the
diversified
only reason why I'm
portfolio,
not
like
fucking holding
stocks,
and
like
scalping like
bonds,
crazy.
like
But I mean,
alternative
what's
assets,
going
which
on?
really add a
Crazy.
lot of risk return benefit. We
This
seem to
shit
think it's
crazy.
either use an active manager
I'm
like an active 40 Act mutual fund or just an ETF. We've always had geopolitical risk. There's always something happening around the globe. And it's not a reason to not invest.
What a cycle today. What a beautiful ass cycle today though. Look at this. Look at this, man. I want to fucking take a picture of this and frame it on my wall too, but hey, I didn't do anything big here, but hey, that's a fucking beautiful picture. That's a beautiful picture. We're near the LOD. This is the most wildest shit ever. Every single gap hope up there, right, on SPX, they basically ate today. 0 DTE, 1 DTE. Imagine. 6875. 25 points. We're 85, we're 95 points lower than that. Imagine. The majority, man. I am titanium. Oh, 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 oh. Fuck, it's fire. It's fire as fuck today, man. Look, my dust is up fucking 13% for me right now, too. My dust, right? I put in fucking crazy at 501 yesterday, 505. My dust is up 13% right now. Mayan. Today's a good day. Tomorrow, hopefully, this bitch can give me a good exit. But holy crap. I am titanium. Fucking steel fire. What the fuck? Stalinium. Let's get it. Today was a great day. God bless. Have a great Thursday. Go eat something good. Take care of your bodies. Shite. I am titanium.
Crypto's Fimble winter. Do you think it is?
Yeah. So I got a little, we have talked about crypto winters a few times in the past, and I got carried away with the winter metaphor. And in Norse mythology, the Fimble winter is the final disastrous winter before Ragnarok, the end of all things. Crypto, it's a really weird space, right? If you ask how is Bitcoin value compared to fundamentals, well, what fundamentals? It's kind of all vibes, and it has bounced back several times.
Yesterday
from
closed,
big declines,
right? My
because
dust
people
was
had
up
faith in it, and because
about
it was
8% into midday or some
but
shit,
this,
and then it
this
pulled
time
back.
looks different.
And I was up 1% overnight, and then they bumped it up into close. They bumped it up into open to like 9% up, and then now 13% up today on
a lot of it has been
the
political,
boost.
associated
We'll see
with
what
Donald
happens
Trump.
tomorrow.
Everyone's
The
comparing
MACD
the
on the
price
2
now
hour
to
is
what happened when he won the election. And those
it's
things
amazing.
are harder.
It's a great day.
The
Yesterday
kind
was
of
low
sentimental
on the
or almost
MACD RSI.
mystical attachment that people have
Higher
had to
high.
Bitcoin itself
Free
probably doesn't
market.
apply to shares
I am
titanium.
Oh,
And the kind of libertarian ideology that supported Bitcoin doesn't really apply now that it's largely a political creation, and it's in some ways tied to what you think Trump's future prospects are. So this is different.
You know, I think about this a lot, Professor Krugman, and I think about supply demand, certainly when it comes to trades in assets. I'm not quite sure what you call cryptocurrencies. I think we still struggle with what it really
Supposedly
is.
there's Amazon earnings
that,
today.
If President Trump
After
wasn't
all
in the White
this.
House, what's your view on whether or not crypto would be, you know, here around $64,000? Would it be a very different trade potentially?
Well, it might be. I don't think it would have gotten up to 125,000 or you know thereabouts without his election. It's possible that the day of reckoning might have waited longer. I mean, there was in some ways the very prominence of crypto, the huge attention given to it.
Now, what the smart money is probably looking at is a 0.5 fib of somewhere.
Has in some ways, you know, led to a big run-up, but also focused people's minds. And I think there's a lot more
from the HOD
so what is this
to the
actually
LOD
for?
or
Anyway,
something. They can pop it or not.
There's also,
or what, I don't know.
the Sell America trade, the debasement trade.
This is crazy work.
Which, among
today,
other
though.
things, first of all, should have benefited Bitcoin if it
midpoint,
was the kind of
679,
refuge asset that
73.
people had sold
They're
it as.
already
But
bouncing.
also
Floor
the
is
fact
not
that,
breaking. If they
a lot of
do
people
pull back,
sold
it's a
Bitcoin as being the
50-50 at
next
this
gold,
point, and number one,
and
they're already
turns out
bouncing. So
that
it's
in the face of
basically a
doubts
70 to
about
30 or
stability, doubts
60 to
about
40
politics,
pull
the
trying,
next gold
but
turns out to be gold.
you know,
not
until the
Bitcoin.
floor
I think it's a
335
big
breaks,
wake-up for
no one
people.
knows, and
You know,
time is
maybe this
340
isn't
already, so
actually going
there's
to be
4
an enduring
checkpoints
asset.
left.
So
3 technically, if you count 355, that's the
again,
last.
it's really, really hard. If you,
So,
ask when people
time
make
is 340.
price forecasts for Bitcoin, I always wonder
There
on what
is-
basis.
Yeah.
It's not like you can do a price earnings ratio on this thing because there's no earnings, no services. It's all
10
just
minutes.
pure faith.
Plus
But
4,
it
there's
does feel
19
like
minutes
we're
left,
seeing a real crisis
18
of
now.
faith right now.
It's
What would
341.
stop this administration, in your view,
Market
from
is
stopping,
deciding heavy.
from coming in and bailing out the industry? I mean, the industry
This is
spent
the
a
last
lot in
chance for the bears to
2024
reject
to
the
get
break
pro
335
crypto
low and break out low
politicians
D or not
elected. It was
almost because
successful
of time.
in many different cases, particularly in the Senate race in Ohio,
This is
unseating
the last
Sherrod
chance
Brown.
for the bulls to come
Some
back up to the
Republicans want
0.5
Scott
fib
Bessent,
and
the
close
Treasury
it somewhere
Secretary, to
too.
buy Bitcoin by selling some of the U.S.'s gold reserves. When asked whether the U.S. Treasury has the ability to bail out Bitcoin, the Treasury Secretary said this week he doesn't have the authority to buy Bitcoin with tax dollars. Could the president do that?
Well, yeah. I mean, in general, Scott Bessent, his
It's
word
the
is not good as
3/3
gold,
of
let's say, on these
1250.
things. And they
Somewhere
could,
here is the
but,
1/3,
I would say,
2/3, and
look
they
at the
bounced
parallel.
and created a
The
bigger
U.S.
cycle.
spent a really fairly limited sum in bailing out Milei in Argentina.
Something like this is going on
Relatively,
too, right?
it's
Smaller
a
cycle
tiny sum compared
inside
with what
the
it would take to
medium-term
bail out
cycle.
Bitcoin. And there was a firestorm of outrage over it.
I
Not
am
enough to stop them from doing it, but enough
titanium.
to really give pause. If they tried
Na, na,
to step in and
na,
bail out
na,
this
na,
industry,
na.
especially given
There's
all
many
the stories
possibilities.
about
There's like 3 or
crypto
4 routes.
as
You
a
can go here
channel
and
of
close,
corruption,
go
all the
down
stories
more
about
LOD
the Trump
test,
family
go down
being
here,
enriched
bounce
through
LOD,
crypto,
and then close it somewhere
all of the
here.
buying
You
of
can go
politicians,
down,
the
try, come
pardons
back up and
of
close. You can
crypto,
go up, reject, and go here and close
crypto
too.
criminals. I think
at the minimum, it's
political
going to close it
backlash would be
between the
huge.
HOD
Now,
and the
maybe
LOD. And the
they've spent
HOD
enough,
for
maybe the
today
crypto
is
industry has spent
950,
enough
and
money
the LOD for
to
today is
overrule all
1115.
of
So
that,
it's
but
going
I
to
think
close
it's
in
highly
between
questionable.
6858
You know,
and
one thing I think
6780, and we're
about,
closer to the
Professor
floor.
Krugman, is transparency to
Right, so it's
investors.
the
It's something we
midpoint
talk
or the
about with
floor.
everything. It's one of the things we're going through with
The
private
NUS.
credit, right? It's
There's
why,
not too much time
although
left.
the
There's
U.S.
10 minutes
market,
left.
financial
15
markets
minutes
may not be
left.
perfect,
16 minutes
it
left,
is why it's
basically.
in many ways the gold standard
Market
for
to
global
decide
investors. Having
how
said
to
that,
go
on
about
that
what it wants to
transparency
go about
issue,
and how it wants to
does
decide
it
with the
make
amount of
sense
setup
as
it
we
has
look at what's
left.
going on in crypto
I
that
don't
we
know
really
how
have
much
a full
IWM went down. I
understanding
don't know if that's
of the
exactly
White
2%. I
House's
don't think
exposure,
so.
the
But let's
president
see.
and his family to
SPX is at the gap.
cryptocurrencies to understand what's at
VIX is
stake
spiked up into
for them
close, right?
personally,
Everybody thought it was
politically,
going to fall below
financially,
20 today. And I said,
especially
hey, I
as
expect the VIX to
policies
stay hover
unwind
today
and
into
to
tomorrow at the
understand
minimum, right? And
maybe
they're staying
how that
hovered into
might be
close
from a
today. And we were at
supply-demand metric,
18.5 yesterday.
and all that entails
18.5
supporting this
fucking
market, at least up
yesterday,
until
man.
late.
Don't fucking ever forget
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
we were
we
at
can. People are
18.5
just
and now we're
making
at
guesses at how much
20.50.
the Trump family
That's
is
a
exposed.
motherfucking rip!
and other government officials, by the way. Let's
Right,
not forget
that's a
that the Commerce
motherfucking
Secretary,
rip! That's a $3 rip on the
yeah,
VIX.
his
VIX is
firm
up
was very close to
16%. It
Tether,
says
which is
I don't
very
remember what
much
the fuck chart I'm on.
in the crypto business, and particularly seems to be used for a lot of the
up, so I don't
unsavory
even know if I
aspects of
believe.
that business.
VIX is up 16%, man.
But
Holy
it's
crap.
certainly a significant exposure,
Wow.
and there's a kind of
LOD testing.
shadow exposure
LOD
in the
breaking.
sense that
Let's see
the
what
crypto
happens.
industry has been throwing a lot of money, not just at campaign contributions, but
Let's see what happens.
the presidential family.
Man, the crazy part is on Monday of this week, there was a fuck ton of SPY 700 calls, and there was a fuck ton of SPX calls, right? And we sent that in the WhatsApp group, and I can't believe they fucking burnt it to the crispy fucking toast and put it on a roaster and made marshmallow and put some chocolate and put some ice cream and fucking just burnt that shit and fucking ate it. Because that's the craziest shit I've ever seen. Again. Again. Just because we were right next to.
The question is,
again.
can they
All-time
really
highs.
get away with
Again,
it?
700.
There's lots of things that have gotten
Again,
away with, but this is the
7,000.
kind of thing that really does
It's
get
unbelievable.
voters
Just on
enraged.
fucking numbers.
This is the kind of thing
Just
that
on
leads to a
fucking
lot of
psychological
yelling
number that
at
exists.
Republican members of Congress in town halls. So I'm not sure that this is something that they're going to be able to do. Because this is big, right? Crypto is still, even with the recent fall, it's still $2.5 trillion asset class.
But I guess that's how it was for me too, right? I don't want to fucking like believe and not have any results and believe, but I honestly believed, and then I saw some results too, and I was like, fuck, this shit kind of confirms what I believed, and then they believed.
Did divest
So
to
to be
comply
fair,
with ethics agreement he signed when he joined
that's how
President
life
Trump's
is
cabinet.
sometimes too.
So we just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Yeah, that's right.
Holy crap, 677 market on melt mode again. VIX is on a fucking spike right now. VIX is on a fucking spike right now. 1 minute candle right since the bottom of 310. It's been spiking and spiking and spiking every single minute on the VIX, and the market is going and going and going every single minute.
Decentralized currency that would flow easily across borders, allow people to exchange value, and it would be not tied to a single
There's 10 minutes left until 355. There's 4 minutes in between 355 and 4. They could go lower, break the floor, set the floor into 350 or 355 into 359. They can revert into 4 p.m. We will see what happens here. Right? If they do that, what would happen? There would be a divergence on SPY because QQQ never went low to 593. IWM is down 1.93%. IWM will go down 2% and figure it out what happens tomorrow. SPY would be near the floor. It would have broken the floor. It would have set the floor and then reverted to 4 p.m. setting a 2 pivot points for the day. One at 9:30 whatever in the morning, one at 3:55, and then reverted to 4 p.m. We'll see what happens.
It's a total bust, and it's a 17-year-old bust. That's the thing that gets to me. This is not an idea of the future. This is not a cutting-edge technology. This is something that is only slightly younger than the first iPhone. Right, and if it hasn't.
It's up to the VIX and the VIX alone in the 1 minute time frame to not do this shit or not. No one else has other control other than the fucking VIX and the market just fucking going every minute. So we'll see. Alright. We'll see. QQQ never broke the LOD, never near the LOD. This is 0.6 whatever from the fucking roof now. So SPY, IWM is the one that's bearish. IWM about to hit 2%. IWM about to hit 2%. 1.97% on IWM. What a fucking day on IWM. IWM is about to be down 2%, and they're about to fucking break the LOD on SPY. That's how it's fucking done, because this is how the most unexpected shit happens on the most expected and unexpected day. What a crazy day. What a crazy day. Right? What happened today? Can we truly talk about what happened today? Yeah, let's talk about what happened today. A cornucopia corn formed upward, a bullish channel, and then a wedge formed going downward, bearish channel. What do I see? I see a diamond pattern. I'm going to draw a diamond pattern. What am I talking about, Jeff? Or are you bugging out? I don't give a fuck. This is literally what's in my head, right? I see a diamond pattern. Right? Not that I give a fuck about diamond patterns and whatever the fuck, but all I see is they pushed it with the technical trend line, all that set up to make it look bullish. They pushed it down with the technical setup, blah blah blah, to make it look bearish. After they made it look bearish, after they made it look bullish, and after they made it look bearish. They're about to break the floor. IWM is, I believe, about to go down 2%, which is already here. Right, I set that somewhere here at 240, which was 1.5% down, I believe. I remember it was right here somewhere. It was 243 was right here in IWM. Right, it literally went from 1.4 something percent. I literally remember now. It was at 1.4%, and I saw the bitch go to 1.5, and I saw the bitch go to 1.6, and then rebalance, and then it went to 1.97, man. Hello, detesting. It's fucking crazy. The words coming out of my mouth, but it's been a crazy, beautiful last 4 days. This is a crazy, beautiful ending. Can't even fucking deny it. This is a crazy, beautiful ending from my eyes, and I'm not even fucking doing shit big right now in IWM or SPX. I'm just looking. I'm just seeing because why? Deductions are playing, deductions happen, deductions are playing, deductions are happening, and they're playing and happening like crazy. Like crazy. This is the 3/3 cycle, by the way, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from 1250. And most of the majority in the world probably was unable to, right? Tell because it was hard as fuck to tell in the middle, and then they just confirmation, 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 and then it's like, oh, is it just candle or is it oh, and then fuck me crazy. 350. All right, 350. Let's see if it breaks or not. Not breaking 350. IWM not 2%, 1.95. Time is 350. There is 5 minutes left. Spike up candle trying for what? Let's see. There's 5 or 9. There's 9 minutes left until the checkpoint of 355 closes. If they do it like this, then LOD impossible. But I mean, what if it just greens and reds and then goes up? So I don't know. I'm watching. I feel like it's gonna green red and then figure out. I can't even fucking believe it's coming out of my mouth. But I mean, look at the goddamn chart and look at the damn day, man. Look at the damn chart and look at the damn day. This is. Oh, look, IWM 2%, IWM 2%, IWM 2%. Beautiful day. All right. That's called IWM 2%. Time is 350. SPY is squeezing lower at 350 exactly. Let's see what happens at 350. There's 4 minutes left until 355. They want to break the LOD. Low of the day is testing on SPY. Low of the day, I don't even know if it's going to break it on QQQ, but look at SPY. IWM minus 2.06%, 2.06%, minus 2.06%. This is the fucking IWM of the day, man. Craziest move I've seen ever in a while in IWM, I said, right? And that actually 2.06%, I can't even fucking believe is coming out of my mouth. But look at the fucking goddamn chart today. Channel, 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 knife, 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 knife. It's trying, it's trying, it's trying, it's trying. Boom. Finale. Wow. 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 Whoa. That would have been huge too if I did anything, but wow. Wow. What a fucking day. Man, it would have been like yesterday into close, but like I don't care because I'm up crazy on dust right now. My dust is up 13.5% or some shit. So I don't care. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Today's a good day no matter what. No matter what. LOD breaking. Oh my god, LOD breaking into time is 3:55 and 40 seconds. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a big candle to break this, and then it's gonna revert at one of these times from now into 3:59 into 4 p.m., setting a new floor into the floor. Right? What are we talking about? The wind direction. The wind direction was north from pre-market into HOD 945. The wind direction was south from 945 into 1110. Wind direction is trying to break the floor. Not wind direction is trying to break the floor. It's trying to set a new floor because of IWM. Or at the minimum, it's going to close here at the LOD. Time is 3:55 now. This is the 350 candle. Time is 3:55. There's an algo range at 350. I'm not drawn. Time is 3:55. IWM is down minus 2.03% into 355. Wow. Actually, wow. IWM, man, I should have done fucking IWM today. Holy fuck. I was talking about IWM all day long. From the morning. Damn. That's the craziest knife ever. 1, 2, 1, 2. What the f? That's the craziest knife ever. IWM. Looks like they're not breaking the floor into 4 p.m. But that is near the floor enough. 352. 350. What a crazy ass day. IWM went to 2% and reverting back up. Now looks like it's at 1.91. Wow. That's 350. SPY is down 1.33%. QQQ is down 1.48%. All right. All right. Bouncing before the LOD broke on SPY to 350 into 355. There is 3 minutes left until 359. 355's last candle. And then time is 4. Market close. I'm on a payphone trying to call home. All of my things I've been with you. Happy ever after. Like me. Wow. Do 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 Time is 3:57, but this counts as 3:55. Do 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 do. I'm on a payphone trying to call. I'm up 13.39% on my dust. It's fucking crazy. Dust went up 12.55% today. And yesterday, I got in. This shit is a beautiful fucking thing to see, man. But all my fucking profits on AMD are like, this is a fucking beautiful fucking thing to see.